hassle-free. Ashley Sleep delivers incredible comfort and convenience right to your door. And easy setup means you could be in. What's happening?
Hey. What's happening? What's up?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. Turn this thing on now.
The sound of stalkers going inside. It is 2:06 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, November 13th, 2024. The live stream that preceded this was illegally and criminally shut off by one of the soon-to-be convicted federal felons in the building, or a whistleblower. I'm not sure which. Let's see. I'm also not sure exactly what time it ended. I just happened to look down at my laptop and see the screen saying that the live stream had ended. So I'm clicking on this YouTube channel on a separate laptop that the FBI has had me running concurrent with this one. It looks like 16 minutes ago it ended. So it just turned 2:07 a.m. So it ended at around 1:50 a.m. Nothing occurred other than I played a song by Young Jock on my laptop very quietly and a song by Little John on my laptop very quietly. And one of the men upstairs in Unit 207 went outside to record that because he's a stalker. And yeah, that's where we're at. This YouTube live stream should roll until 2 o'clock this afternoon. If it ends for any reason before that and you don't hear me telling you the time and why I'm ending it, then I didn't end it. A federal felon did. And I am still under the same instructions I've been under since October to completely ignore the final illegal entry attempt, which I don't think will be happening this week, particularly given that the FBI has stated that the weekend after next, all of the federal felons who haven't blown the whistle are extremely grumpy with regard to their money, which has been an incentive for a couple of them and their crimes. But this weekend, they're all happy about their money, because the federal felons of the city of Everett, in addition to stealing over 21 grand from me, have also enabled more than one person to make a profit off of the city of Everett employees' crime spree. Yeah. Which will all be addressed during their arraignments. Now, if you're wondering what's going on, I'm going to direct you to go to facebook.com/MysticGwenLovesOnlyYou. Again, that's facebook.com/MysticGwenLovesOnlyYou. And for a final time, facebook.com/MysticGwenLovesOnlyYou. There you'll see the very first post is a letter. It begins in all caps, "Notice to all parties." Towards the bottom of that letter, you'll see that it is dated October 20th, 2024. This letter is important because according to the FBI, it's legally binding and trumps vetoes and in some ways supersedes any temporary fraudulently obtained orders until January 20th, 2025. And the FBI has assured me there are zero legal reasons why anyone can be outside of my home trying to walk in or in any other way criminally trespassing while stalking me, as well as zero extingent circumstances, and that regardless of what fraud spews forth out of anyone's mouth that's outside of my door in the future, because they have stated there will be one final illegal entry attempt, and there have already been over 31 during the 98 days of holding me hostage, or as the FBI likes to put it, illegally detaining me. Now, in that October 20th letter, on the first sentence, I make reference to two prior letters, one from October 15th, 2024, and one from September 15th, 2024. Read that October 15th letter. You'll find it in the post directly below the October 20th, and the latter half of it is indeed the entire September 15th letter. Those letters are also legally binding. The September 15th one is valid until December 15th. And then keep that in mind, because the FBI has stated for the final illegal entry attempt, there will be huffing and there will be puffing, and no one is to be coming in. Not legally, anyway. Anything else I should add? Oh, no. I've already said plenty. And if for any reason you are somebody who works at the court and has access to the sealed case file with my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser that is 15 years old in a month and a half, you should really read what is referenced in that October 20th letter, in that first sentence, right after I say the September 15th, 2024 letter. And prior, i.e., you should absolutely be reading that August 14th tort claim. Check out some other filings too, like whatever I may have filed in, what year was that? Okay, March or April 2022. Also check that out. And have fun. Because I'm not allowed, due to being illegally detained as well as cyber attack, to respond or to go in the courthouse, which is unfortunate because as a result of that, according to the FBI, there's been over 46 separate criminal activities involving that courthouse and some of the federal felons who, in one instance, were already looking at 80 plus years as of August 26th regarding a lady that is not my mother who likes to come to the property that I reside at and frequently stomp around upstairs in high heels that look awful on her. So there's that. You will hear something I've already said in this video because I do need to play it on a separate laptop, make sure there's audio. Other than that, you may be wondering how you're handling it, how are you coping? I'm coping with it the same way that I was trained to cope with it by the redacted, and I'm curious at this point if the redacted is in some way redacted for this, even though it's the North Everett Police Precinct that will be paying me only $2.4 million. Because I very clearly recall how fucking stressful those stress tests provided by the redacted are. And this is very reminiscent of that. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Laptop and see the screen saying the live stream had ended.
All right, we're good. I was listening to a rap song. I'm not a fan of rap. That's what's interesting. I don't like rap at all. And yet I've been listening to it more in the last couple of years than I have in my whole life. I like rap that's from the 80s. Let me change that. I'm not a rap fan at all, but I like the original rap. I like, Run DMC, Grandmaster Flash. I like the old, clean rap. And then I like some of the dirty rap now, too. But when I listen to rap, no offense, I don't consider it music. I get why it's considered music. I consider it poetry with a repetitive loop. So when I listen to it, I truly don't think of it as being songs I'm listening to, and I think of it as being pros that I'm listening to with a beat. And I was just beginning to listen to Snap Your Fingers. And keep in mind, I do have my pimp cup. This is my pimp cup. And there's a reason I've been drinking coffee out of this. Since you kidnapped my kids, hey. After months of me reporting it, and a year of you premeditating upstairs with brainstorming ideas, like at one point saying, let's declare that she physically attacked us so we can arrest her and steal her kids in one night. And a girl was like, nah. And then since then, she's done just as many illegal things to make that no totally meaningless. Don't worry, I don't need nobody else. What's happening? What's up? Snap your fingers. You can do it all by yourself. Let me see you. Hey. 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 Tap your fingers and do yourself. You can do it all by yourself. Let me see you do it. Hey. Let me see you do it. Hey. You can do it all by yourself. Let me see you do it. Hey. And just to be clear, everybody, there is 0 crimes that have been committed against me that aren't going to be accounted for, and extremely expensive and consequential to everyone involved who didn't blow the whistle. So am I suffering? Oh, yes. But will you pay? Oh, far more than my level of suffering. Far, far more. You can do it all by yourself. Let me see you do it. Hey, let me see you do it. Snap your fingers and do your stare. And I mean, you should all be aware when you apply for a job with the FBI, the CIA, the DIA, who else, guys? Higher levels of the DOD and DOS and DOJ. Oh, yes, even the Secret Service. When you apply for those jobs, you go through a process. First, you submit your application. Then you don't know it, but if your application was of any interest at all to anyone who gives a damn, you hear nothing. And they go about finding out whatever they can find out about you. Sometimes discreetly, like legally stalking you. You give consent for this when you apply, by the way, to the places I just mentioned. Sometimes by stalking you, quite literally. Sometimes by literally interjecting themselves into your life. Oh, you've got a new neighbor, isn't that quaint? Sometimes they'll befriend your best friend or your mama. And they'll try and find out as much information about you as they can that is just pure gossip in most instances, but not always. And depending on what kind of job you've applied for and the level of security that it requires, it'll be a minimum of 6 months that you'll still hear nothing. You may even get a rejection letter as they begin their snoop. Then typically between 6 months and a year and a half, yes, that long of a delay after your application, a decision is made whether or not to proceed with you. Once that decision is made, you'll be contacted, and routinely you'll be paying at your own expense to fly to Washington, D.C., where you agree to be placed under a series of stress tests. A couple of them are real basic, just like in college. Okay, well, we need to see how you are with your oral skills. You're going to be giving a speech to a bunch of people that know very, very, very important things about the country. And then you'll be put under a stress test. The stress test may, in some instances, take place during your speech. You might have to deal with a heckler or an interrupter. It may be that you're given a mathematical test where you don't know half of the answers and the time runs out. In some way, there will be a stress test that will be real blatant, that will take place in front of the very people that you were to give speech to. And then you'll leave and you'll think that was it. You've completed the test. Now you're waiting for a verdict, but you're wrong. What they don't tell you is the stress test will be continuing for your stay in Washington, D.C. And then when you go home, you find out the outcome, ladies and gentlemen, inevitably. And I say that because sometimes the stress tests are extremely testing. And then there are other instances where people, they get to bypass the formalities of flying themselves to DC for the stress test. And depending on which agency or department they've sought employment with, they'll be stress tested in other ways. In ways intended to see if they'll disclose things that they are not legally allowed to disclose. Almost as though it were revenge for the lack of protection and security that has been assured to them so long as they follow orders. And I say that because it's been 5 months that I've been authorized to say that I'm an informant. And although I appreciate the FBI and have no doubt what I've been told is true, I feel like the deliberate dragging of heels can't just be for prosecutorial purposes and how much easier it is going to be for them to shove some of you in the slammer for the rest of your lives. But also, upon reflection for the last 24 to 48 hours, I've been thinking, this definitely has a reek of something similar that I've experienced. And I consented to. And I also consented to this because I quite literally told the FBI that the damage that had been done, particularly to my relationship with my 2 disabled sons who've been brainwashed, who were abused by the very federal felons who came here and kidnapped my sons, and rather than taking accountability for that because of 12 separate crimes they committed against me, which affected one of my son's routines, knowing that it would cause him to regress, escalate, and be very mad at his mommy, they decided to commit those crimes, then to kidnap my children, all rather than simply taking accountability and offering me a sizable settlement check. And that is why some of them will be in prison for the rest of their life, and virtually none of them will still have a job soon enough. I've literally been told that in March, people are in jail, and I have already been paid a minimum of $200,000. So be advised. Last one. Last one of the rap songs, guys, that remember, to me, are just excellent poetry with a loop. Excellent poetry with a loop. Hey, to the whistleblowers, I know you're upstairs and I like the way you do it. I like it when you do it right there. And other than that, my plans for today and the immediate days ahead are literally to fast. These federal felons, the entire time they've been illegally detaining me / holding me hostage 98 days ago. Yeah. If you were to look at all of the crimes I've been a victim of from September 2023 to date, according to the FBI, you would have a strong inclination to give them all the maximum sentence. Right there. Oh, and Dollface, the maximum sentence for most all of you federal felons on the premises, especially those of you with RICO charges, isn't all of you, but everyone else is averaging well over 115 years. Yeah. Also keep in mind, everybody, there have been double-digit whistleblowers, and the FBI authorized me to tell everyone upstairs to blow the whistle by Halloween. For months. Whether they did or didn't do that is not my fault. And those who did, they'll be detained, but they won't be strip searched and they won't be arraigned. And those who didn't, who then blew the whistle late within like the last, 10 days-ish, I have no idea whether or not they'll be offered full-blown immunity. I think it depends on what it is that they've had to blow the whistle on. Because remember, the FBI doesn't want to throw 27 people in prison, guys. No. They want a handful. They want some marlins and one specific shark, and I am so curious to know if the shark is a former or current commanding officer of the North Everett precinct that I reported 7 years ago for every single crime I've been the victim of, minus my being murdered in a way that is deemed a suicide, and also minus being held hostage. I had no idea that was coming. Or if it's just my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser who's been arrested over 100 times in 8 different states and gotten away with heinous crimes against pregnant strangers, girlfriends, men that are strangers, and police officers throughout the nation. In many instances, simply fleeing the state and never going back until the statute of limitations ran out, particularly on those states where he had felony charges. Right there. I like the way you do it right there. And in the event that the long ass delay, guys, is in some way part of a stress test, be advised that that is fucked up and inappropriate. And I will be pissed at you if I find that out. And you all know. I'll fucking know that. I'll fucking know that next month. Federal felons, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the federal employees who, like me, have contracts and orders they have to obey. And for some of you, think of it like this. Imagine that Austin Powers was employed by the United States federal government. And then he found himself dealing with Fat Bastard and needed to be rescued. But rather than being rescued promptly by the federal government, they delayed it, let him get a little injured, just to see if Austin Powers would start saying all of the, secrets that he had already promised never to state before they swoop in and rescue him from Fat Bastard. That's a great way to think of it. That's the sort of stress test that you should anticipate if you've applied for any job with the federal government that involves you getting to go to the Pentagon. Any. Right there. Right there. Anyway, my orders are simply to stay here, run the YouTube live stream for the final illegal entry attempt. No one is to enter the door, but in the event they do, make sure I YouTube live record when the sheriff that will be there throws their face onto my ground in the living room here and cuffs them. Also lose weight. Fast. Yes. Which I'm resuming. Why is the fasting important? Well, the federal government does care about appearances. And I will be testifying against 4 people, according to the FBI. I agreed to testify against anyone they requested. They said I wouldn't have to because there had been so many whistleblowers, and then later they told me there were 4 people they want me to testify against, and I haven't heard anything since regarding how many I'll be testifying against. But I do know that the last police officer who attempted to illegally enter my home after criminally trespassing and violating a litany of civil rights laws. You can watch the YouTube live stream from September 26th. I do know that I told that guy I'd see him at his arraignment, and the FBI confirmed I absolutely will be seeing whoever the fuck that was at his actual arraignment. I like that. Do what Jews do. I like that. I like that. Do what the Jews do. All right, that's enough poetry. Also, fun fact, guys, I've already shared this a few times, but I'm convinced now that Black people are the best storytellers because Aesop's fables, Aesop was a Black guy. Why does no one know that, man? Why is he not part of Black History Month? He wrote The Tortoise and the Hare, a story of particular importance with regard to everyone who's been committing crimes against me. Yeah. Because according to the FBI, every continuance and hearing that they've had have been them pushing the snooze button. Meanwhile, the FBI has been building me this amazing RC car and some cool magnetic slippers for my little tortoise feet so that I can ride on that RC car while the FBI navigates it right past the finish line in the snoozing bunny rabbits, who I like to imagine as being albino lab rat bunny rabbits with little fangs. Vicious little creatures that it's acceptable to chop up and eat in a stew. Like the French do. That's the French like to eat that little bunny stew. It's disgusting. They even eat the brain, guys. Yuck. Oh, federal phones upstairs won't let me play Spotify. I've pushed play like 3 times, so let's just wait. Come on, guys. Execute that play button. Unit 207. Okay, let's try for a 4th time. Play. Oh, that didn't work. That didn't work, guys. Play. Still not working. And now I'm in the podcast scrolling way the fuck down because Spotify desktop is the worst ever. Why? Because they're missing the one most basic thing that they should have on here. They got all this fancy shit on Spotify desktop. You know what they don't have? Oldest to newest filter, which is just ridiculous because you have to scroll through and push load more episodes to get to the beginning of any podcast. And if you're like me, and you listen to podcasts all the time, then when you find a new podcast, you don't want to start in the latest episode. You want to go to the very beginning because you know that that's going to be the most entertaining shit. Towards the end of the podcast, they run out of ideas. It gets repetitive. And I've been listening to the Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, which is a fun horror fiction podcast. The first episode sucks. I listened to it multiple times and never wanted to proceed with the podcast. And then Spotify accidentally played the second episode, The Elevator Game. And I was in. Which, by the way, I would never play the elevator game. Is it likely that it's true? No. Is it possible it's true? Fuck yes. And there's 0 chance, dude. When you get to the 5th floor, a lady will get on the elevator and you cannot look at her. Dude, all you could do is look at the ground and see her feet, but if she's really this crazy monster that gets on the elevator on the 5th floor, according to this Korean urban legend, they said that it began in Korea about 25 years ago. If she really did enter the elevator, what the fuck is to stop her from leaning down and craning her little head up to look at you? Nothing. That is why I would never do it, simply because of that, because that's part of the instructions. On the 5th floor, it's likely that a woman will get on the elevator. Don't look at her. Don't do it. Like, what the fuck? No. No. Even when I was a teenager, I would have been like, fuck this. I'm not doing this. Okay, I don't know what the federal felons upstairs are doing. They're preventing everything from playing. I've now gone through the episodes and pressed play at least 12 times on lot 026. What are you doing, idiots? Huh? And change this. I'm adding a new playlist since they want to be done with stuff. New playlist. Now I'm trying to push the episode from the playlist. Again, the only reason it's not playing is because of the imbeciles upstairs. And nothing to do with the functionality of the website, the podcast, or the internet connection. Even the playlist they're preventing from playing. Let's try one of the new episodes I don't want to hear. Oh, here's an ad. Instructions for the Phantasmagoria Accentuator Machine. Nope. They're blocking it all from playing. So now I'm going to my home page on Spotify. It's 2:40 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. November 13th, 2024. Let's see if Jiggle Jiggle plays. It usually always does. 6 feet 2 and compact. No slack, but luckily the seats go down in the back. Oh no, the idiots upstairs are even blocking that. What are you doing, Unit 207? You better figure your shit out. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hydrophallins. You're so dumb. You make going to prison look like fun. They're still blocking it, Nerd Squad, after turning on and off the internet connection a few times. Because they're smooth like that. Ha ha. If you missed it, the FBI has said about the federal felons in Unit 207 since August, quote, they are not nearly as smooth as they like to imagine. Well, now they're stomping around upstairs. Still preventing anything from playing. There we go.
Mama, for myself.
2:42 a.m.
When I had nothing left, I walked into the woods, past the log, and through the willows, until I came to a clearing, huge and circular, carpeted with soft moss. A woman stood in the middle, like a tree come to life. Please, take me too. She smiled a soft, sad smile.
Yeah, you did. You had a chance, federal felons. Did you blow the whistle before the expiration date? If the answer is yes, remember, congratulations. Not only do you have half a brain, you'll still have a job, a career, and liberation. But, and it's a big but,
Life can throw a lot your way in the morning.
a lot of your friends
You might be battling
won't.
drop-off times, while your kids are battling imaginary monsters or their shoelaces. But no matter what life brings, Life cereal puts a smile on every.
Reckon it is right up your alley. Extraordinary, isn't it? But your guess is as good as mine as to exactly how it works. It looks like a laptop, yet it isn't one as far as I can tell. Can't get it to open or anything. It has what appears to be a large, round, circular speaker in the center. I get the feeling that I shouldn't be keeping it around the shop for much longer. Its secrets seem to be much more bizarre than.
Also, Nerd Squad, I don't know what was going on yesterday morning, but at 8 a.m., it was apparent that one of my soon-to-be, if not already, has been convicted stalkers and abuser was really into my YouTube. Today, they're not. Just a little heads up. Can't go into the details on how I know that, but do some research on my screenshots.
Other than what any of us might be ready for. Let's tune this station into a program called We Found a Way to Listen to the Afterlife. And what we heard terrified us. Before we begin, what are your thoughts on secret societies and things of that nature? As a devoted visitor, you might be interested in our small collective of the shop's most discerning guests. It goes by the Obsidian Covenant. You'll not only become part of the store's inner circle, but you'll get my undivided attention each week, with no interruptions during my recounts. And every month, I'll share with you the tales of a couple of the items from my private collection. Hell, I may even display your name here at the shop. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com for more. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Welcome to the antiquarium of sinister happenings and odd goings on.
I was working as an audio technician at the time. I did odd jobs for films, music artists, and even a few well-known podcasts. When I was approached by a company specializing in R&D, I initially thought they'd made a mistake. Their email was rather mysterious.
We're looking for an experienced audio technician for one of our projects. We've listened to your samples, and your sound processing skills in particular seem to be exactly what we're looking for. Your participation will be remunerated up to $3,000 for 3 days of work. If you're interested, please reply within 48 hours. As the nature of this project is highly confidential, no information will be passed on to you about the nature of this project before you sign an NDA.
To avoid wasting my time with a hoax, I asked for a face-to-face meeting at the company headquarters. To my surprise, they immediately agreed. And the next day, I had an appointment at their premises at 9 a.m. I announced myself at reception, and a woman in a white lab coat who introduced herself as Elizabeth invited me to accompany her to her office. After signing the NDA and my contract, she led me through a maze of corridors to where I would be working.
You'll soon understand why we have you sign a confidentiality agreement. The research we do here is highly confidential, and we've already made a major discovery that just needs one last push.
Well, you definitely got my interest. I hope I can be of some sort of help, I said, still in the dark about the mission I was about to be given. We arrived in a spacious room already occupied by another man, also wearing a white lab coat, who I assumed to be her superior by the authoritative look in his eyes and his advanced age.
Mr. Mugford, I presume. Aaron Taylor, Chief Scientist. Delighted to have you with us. Please, sit down.
I sat down opposite them at a table that was empty except for a strange object whose origin and function I couldn't account for.
Mr. Melton, I'm not going to beat around the bush. You're going to be involved in the most important project of your life for the next 3 days. Do you see this device? This device is what I've been working on for the last 20 years of my life. You see, I've always been certain that there was life after death. And this device, I'm convinced, is what will enable me to prove it.
I inspected the object more closely. At first glance, it didn't look like much. About the size of a laptop, just under 12 inches high. It was entirely black, and only a circle, like a loudspeaker in the center of the upwardly exposed face, was visible. It was connected to a portable keyboard that sat right in front of the scientist.
I can't reveal precisely how it works, but to put it simply, this device allows us to listen to frequencies that until now had never been reached. Frequencies that we are certain correspond with beyond.
You'll understand the problem we're facing.
Pressing a key on the keyboard in front of her and looking at a screen I assumed was on the other side of the device. Instantly, a sound from elsewhere pierced my eardrums. The sound was unmistakably high-pitched and seemed static, despite the fact that I had the impression of hearing pitch variations without being able to distinguish them. Elizabeth finally cut the sound with a grimace after pressing a few keys.
Mr. Maltran, we're not asking you to believe us about our discovery. All we're asking is that you work hard to analyze and filter the sound and turn it into something usable.
I was circumspect, but they both seemed very, very serious. So, you really think there's something in that sound? What do you think it is? A silence fell. Elizabeth looked at her superior out of the corner of her eye without intervening.
Yes, Mr. Meldrum. We think there is something in the sound, as you say. Your work begins today, and Elizabeth will show you the equipment at your disposal.
And with that, I set to work. I was allowed to use all the equipment in the lab, computers and all, including the device in question. But I couldn't take anything home or work from home. Everything had to be done on site, and every second had to be recorded by cameras and microphones. I recorded a sample of the sound and started by trying to filter it. I'd already worked on sound that was cut, corrupted, of poor quality or whatever, and I used every technique I knew to try to clean this up. I spent the entirety of the first day on it, to no avail. The second day, I continued in this direction, not knowing what else to do. My attempts became more and more desperate. I honestly couldn't see how they expected me to get anything out of that uniform, shrill sound. I decided to concentrate on my ears and listen to the sound produced by the device over and over again. There was definitely something strange about it. I don't know how to explain it, but the more I listened to it, the more my breathing quickened, as did my heart. And part of my brain screamed at me to end it, or run away. So much so that I was beginning to fear continuing to listen to it. After all, it was supposed to be a sound from beyond, according to them. Although I wondered if this scientist hadn't just gone mad, trying to find an answer to his obsession. The second day ended like the first. That night, I couldn't sleep. The sound kept echoing in my head. It was as if, by listening to it over and over again, it had become imprinted on me. I had the impression of discovering new facets, new variations. It was as if the sound was still happening, but in my head, and I couldn't stop it. I turned over in bed for the 15th time and stared at the ceiling. And the vision that came to me stunned me. At first, I thought I was imagining shapes moving because of the darkness. But like the sound, the more I concentrated on what I was seeing, the clearer it became. There were dozens and dozens of faces, their horrified expressions distorting their features as they blended into the ceiling and seemed to be trying to break out, to extricate themselves from the solid matter. And as the faces tried to push against the darkness to get out, I could hear the sound in my ears getting louder and louder, sharper and sharper. My heart was beating so fast I was afraid it would suddenly stop. I could hardly breathe. They were there. They were coming out. And for some unknown reason, I was certain that if they reached me, they would take me with them. With that thought, I jumped out of bed and in 2 steps reached the light switch in my room and looked up. There was nothing there. And the sound, though persistent, was a distant echo in my head.
I do apologize, but a delivery just arrived here at the shop, and I need to sign for it. Sit tight, and I'll be back quicker than a rat up a drain pipe. Now, that wasn't so bad, was it? Let's glide back into this nightmare, shall we?
On the third and last day, I sat down at my workstation with dark circles under my eyes. I'd spent the rest of the night on my feet, trying to think of a solution. I approached the device again, and after a moment's hesitation, my my instinct screaming at me not to press the key. I turned it on. Again, that shrill sound, so unique, flat, and endless. And that's when it hit me. I remembered the first impression I'd had when I heard it for the very first time. A feeling of missing something behind the uniform appearance of the sound. What if there were so many sounds that the mush coming out of them made them impossible to discern? I stood in front of my computer and spent the rest of the day isolating and slowing down the sound. It was 7 p.m. and I was finally ready to do a test. At the same time, Elizabeth entered the room.
The time you were given is almost at 0.
I think I found the solution. Are you ready? Her eyes widened, and she sat down in a chair next to me in silence. I started the modified recording. I never imagined I'd hear what I heard. Screams. An incredible number of heartrending cries from an infinite number of people, men and women of all ages. Elizabeth's face turned pale, her gaze locked with mine, both her hands trembling slightly on her frail legs. The screams continued to fill the room, each passing second seeming to increase the pressure. I stopped the recording.
My superior is going to want to hear this and apply it directly to a device to get a real-time translation. Can you do that?
She seemed terrified by her own request. But like me, she didn't really have a choice. We had to go through with the project. Sure, Elizabeth, I should be able to do it in like 10 minutes. Just give me a little time to grab something to eat and drink in the cafeteria. I'll bring something back for you too. Despite the fact that the old chief scientist had heard the modified recording, he still asked me, as Elizabeth had planned, to apply the filter to the live sound. And when the device came on, indeed, we heard again the screams of what we assumed to be human beings. And it wasn't the same sounds over and over again. It sounded like it was constantly changing. It was as if the sound itself was alive. The two scientists chatted quietly at the other end of the room and finally came back to me to congratulate me on my work. They both looked satisfied, but I sensed they were still in shock at the implications of all this. I told them that to finish, I just needed a little more time to refine the filtering and write down the method for them to follow once I'd gone. I spent the rest of the night working, and after a while, I realized that it was past midnight. I was just finishing tidying up my desk. Suddenly, the shouting stopped. That's when I realized that the device had been on all this time. I couldn't believe it. But I had to believe it. Because now, it wasn't screams I was hearing, but the slow breathing and exhaling of someone or something. After a while, it said something in a language I didn't know, but which I assumed was something close to Latin. Then, nothing. I switched the machine off and on again once, twice, 10 times, only a deafening silence, and my jerky breathing filled the room. I explained what had happened before leaving. Fortunately for me, as it was all recorded, I had proof that I had nothing to reproach myself for, and they had a clear record of what the voice had said. I spent weeks trying to make sense of the sentence myself, but the more time passed, the more the words escaped me somehow. After a while, I simply got on with my life. But the experience left an indelible mark on me. Even today, in the silence of the night, I sometimes feel as if I could hear a high-pitched tone echoing deep inside me. And I know that if I concentrate just a little bit on it, I'll hear again the horrific screams of that endless tide.
Yes.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances, maybe you'd be interested in dropping it and its story by the shop to share with other customers. Please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. A member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you, our best customer. You have a good night now.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, Lot 027, Afterlife. Written by S.G. Woodhouse. Featuring Trevor Shand as Mr. Meltron. Dee Quintero as Elizabeth. Mark Redfield as Darren Dalen. Featuring Stephen Knowles as the Antique Dealer. Engineering, production, and sound design by Trevor Shand. Theme music by the New Brothers. Additional music by Vivek Abhishek, Kevin MacLeod, Mew, and Coag. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor and Lauren Shand. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter @AntiquariumPod. Call the Antiquarium at 646-481-7197.
Whole Foods Market has Thanksgiving gatherings covered. First things first, reserve your no antibiotics ever fresh whole turkey today, starting at $2.99 a pound. Or go with their organic spiral cut bone and ham, full of seared in flavor. For sides, choose Whole Foods Market grab and go platters. Go even further and get your whole meal catered. Just order online by November 26th. Get Thanksgiving ready at Whole Foods Market. Terms apply.
We were prepared to buy a home, but we just didn't know where to begin. And then we found BECU.
At BECU, our local mortgage advisors work with you personally, offering a variety of loan and down payment options, flexible underwriting criteria, and affordable financing to get you into your new home. Learn more at becu.org/mortgage. BECU, power in people. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, Boeing Employees Credit Union, NMLS ID 490518. Member compensated for participation.
My, oh my, aren't you a brave one to be out in this weather? It hasn't stopped snowing in weeks, and the forecast says even more on the way, if you can believe it. I almost didn't open the store this morning. You must really be looking for something special. What with you dealing with that mess? I think I might have just the thing. I was gonna keep this for myself, as it would definitely come in handy with regards to our current, ever so turbulent quarrel with Mother Nature. But alas, no matter how much I bundled up, it still made my blood run cold. A tattered green jacket reeks of mildew and bile, but I'm sure the dry cleaners a few doors down could get that out with no trouble. Here, put it on. Ah, the perfect fit. Why don't you try this one on for size? It's called A Story to Scare My Son. Before we begin, what are your thoughts on secret societies and things of that nature? As a devoted visitor, you might be interested in our small collective of the shop's most discerning guests. It goes by the Obsidian Covenant. You'll not only become part of the store's inner circle, but you'll get my undivided attention each week with no interruptions during my recounts. And every month, I'll share with you the tales of a couple of the items from my private collection. Hell, I may even display your name here at the shop. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com for more. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Welcome to the antiquarium of sinister happenings and odd goings on.
I have no idea. Feeling fat as fuck. We'll enter in that because that's fat normally. I'm sure I will. Every day.
Son, we need to have a chat about internet safety. I slowly crumpled down on the floor next to him. His laptop was open and he was playing Minecraft on a public server. His eyes were locked into the action.
So Nerd Squad, I just absolutely completed a full one and got paid nothing. There was 4 or 5 redirects before that telling me it ended without asking me the qualifiers. At 3:10 a.m. on the ThinkPad.
Dad, is this going to be another cheesy, scary story?
What? I faked hurt feelings for a second and then grinned at him. I thought you liked my cautionary tales. You grew up listening to my stories about children who encountered witches, ghosts, werewolves, and trolls. Like many generations of parents, I use scary stories to reinforce morals and teach lessons about safety. Single dads like me should use all the parenting tools at their disposal. He scrunched his face a little.
They were fine when I was 6, but now that I'm getting older, they don't scare me anymore. They seem kind of silly. If you're going to tell a story about the internet, can you make it really, really scary?
I squinted
And
at him
again, Nerd
incredulously.
Squad, and again.
He folded his arms.
Dad, I'm 10. I can handle it.
Oh, okay, I'll try. I began. Once upon a time, there was a boy named Colby. His expression indicated he wasn't impressed with the terror of the introduction. He sighed deeply and settled in for one of Dad's cheesy stories. I continued.
Remember, federal felons, every penny you've stolen from me, the FBI is confident I'll be getting $100
After a while, he
return.
started talking to other kids in the game and on message
That
boards.
alone, without holding me hostage, illegally detaining me, knock-knock lawsuits, or kidnapping, is over $2.1 million.
They liked the same video games and shows. They laughed at each other's jokes. They explored new games together. After several months of friendship,
And again, Nerd
Colby
Squad.
gave Helper 23 6 diamonds in a game they were playing. This was a very generous gift. Colby's birthday was coming up, and Helper 23 wanted to send him a cool present in real life. Colby figured it wouldn't hurt to give Helper 23 his home address, as long as he promised not to tell it to any strangers or grown-ups. Helper 23 swore he wouldn't tell anyone else, not even his own parents, and set about mailing the package. I paused the story and asked my son, "Do you think that was a good idea?"
No way!
He said, shaking his head vigorously. In spite of himself, he was getting into the story. Well, neither did Colby. Colby felt guilty about giving away his home address, and his guilt began to grow and grow. By the time he put on his pajamas the next night, his guilt and fear were larger than anything else in his life. He resolved to admit the truth to his parents. The punishment would be steep, but it was worth it to have a clear conscience. He squirmed in his bed as he waited for his parents to tuck him in. My son knew the scary part was coming up. In spite of his tough talk, he leaned forward wide-eyed. I spoke quietly and deliberately. He heard all the noises of the house. The washing machine bounced around in the laundry room. Branches scraped against the brick outside his room.
43. I can't tell you why, but that's the answer. 43.
And there were some other noises he couldn't quite pinpoint. Finally, his dad's footsteps echoed down the hall. "Hey, Dad," he called out nervously. I have something to tell you." His dad stuck his head in the doorway at a weird angle. In the darkness, his mouth didn't seem to move and his eyes were all wrong. "Yes, son?" The voice was a way off, too. "Are you okay, Dad?" the boy asked. "Uh-huh," summed the father in his strangely affected voice. Colby pulled his covers up defensively. Is Mom around?" "Here I am." Mom's head popped into the doorway below Dad's. Her voice was an unnatural falsetto. "Were you about to tell us you gave our home address to Helper 23? You shouldn't have done that. We told you never, ever give out personal information on the internet." She continued. "He wasn't really a kid. He just pretended to be one. Do you know what he did? He came to our house, broke in, and murdered both of us, just so he could spend some time with you." A Batman in a wet jacket emerged in the child's doorway holding the two severed heads. Colby shrieked and gasped as the man dropped the heads on the ground and sheathed his knife and moved into the room to work on the boy. My son screamed too. He twisted his hands defensively over his face, but we were just getting started with the story. After several hours, the boy was almost dead, and his screams had become whimpers. The killer noticed the wailing of a baby in another room and removed his knife from Colby. This was a special treat. He had never murdered a baby before and was excited about the prospect. Helper 23 left Colby to die and followed the cries through the house like a homing beacon. In the nursery, he walked to the crib, picked the baby up, and held it in his arms. He moved towards the changing table to get a better look. But as he held the baby, the crying died down. The baby looked up and smiled. Helper 23 had never held a baby, but he gently bounced it in his arms like a pro. He wiped his bloody hands on the blanket so he could stroke the baby's cheek. Hey there, little sweet guy. Hey there. The beautiful rage of sadism melted into something warmer and softer. He walked out of the nursery, took the baby home, named it William, and raised him as his very own. After I finished the story, my son was visibly shaken. Between ragged staccato breaths, he stammered,
But Dad, my name is William.
I gave my classic dad wink and tousled his hair. Of course it is, son. William ran up the stairs to his bedroom in a fury of sobs. But deep down, I think he liked the story.
Nothing like the sacred bond of family. You know, if you stay a while, there's another piece I'd like to show you in the back. Unless, that is, you'd rather run outside in that blizzard with your new jacket and build a snowman or something. I thought so. Make yourself at home. I'll be right back.
We were prepared to buy a home, but we just didn't know where to begin. And then we found BECU.
At BECU, our local mortgage advisors work with you personally, offering a variety of loan and down payment options, flexible underwriting criteria, and affordable financing to get you into your new home. Learn more at becu.org/mortgage. BECU, power in people. Equal housing opportunity leader, Boeing Employees Credit Union, NMLS ID 4900518. Member compensated for participation.
Thank you so much for your patience. I do think it will pay off. All right. Did you ever have one of these? It's a child's sticker book. Gosh, this brings me back to a certain time and place that had a lot more light in it, I'll say that much. It was way before I made that commitment. Well, that's a story for a different time and place. For now, let me quench your appetite with the tale of a young family who got themselves in a bit of a sticky situation. I let something into my house.
In this house, something beyond comprehension. Safer.
I let something into my house. I lived in this house for almost a decade. We've never had the slightest hint of paranormal paranormal activity. No phantom footsteps, no slamming doors, no shadow people. Nothing. Until yesterday. I had a weird day. I'm a psychologist, and I had a somewhat stressful session with a teenage girl. Obviously, I can't get into specifics because of privacy and all that. But it was stressful. I didn't think anything of it at the time. But on my way home, I kept glancing in my rearview mirror. And it was just instinct. Like there's no one tailgating me, flashing their high beams or anything like that. In fact, I was all alone on the brand new country road that led up to my house. I just kept glancing in the rearview mirror without even thinking about it. When I got home, the house was chaos as usual. My daughter was running around with stickers, putting them on everything. My poor husband was hopelessly unsticking each one. At about half his speed, she was putting them on. You need help?
But could you make some chicken nuggets?
I walked over to the fridge, and that's when I saw it. There was a dirty handprint on the freezer door. But the problem was the hand was small, yet too high up to be Lily's. I stared at it for a second, confused. I guess Seth was carrying her and she touched the fridge. I don't know. I grabbed the dish towel and rubbed it off. We got Lily into bed around 8. I was nearly falling asleep as I read her a story. As I said, it had been a hard day. My words drawled on as I read Goodnight Moon for the zillionth time. My arm felt like lead on the pillow. But then Lily said something that woke me right up.
Mommy, you used to go in the fireplace. The girl in the fireplace. Who is she?
My throat went dry. There's no girl in the fireplace.
There is. The girl with no face. She was sitting in the fireplace.
Okay, let's go to bed, I said, though my heart was pounding. Come to sleep. After she fell asleep, I asked Seth about it.
Didn't say anything to me about it, but that's creepy as fuck.
I know. I wanted to just go to sleep and forget about it. But eventually, my anxiety got the better of me. Sometimes we leave the door unlocked. Sometimes Sammy, the girl a few doors down, comes over unannounced to play with Lily. And what if she got stuck in the fireplace or something? What if she's asphyxiating in there right now? And the logical part of my brain knew that that was ridiculous. I would have seen police cars outside their house. Tanya would have called me to see if Sammy was over here. There would have been like 5 super unlikely things that would all have to happen for Sammy to be trapped in our fireplace dying. Still, I had to go check. I'm just going to check the fireplace.
She scared you.
I'll be right back. I'm sure it's nothing. Lily says weird shit all the time. I walked downstairs and turned left to the darkened family room. I reached for the switch and flicked on the light. Just in time to see thin strands of long, black hair retract into the chimney. I froze. My skin prickled. I couldn't move as I stared at the fireplace, the place where I'd just seen. No, could it really be? That would mean someone was inside the chimney, hanging upside down. I finally sucked in a breath. Dad! He shot down the stairs.
What's wrong?
Someone's in the chimney. I saw their hair. Seth frowned. I could tell he didn't really believe me.
Okay.
He approached the fireplace.
Hello?
Nothing. He paused for a second, and then he grabbed the fire poker and got on his hands and knees. Gripping the poker in one hand and his phone with the flashlight on in the other, he slowly pushed his head into the fireplace and looked up.
There's nothing there. Ruzo. Jack.
Pulled his head back out and closed the flue. It clanged shut. I didn't open the flue.
Neither did I. I guess we left it open after the last time we lit a fire, which was, shit, like 2 weeks ago. Oh, man. That's probably like $50 a heat we've been paying for.
He started for the stairs. Are you sure there was nothing there?
Absolutely positive.
I swallowed. Had I imagined it? As a psychologist, I knew the brain is a funny thing. A bit of hair or dust in our peripheral vision can seem like a face or a shadow person to our brain. Our brains are programmed to recognize faces, humans, danger, like seeing faces and patterns. Pareidolia. I got onto my hands and knees and looked up into the chimney, just to make sure the flue was closed. Then I headed back upstairs. Something woke me in the middle of the night. I rolled over and I looked at the clock. 3:07 a.m. I closed my eyes and tried to fall back to sleep. But then I heard a muffled, metallic clang coming from inside the house. I shook Seth awake. As he was getting his bearings, I ran over to Lily's room. Relief flooded me as I saw her fast asleep in bed. Seth stumbled into the hallway.
What is that?
I don't know. Should I call the police? The sound was louder than the others, and then, coming from our family room, Seth ran down the stairs. I heard his footsteps recede into the family room, and for an agonizing moment, there was silence.
Call the police! Now!
When the police arrived, I realized why he was so panicked. There were sooty footprints on our family room floor. Bare feet, small, like those of a child. They wound in a sinusoidal pattern until fading and disappearing when they got halfway across the room. But there were no footprints leading back, and the flue was open again. I don't know what to do. The police didn't find any evidence of anything. They insist the footprints must have been caused by Lily, but I know they weren't. She was fast asleep, and she told me she didn't make them. And I keep thinking back to that stressful session I had with that teenage girl. During the session, she was upset, and she grabbed my hand. A little weird and boundary crossing, but she was crying and desperate for comfort. When she finally removed her hand, there was this blackish, sooty smudge on my hand. I figured it was just some eyeliner or mascara or something. Even though she looked like she wasn't wearing any. Now, I'm not so sure. This morning, I dialed her number to schedule her next appointment.
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service. If you feel you have reached this recording error, please check the number and try your call again.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances, maybe you'd be interested in dropping it and its story by the shop to share with other customers, please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. A member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you, our best customer. You have a good night now.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, Lot 028. I let something into my house. Written by Blair Daniels. Narrated by Allison Cossett. Starring Conan Freeman as Seth. Jay Chand as Lily. A story to scare my son. Written by Oven Friend. Narrated by Richard Brake. Starring Simeon Wynn as the son. Featuring Stephen Knowles as the antique dealer. Engineering, production, and sound design by Trevor Shand. Theme music by the Moon Brothers. Additional music by Vivek Abhishek, Kevin MacLeod, and Coag. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor Moore Shand. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at AntiquariumPod. Call the Antiquarium at 646-41-7197.
We were prepared to buy a home, but we just didn't know where to begin. And then we found BECU.
At PCU, our local mortgage advisors work with you personally, offering a variety of loan and down payment options, flexible underwriting criteria, and affordable financing to get you into your new home. Learn more at becu.org/mortgage. BECU, Power in People, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, Going Employees Credit Union, NMLS ID 490518, member compensated for participation.
With Amex Platinum, you can really be in the now. Access to Resi Priority Notify. Yes. 4 p.m. checkout with 5 hotels and resorts booked through Amex Travel. We needed this. And dedicated card member entrances at select events. Let's go. You can focus on the present moment. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/withAmex. Card member entrance access not limited to Amex Platinum card. You know that feeling when you're at Ross and you find the best gifts for way less? Like brand name sweaters, the coolest kids' toys, and plush dog beds? Get that feeling with every gift and save 20 to 60% off other retailers' prices. At Ross, yes, for less. The holidays are here, and at QFC, we know that fresh produce, meat, and seafood make every holiday meal taste better. That's why we stock your faves daily, so you get more days of freshness, from Brussels sprouts and chard to rib roast and more. We also perform thorough inspections of all our produce to make sure it meets our high standards for freshness, so you can be sure you're getting the best of the best this holiday season. QFC. Love fresh, love local, love food.
I know those familiar footsteps. Always nice to see you here, friend. Did you know that I see you here at the shop more than any of my other clients? In fact, today, I believe you just set an all-new record. And you know what they say, every achievement deserves a reward. Wouldn't you know it, I have something I set aside.
And hey,
just
federal felons,
for you.
if you've been paying attention in the last 14 to 20 months, you know I've told you that Buster Scruggs, you know, the film on Netflix, the banker was my soulmate. And clearly the federal government wants to show you how true that is, baby. Hand shot! Believe you me, I'm coming for you.
Curious? Why don't you head to the checkout counter for this door crasher special called Attention.
And that's not a joke, by the way. The weekend that movie was released, numerous of my friends in the federal government referred to me as the banker from it. The similarities are undeniable.
These are some of the members of the inner circle of the Antiquarium. We go by the the obsidian.
And then also remember, it is me and me alone that your dumbasses would want next to your side in the event of a crisis. Yeah. Not Mrs. Clickety Clack. No, no, no. Mwah.
Nobelia Morning Star, Justin Wine, Nick Blessed.
And you're going to want me, and in some instances, need me in the future.
Devotion to the order. Go
to help you, of course. To help you.
To receive the sacrament.
And currently the answer is no.
Where were we? Oh, yes. Welcome to the antiquarium of sinister happenings and odd goings on.
Attention shoppers, please move to the back of the store immediately.
The back of the store? I whispered to Daniel. Don't they mean the front of the store? To pay for our stuff? It was 8:50 p.m., 10 minutes till closing time. We brought our 2 kids out on this late-night Walmart excursion in the hopes of burning off some energy. Instead, I just threw tantrums for new Legos and Hot Wheels. It was a disaster. But apparently, the disaster was just beginning.
Please move to the back of the store immediately. This is not a drill.
I glanced around, but the other shoppers were just as confused as I was. And an old lady looked up at the ceiling, scrunching her face. What the hell? A dark-haired woman asked her boyfriend, pushing a cart full of garden supplies.
Did you hear?
An older man said, leaning over his cart of bottled water and canned food.
Tornado one. One touchdown, sour.
Tornado? It was definitely storming outside. I'd seen the black clouds roll in from the east earlier, but it didn't look that bad.
Do not stay out in the open. I repeat, do not stay out in the open.
There was a pause, and then an explosion of sound as everyone began to mobilize. Carts rolling, panicked voices, feet slapping on the floor. No, this can't be happening. I hurried down the toy aisle, Tucker in my arms, and Daniel and Jackson following me. 3 zigzaggy turns, and then we were in the electronics area. I glanced at the TVs on the wall and pictured the 4 of us crushed underneath them.
Stay away from windows and doors. And do not attempt to exit the store.
Is it safe here?
I'm trying to think. Big open areas are not good. I'm gonna go check it back, see if there's a break room or something. You stay here with the kids. I'll be right back.
I nodded. Arms shaking, I sat down on the ground between 2 shelves of video games. Tucker sucked on a bottle in my arms, while Jackson began to giggle.
Is a tornado gonna hit the store? And everything will fly around real fast?
He asked with a big stupid grin on his face.
I don't know.
A tornado, a real-life tornado, like you see in the movies, plowing through our town. It was so unfathomable. And we were New York natives, transplanted here to Indiana only 6 months ago. I'd never been in a tornado watch in my entire life. Daniel jogged back into view.
All right, everything's locked up.
He said as he joined me on the floor.
Listen, Fairview's a big town. The chances that it'll hit this Walmart, I think we'll be okay.
I should never have brought us here.
You didn't know. I know, none of us did.
He wrapped his arms around me.
They should have warned us, like an emergency alert on our phones or a tornado siren or something. It's gonna be fine.
The voice overhead rang out again through the store.
Do not stay out in the open. Do not make yourself visible. That includes security cameras.
Please move to a spot that is not visible to heavy cameras.
What does it have to do with tornadoes? A feeling of unease in the pit of my stomach. I glanced up and I saw several black globes descending from the ceiling, hiding the cameras within. I guess we should listen to them and get out of sight. I grabbed Jackson's hand. Daniel picked up Tucker and we jogged out into the center aisle. The store was an eerie sight. Abandoned shopping carts askew in the aisle full of everything from pies to batteries to plants. Footsteps echoed around the store from people unseen as they found their new hiding places. We dodged a shopping cart full of soda, ran through kitchenwares, and then stopped in the Easter decoration aisle. There was a camera in the central corridor, but as long as we stayed in the middle of the Easter aisle, we'd be invisible. The four of us crouched on the floor next to some demented-looking Easter bunnies. Shh. I grabbed a bag of colorful chocolate eggs and I ripped it open. Here, candy, happening, I whispered, thrusting it into his hands. Then I looked back against the metal shelves, panting. I didn't have long to rest because a mechanical whine overhead and then the voice came through the speakers again.
Keep away from aisles with food. If you have food, leave it and move to a new hiding place. If you have any open wounds, cover them with a cold room.
What the fuck? That had nothing to do with keeping safe in a tornado.
We should make a run for it.
Daniel whispered to me, starting to stand. But the tornado...
That's the thing. Something is going on here. I don't think there is a tornado. Listen. Do you hear any wind?
I listened. But all I heard was silence.
It's nothing.
No howling wind, no shaking ground, no projectiles clanging against the metal roof. Maybe it's still coming? I know what they're saying doesn't make sense, but to go outside.
We need to get out of here. Now.
He grabbed Jackson's hand as he held Tucker in his arms. Daniel, I don't think that's a good idea. But the next words from the intercom changed my mind.
Assume a fetal position and place your hands on your head. Close your eyes and do not open them for any reason.
Let's go.
I am so truly sorry for the intrusion. I'm just going to run to the back and grab a mop and catch up with you in a minute or two. Aisle 13.
Welcome to Dunkin'. With Amex Gold, you can get up to $84 back annually at Dunkin' locations. So your morning pick-me-up? Can I have a medium iced coffee with one tastes even better? That's the powerful backing of American Express. Enrollment required. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/withAmex.
It may not seem like it, but COVID, it's still around. If you catch the latest variant, it can still make you seriously sick, and even worse, put you at risk for long COVID. But good news, the most updated COVID vaccines are here, and are the best way to guard against the latest variants. So, protect yourself and your loved ones. Get your COVID vaccine today. To learn more, go to takecarewa.org. A message from the Washington State Department of Health.
What a mess that was indeed. Let's jump back in and soak up the rest of this.
Under a street lamp, and it was perfectly still. We continued running past the clothing area, past the snacks lined up at the checkout lines. I ran toward the sliding glass doors as fast as my legs would carry me. Almost there, almost there, almost. The doors didn't open. No. Daniel slammed his body against the door. It rattled underneath him. I tried to squeeze my fingers into the gap between them to try and pull them apart, but they didn't budge. They locked us in. Tucker was beginning to fuss too, making little noises like he was about to start full-on wailing. I turned around, and that's when I saw him. A
Walmart employee. He was sitting on the ground at the end of one of the checkout aisles, facing away from us, wearing the familiar blue vest with a golden starburst. "Hey, let us out!" He didn't reply. "Did you hear me? I don't care if there's a fucking tornado! Unlock the door and let us out!" Again, he said nothing. But in the silence, I could hear something. A wet, snapping sound. I stared at the man, slightly hunched over, still facing away from me. Was he eating something? The speaker overhead crackled to life.
Attention. Please do not talk to any Walmart employees.
My blood ran cold. The smacking sound stopped, and then, slowly, the man began to stand. He placed his palms on the conveyor belt and pushed up, and I could feel they were stained with blood. I backed away, but my legs felt like they were moving through a vat of honey. No. Fingers locked around my arm and yanked. I sprinted after him, deeper into the store. Tucker stared at me over his shoulder, and Jackson ran as fast as his little feet would take him. I was vaguely aware of the slap sound behind me. I didn't dare look back. Daniel ran into the clothing area, and I swayed, dodging circular racks of t-shirts and wooden displays of baby clothes. He skidded to a stop and ducked into the dressing room area. He whispered, motioning at one of the rooms. He piled inside and locked the door. You listen to me very carefully. You have to be absolutely silent. Do not say a word, okay? Jackson looked at me, then Daniel. Then he nodded and sat down on the floor.
I'm gonna try to call 911.
Daniel whispered, transferring Tucker to me and pulling out his phone. He tapped the screen, then frowned. What?
We don't see any service.
I grabbed Jackson and pulled him away from the door. The four of us huddled in the corner. I held my breath. Under the gap of the dressing room door, men's feet in black shoes. They slowly took a step forward, deeper into the dressing room. "Don't move," I whispered, holding Jackson. The man took another step. "Don't make a sound. Don't move. Don't." Tucker let out a soft cry. The man stopped. His feet turned, pointing at us. No. Tucker let out another cry, louder this time. My nails dug into Daniel's hand. No. A hand appeared. It slowly pressed against the floor, stained with blood. His knees appeared as he lowered himself down to the cap. No. Could he fit under? The cap wasn't small. It was like the stall door to a bathroom. If he flattened himself against the floor, there's a chance he could fit under. I watched him in horror as his stomach came into view. His blue Walmart vest as he lowered his body to the floor. Then he pushed his arm under the cap and blindly swept it across the floor as a ceiling for us. This is it. We're going to die. And then he lowered his head. His face. There was something horribly wrong with his face. He smiled up at us with a smile that was impossibly wide, showing off blood-stained teeth. His skin was so pale, it was really blue, and his eyes, they were milky white without pupils or irises. I opened my mouth to scream.
Attention shoppers.
No!
Please make your way to the front of the store and make your final purchases. We will be closing in 10 minutes.
What? And then, before I could react,
Something unseen jerks the man out of view. A strange, dragging sound followed, as if someone was dragging his body out of the dressing room area. I stared at the door, shaking, as Tucker's cries rang in my ears. But he didn't come back. And within 10 minutes, the usual hubbub of Walmart returned. Voices, footsteps, the shopping cart wheels rolling across the floor. Shaking, I finally got up and unlocked the door. The store looked completely normal. People were lined up at the cash registers, placing their goods on the conveyor belts. Employees were scanning tags, printing receipts. People walked towards the glass doors, and when they did, they slid open. As we slowly walked towards the exit, I spotted the older man who warned us about the tornado earlier. What was that? I asked, unable to keep my voice from shaking. He shrugged.
It's the tornado business. What a miracle, huh?
Giving us a smile, he disappeared out the glass doors into the night.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances, maybe you'd be interested in dropping it and its story by the shop to share with other customers. Please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. A member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you, our best customer. You have a good night now.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, Lot 029. Attention shoppers. Written by Blair Daniels. Narrated by Allison Cossett. Starring Conan Freeman as the voice. Jade Shand as Jackson. Trevor Shand as Daniel. Lauren Shand as the woman. Stephen Knowles as the man. Featuring Stephen Knowles as the antique dealer. Engineering, production, and sound design by Trevor Shand. Theme music by the Moon Brothers. Additional music by Vivek Abhishek and Coag. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor and Lauren Shand. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter @AntiquariumPod. Call the Antiquarium at 646-481-7197.
With Amex Platinum, you can really be in the now. Access to Resi Priority Notify? Yes. 4 p.m. checkout with 5 hotels and resorts booked through Amex Travel? We needed this. And dedicated card member entrances at select events? Let's go! Means you can focus on the present moment. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/withAmex. Card member entrance access not limited to Amex Platinum Card.
Love is in the air. Come on in, friend. Come on in. I bet I know what brings you across this dark threshold. Maybe a gift for a special someone for Valentine's Day. I applaud you for thinking outside the box. Not sure whether or not it's a good idea, but I applaud you just the same. Let me see. As you know, from time to time we've been getting old VHS tapes in. Really has become quite the trend. Nothing is sweeter than the scent of nostalgia, one of humankind's most cherished delights. You will find that this particular tape, however, isn't very sweet at all. So cozy up real close to a loved one. And remember to be kind and rewind this story called If You Find a VHS Tape Titled Professor Egghead's Adventures, Don't Watch It. Before we begin, I want to point out some of the customers whose names have been etched in brass on this beautiful plaque I had made above the front desk. These are some of the members of the inner circle of the antiquarium. We go by the Obsidian Covenant. Recent initiates include Ari Philo, Big Murphy Energy, Might Divine, Francis De La Paz, Cicely Smith, Benjamin Membrano, Esme, Cara, and Mr. Insomnia. We are ever appreciative of your devotion to the Order. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com to receive the sacrament. Now, where were we? Oh yes. Welcome to the Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings and Ongoings On.
Teddy's VHS collection never really came up in conversation. Sure, occasionally I'd say something about the oblique pop culture reference t-shirt he wore, and I recall having a discussion or two about his obsession with 90s sitcoms, but most of our time together was spent talking about the strangeness of the locals. I originally moved to Prague to squeeze out as much fun out of my 20s as I could in a cost-effective manner. Beer was cheaper than water. Rent was infinitely more affordable than San Fran, and there's something to be said about dating in the porn capital of the world.
Woo-hoo. That's a good time. What? He's dating in the porn capital of the world, man?
Whenever I would
Grab your dental dam.
States, he would wax poetic about the dark Gothic streets, about the strangeness of the city.
Friendly reminder, federal felons and company. Did you know it's imperative that if you wash your ass, you need to use soap? Not everyone knows that, especially the guys. Guys, that's right. If you wash your ass, you need to use soap.
Pretty niche VHS tapes here. I like collecting VHS tapes.
Maybe he wanted to press the subject further. Maybe he wanted to show me his collection. But to be honest,
It's 4 a.m., November 13th, hump day. According to the FBI, unlike, as has been the case for a decade, today, two psycho rapists that I, at one point in time, dated won't be doing anything for my attention, but that does not negate or reduce the likelihood of them going avant-garde like the crazy motherfuckers they are within the next week to 10 days to compensate for the fact that November 13th has been stolen from them for the first time in a decade.
We were on friendly enough terms to be conflict-free roommates and occasionally grab a drink together. I liked the dude. I just didn't want to enter
check out my weird hobby territory. It wasn't until he went missing that I saw his collection. Alright, so a regular VHS tape fits about 4 episodes of the 20-minute show. Judging by the sparse amount of space available in Teddy's room, he had enough tapes to stay occupied for weeks. Whilst Teddy was privy to all the drama of my personal life, I didn't know much about his. I never met any of Teddy's friends, but I presumed he had some. For the first 2 weeks of his absence, I assumed that Teddy was just on some spontaneous hiking trip with some friend I never heard about. One worried phone call from his father dispersed those illusions. Teddy was missing, and Teddy only had one friend in Prague. Me. His father flew in from Maryland, and for 6 months he stayed in his son's cramped room. I'm gonna be honest, it was miserable living with a grieving father. But the guy continued covering Teddy's share of the rent, and I didn't want to be soulless. For 6 months, he searched the city for some sort of evidence that his son was alive. But Teddy's disappearance was total. I had no leads, the police had no leads, and after a year of searching, Teddy's father ran out of hope. Long after it became clear that his son was not coming back, Teddy's father flew back home to hold a memorial service. They invited me to come and speak at the service, even offered to cover my airfare to Baltimore, but I declined. I didn't know Teddy well enough to speak to his grieving family, and traveling across the Atlantic is about as pleasant as a sleep deprivation experiment. Instead, as his family gathered to mourn, I made my way to Teddy's VCR. I was going to put on a random Friends episode. Teddy seemed to have really enjoyed that show. But when I tried to pop in the cassette, there was resistance from the machine. The slot was already filled with a different tape. Adventures of Professor Egghead, Season 1, Episodes 1 through 4. To pay my respects, I figured I'd do my best and try to indulge in Teddy's weird hobby. I pushed the tape back into the machine and pressed play. A coffee shop flickered to life on the screen. On first glance, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. A group of teens gathered with laptops in what looked to be a study group. Out by the window, 2 friends had an animated conversation. A small line of people dressed in gray office garb stood in line waiting for their coffee. Yet, the longer I watched the coffee shop scene play out, the more I noticed something was off. The teens relentlessly typed away at their computers, but the screens of their laptops were off. The conversation by the window was filled with excited hand gestures and bouts of laughter, yet the 2 friends made no sound when they moved their lips. The line of office workers stood patiently in line, but no orders were ever filled. The whole coffee shop seemed stuck in the same 30-second loop that repeated over and over. It was as if everyone was waiting for something. Sitting behind the thick screen of Teddy's television, I waited as well. It was faint at first. I even paused the tape to see whether the sound wasn't coming from my neighbor's apartment. But soon enough, it became clear the noise was originating from the television. Somewhere off screen, a live studio audience was clapping and cheering, anticipating the arrival of a beloved character. Then, the door opened, and he entered. The studio audience hollered with joy as he appeared on screen. My stomach flushed with discomfort. This man, this creature, this thing that stood at the entrance of the coffee shop defied all reason. A face of a human, a desperately tired human, drooped from his egg-shaped body. Over his stubby limbs he wore a dirty lab coat, and the sparse nest of hair on his pointed scalp looked like it hadn't been washed in years. But it was his eyes that stowed true discomfort in my core. Bloodshot and lined with yellow grime, they stared straight into the camera. The abomination screamed in a queer accent, drenched in anger.
I am Professor Egghead. I have come here to awaken our souls for another day of science.
The studio audience's joyous clapping turned to wild laughter. Yet no one in the coffee shop found the creature's outburst funny. They all seemed scared. With rage-filled stomps, the egg-shaped being lumbered his way past a frightened business folk in the front of the lobby.
I demand boiled water. I demand boiled water that has been strained through crushed beans of the coffee plant. If I am to get any science done on this day, I must have caffeine coursing through my powerful veins.
Everyone in the coffee shop seemed wholly uncomfortable with the existence of the Eggman. His presence radiated a fury throughout the entire establishment. But it was the young barista he was facing who received most of his ire. She looked to be on the edge of a panic attack.
I'm sorry, Sue. I don't understand you.
No one understands the Egghead.
He screamed, raising the nubs of his arms to the sky.
No one will ever understand the Egghead.
This drove the studio audience wild. A deafening bout of canned laughter boomed from the television. With a deep-seated confusion in my heart, I cut it off with the remote and went on the balcony for a cigarette. For a while, I tried to make sense of why Teddy would watch something so unhinged, but those thoughts didn't stick around for long. Teddy was a weird guy. He was into weird things. Trying to understand his tastes was just as futile as the 6-month search effort. A part of me wanted to believe that he was still hiding somewhere in the smoggy city that stretched out beyond the balcony. But I knew the truth. Teddy was gone. And somewhere out in Baltimore, his family was gathered around a corpseless funeral, saying goodbye. His father cried a lot, just about every night for the first couple of months. It wasn't until I had to put on headphones to drown out a grown man's sobs that I realized how thin the walls of the apartment were. Even muffled through blaring music, those 2 a.m. howls were scratched into my memory. Standing on my balcony, alone, hearing faint echoes of the man's wails, I realized I needed a drink. I rushed out of the house in search of company. However, the television screen in Teddy's room caught my eye. The screaming egg creature was still staring at the camera, stuck in an angry shout. If Teddy was around and he sat me down to watch that madness, I probably would have lasted longer. A twinge of guilt sparked in my chest for humoring Teddy's obsession. As soon as I resumed the tape,
The cafe was replaced with a barber shop. Much like the previous series. Oh, what a bunch of malarkey. The VCR just ate the tape. Tell you what, I'm gonna grab my tools and I'll be right back. We'll get you up and running in no time. Why, hello there. You've reached the antiquarium. If you wish to leave a message, please do so at the tone and have a great day.
I know you've done no research or anything. I thought we were going to know something very small, specifically to help around the house, not to get rid of the dead body in my living room. That's not something that I took it in the closet for an hour. But this house has been all by itself. All by itself. So, I know that you said no research or anything, but please, can you take it back? I can't get out of my closet. Maybe bring that body with you. I don't know. Thank you. Just come get it, please. Thanks.
interruption, but you're good to go. Let's see what that unhinged Professor Egghead is up to now, shall we?
A twinge of guilt sparked in my chest from humoring Tony's obsession. As soon as I resumed the tape, the cafe was replaced with a barber shop. Much like the previous scene, there was an air of artificiality surrounding every bit of the screen. A heavy middle-aged woman hovered over the single customer that the barbershop had, with scissors in her hands, yet she never made a single cut. Another employee was using a broom to clean up the remains of a previous haircut, but he never actually disposed of the hair. He just pushed it around the floor in a circle. Even the bright-colored fish in the barbershop aquarium seemed to be swimming around in a steady formation. The barbershop was stuck in a familiar 30-second loop, waiting for something to happen. After a minute or two, the cheering of the studio audience started to reverberate through the choir room.
I am Professor Egghead.
The mad creature raved as he burst through the door.
I demand that the dead cells be removed from my scalp with sharp knives so that I can be born anew.
His words were much angrier than before. The egg-shaped monstrosity was foaming in his mouth with rage, but his eyes still seemed comatose.
I am Professor Egghead, and I demand your attention!
He yelled impotently, waving his short arms. The studio audience found his frustration hilarious. Everyone in the barbershop was doing their best to look away, but the malformed scientist would not be ignored. He wobbled up to the occupied chair and started to nudge it, making the hairdresser's job impossible.
Please, sir, could you just wait some time?
She finally said, doing her best to look away from his horrible, suffering eyes.
No! I demand attention now! I demand my scalp be cleansed of filth so that I can wholeheartedly commit my egg-shaped body to science!
With one swift motion, the nightmarish creature grabbed the man in the chair and threw him to the ground. There was stunning force in those stocky limbs of his. With a spine-chilling crack, the innocent customer slammed skull first into the floor. He lay there, unmoving. The studio audience saw the random act of violence as the pinnacle of comedy.
There are no more customers for you to serve!
Professor Egghead screeched as a faint trickle of blood crawled across the white floor.
It is now time for you to serve the Egghead! It is now time for you to cleanse my scalp!
With clumsy effort, the creature climbed up out of the chair. The hairdresser was extremely distressed, but the audience found the Eggman's climb deserving of raucous applause.
Bring out the knives and alter my appearance!
He screamed, kicking his stubby legs in frustration.
I am a busy man, and there is science to be done. Do what I demand!
For a moment, it looked like the hairdresser was going to say something, like she was going to decline the malformed maniac service. But she reconsidered. With shaking hands, she grabbed a hold of the greasy tufts of hair on his oval scalp, then started to cut.
I am Professor Egghead!
The creature screamed, looking straight into the camera.
I always get what I desire. All shall be given to me in the name of science.
It was as if he could see me. As if his tired eyes were reaching past the television screen and trying to bring me into his demented world. The glimpse into Teddy's confounding media diet was enough for me. I still didn't understand why the guy would watch the tape, but I was certain I wanted to turn it off. I reached for the remote with my sweaty hands, but before I could turn off the television, the scene changed again. For a moment, I was sure my eyes were playing tricks on me, that I was having some sort of psychotic break with reality. But the longer I looked at the screen, the more certain I was of what I was seeing.
I desperately scrolled through my phone searching for Teddy's father's number, but I kept my eyes glued to the screen. A colorful fast food restaurant flickered to life on the television. The line to the counter stood still. The customers held their burgers in anticipation, but never ate. And somewhere off in the distance, a studio audience started to clap. 2 rings. Teddy's father picked up right away. I found your son, I said. The red uniform was an unusual choice of clothing, and the beginnings of a patchy beard were starting to grow on his face. But I recognized Teddy right away. He was standing behind the counter, nervous, as if he knew what was waiting him.
You found my son. Where's my boy?
I tried to explain what was happening, but I kept on tripping over my words. The tape, the Eggman, the insane eyes. I didn't know where to start. Before I could gather my thoughts into something coherent, the television exploded in another wave of celebration.
I am Professor Egghead.
The fever dream boomed from the screen.
I demand the grilled carcass of an animal between 2 pieces of processed wheat. I must receive nourishment before I indulge in the science.
I'm sorry, sir, Teddy said, to the monstrosity that waddled towards him.
There are other customers. You just leave your place in line.
There are no other customers than me, Professor Egghead.
The creature shrieked as he shoved the innocent bystanders to the floor.
I demand fresh bread. I demand fuel for my body so that I can commit my mind to science.
One by one, they crashed first into the floor in the crackling joy of the studio audience. Soon enough, the egg-shaped abomination was face to face with Teddy.
You have found my boy. Please tell me my boy is safe.
Cried the voice from the phone.
I will destroy all that is in my path in the name of science.
The walking nightmare hollered.
Bring me a feast worthy of a philosopher king.
With each uncomfortable twitch in Teddy's face, the audience on screen exploded into another fit of hysterical laughter. I tried to turn down the sound of the television so that I could hear the greeting man on the phone, but it was still no avail. With every press of the remote, the Eggman shouted louder. With every decreased decibel, the studio audience became wilder. Leaving a desperate Teddy flickering on the screen, I escaped to the balcony.
Please do not joke about this. My heart cannot handle cruelty right now.
I took a deep breath, lit up a cigarette, and I explained myself. I told him about the tape, about Professor Egghead, about Teddy. All I got in response was silence. I tried to imagine how I would respond if I was on the other side of the phone. How it would make sense of it all. But I couldn't. I waited for the man's response with echoes of canned applause playing in the back of my mind.
This is not a joke.
No. It all sounds crazy, but a wave of dizziness washed through me. My cigarette plummeted down to the streets below. And suddenly, the overcast city in front of me was impossibly bright, as if someone had turned on 1,000 fluorescent bulbs across the sky. The applause, the canned applause that I thought was a simple memory in the back of my skull, had grown to a tangible volume. My legs felt weak. Feeling the balcony railing, I stumbled back into my apartment.
I am Professor Egghead.
Boomed the television.
I have arrived to exchange monetary tokens for goods. I must stock my domicile quickly so that I can commit the rest of my time on this planet to science.
The audience clapped and laughed, yet suddenly silent. The only thing that I could hear was a gentle, repetitive beep. The beep of a supermarket checkout aisle. Professor Egghead demanded.
How am I to make a purchase when the sales clerk is missing?
As I felt my way towards the one part of my universe that wasn't drenched in eye-burning light, a tower of cassettes collapsed against my back. I was back in Teddy's room, and I was looking up at the screen. The television was calming to my eyes, but it stirred fear in my heart. I was looking at the fluorescent lit checkout line at a supermarket. A trail of blood and bodies led up to an unattended register. A defiant Professor Egghead gripped his shopping cart and stared into the camera with dead eyes.
I have taken temporary leave from the world of science to purchase goods, and this is how I am rewarded. Where is the shop assistant? I demand the shop assistant.
He screamed. The studio audience was in complete silence. All that could be heard was the gentle beep of a far-off checkout machine and the professor's labored breathing.
Where is he? I demand answers. Where is he?
Spit was flying from his mouth onto the camera. In a show of rage, he started jabbing his shopping cart in the direction of the audience.
I am world-renowned scientist Professor Egghead. I do not have time for this.
He threw his cart back and forth, foaming in the mouth as if he were a rabid dog. Something behind the camera caught his exhausted eye.
Oh,
His voice losing all its fury.
there you are.
His sudden change of tone made me flinch away from the screen, but his dull eyes followed me.
Professor Egghead can see you.
His eyes still dead tired, but his mouth forming into a thin-lipped smile.
Come back where you belong. Let me pay for my goods so that I can return to my work in the field of science.
The clapping resumed again. It was quiet at first, but as the abhorrent grin on the television grew, the applause became louder and louder. Whatever was happening, the audience loved it.
Come on back to Professor Egghead. I demand attention.
He said, flashing a smile of thin, yellow teeth. The light around me reverberated with growing strength. The clapping, cheering, and whistling was so loud it felt as if my eyes were about to pop out of my skull.
I demand attention.
The Eggman screamed, the rage returning to his voice.
I demand it. I demand it. I demand.
The screen went dark. So did the blinding light. I was back in Teddy's room, alone and drenched in sweat. For a moment, I just lay on the floor, staring up at the cracks in the ceiling, trying to find a loose thread of sanity in an insane world. But before I could even begin to process the madness I had witnessed, my phone started to ring. It was Teddy's father. He begged me to turn the tape back on, to rewind and find the image of his lost son, to bring some semblance of hope back into his life. But I couldn't. I refused to be in the same room as that tape, let alone to watch it again. Whatever was on that cassette was cruel and dangerous. I didn't want to end up like Teddy. He offered money, he wept.
Oh yeah, federal felons, and don't forget, when you illegally and criminally shut off my phone and internet provider of 10 years in August to abuse my children and to inconvenience me and hold me hostage, you're going to be paying my total bill to T-Mobile, according to the FBI, multiplied by over 1,000%. They don't want to be sued either. Turns out you made them fucked. And their legal department is 100% cooperating with the FBI. And they've got everything you faxed and said and have confirmed that it'll be the North Everett Police Precinct that will be cutting them a large check as well.
But that moment didn't last long. As I went to sleep that night, I couldn't escape the vision of those dull eyes and
Remember, everybody, these are professional disgraces. Professional stalkers, fraudsters, thieves, saboteurs, stealing over $21,000 from me, ruining my 100% on-time payment, destroying my relationship with not just an employer of over 11 years, but my phone and internet provider of a decade, and my children's. Believe me when I say, even if you blew the whistle, you have very, very, very little to look forward to in most of your abysmal futures.
Whenever I'm about to fall asleep,
Very
I
little.
hear the gentle beeps of a checkout machine. And beneath those beeps, I hear steadily growing applause. I fear that if I fall asleep, even for a second, I'll be transported into the same demented reality the egg-shaped man makes his demands. I fear that I will disappear.
Professional disgraces. Professional disgraces.
I don't know how to make this stop. All I know is that I don't want to go back there. I don't want to witness another one of Professor Egghead's adventures.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances, maybe you'd be interested in dropping it and its story by the shop to share with other customers. Please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. A member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you, our best customer. You have a good night now.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, Lot 030. If you find a VHS tape titled Professor Egghead's Adventures, don't watch it. Written by Mike J. Langer. Narrated by Trevor Shand. Starring Nils Frightall as Professor Egghead. Conan Freeman as Teddy. Mark Redfield as the father. Dee Quintero as the barista. Andrea Richardson as the hairdresser. Featuring Stephen Knowles as the antique dealer. Engineering, production, and sound design by Trevor Shand. Theme music by the Boom Brothers. Additional music by Coag, Vivek Abhishek, Monster, and Tim Beek. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor and Lauren Shand. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter @AntiquariumPod. Call the Antiquarium at 646-41-7197.
Remember, guys, the FBI has also stated it is only all of you that will be needing an attorney, and not all of you are eligible for a public defender.
Greetings, my dear friend. Looking for some new home furnishings, are we?
So remember, if you didn't blow the whistle, be sure you pay that $5,000 retainer to Genesis Law Firm. And memorize that phone number. Ho, ho, ho! Feliz Navidad.
Oh, that. Yeah. I wouldn't even look at that. Well, I suppose if you truly insist, I could work out a deal. That dreadful old wooden rocking chair. Nightmares lurk between the creaks, you know. Go on, take a seat. You're about to go into escrow on the no-end house. Before we begin, I want to point out some of the customers whose names are etched in brass on this beautiful plaque I have made above the front desk. These are some of the members of the inner circle.
And then remember, guys, you're as smooth as sandpaper.
The Obsidian Covenant.
You're as smooth as sandpaper. But the FBI plans on using you to scrape off the fucking caked mud you put on me and to show that I'm a shimmering, shiny diamond, baby.
Carly Hughes,
The end.
a normal username.
And then we'll need to dispose of the sandpaper, obviously.
We are ever appreciative of your devotion to the Order. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com to receive the sacrament. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Welcome to the antiquarium of sinister happenings and odd goings-on.
Let me start by saying that Peter Terry was addicted to heroin. We were friends in college and continued to be after I graduated. Notice that I said I. He dropped out after 2 years of barely cutting it. After I moved out of the dorms and into a small apartment, I didn't see Peter as much. We would talk online every now and then. AIM was king in pre-Facebook years. There was a period where he wasn't online for about 5 weeks straight. I wasn't worried. He was a pretty notorious flake and drug addict, so I assumed he just stopped caring. Then, one night I saw him log on. Before I could initiate conversation, he sent me a message. David, man, we need to talk. That was when he told me about the no-end house. We got that name because no one had ever reached the final exit. The rules were pretty simple and cliche. Reach the final room of the building, and you win $500. There were 9 rooms in all. The house was located outside the city, roughly 4 miles from my house. Apparently Peter had tried and failed. He was a heroin and who knows what the fuck addict, so I figured the drugs got the best of him and he wigged out a paper ghost or something. He told me it would be too much for anyone, that it was unnatural. I didn't believe him. I told him I would check it out the next night, and no matter how hard he tried to convince me otherwise, $500 sounded too good to be true. I had to go. I set out the following night. When I arrived, I immediately noticed something strange about the building. Have you ever seen or read something that shouldn't be scary, but for some reason a chill crawls up your spine? I walked toward the building, and the feeling of uneasiness only intensified as I opened the front door. My heart slowed, and I felt a relieved sigh leave me as I entered. The room looked like a normal hotel lobby decorated for Halloween. A sign was posted in place of a worker. It read, "Room 1 this way."
And then remember, guys, what does the FBI collectively refer to the North Everett precinct as, from paper pushers to on-ground field agents to undercovers? The answer is, quote, the precinct of fraudsters, end quote.
At the far end was an exit. It was the only door besides the one I entered through.
I brushed through the fake spider webs and headed for the second room.
I can't wait to see Porky Pig at his arraignment,
As I
dude.
opened the door to room 2,
Can't wait to see Porky Pig at his arraignment.
up the ante in terms of technology. Not only was there a fog machine, but a bat hung from the ceiling and flew in a circle. Scary.
And remember, that's not rude, guys. Take a photo of that guy's face. Zoom in. Hold up a photo of Porky the Pig, dude. He has the eyes, the nose, and the mouth. No lie. You're lying to yourself if you're saying anything else. He even has the ears, dude. Just his are lower on the side of his head.
I reached for the doorknob, and my heart sank to my knees. I did not want to open that door. A feeling of dread hit me so hard, I could barely even think. Logic overtook me after a few terrified moments, and I shook it off and entered the next room. Room 3 is when
And I hear the sound of at least one federal felon, soon to be convicted stalker. Andy, I think it's fair to bet his wife Kelly are also outside. Those are the neighbors that 14 months ago left in writing threats to harass me with the police. And Andy's brother is a brother that is in code enforcement. He's had issues with 9 different neighbors, all of whom have moved except for myself and a lady across the street. And his wife works at the dwindling Department of Fucked. The people who kidnapped my children after 13 months of cease and desist letters. Oh, excuse me, 11. Yeah, they already know that immediately upon my release, they'll be getting restraining orders in order to pay me punitive damages. And according to the FBI, I may or may not decide to have them convicted for stalking.
Was someone locking the doors as I progressed? There was no way I would hurt them. Was it a mechanical lock that set automatically? Maybe. But I was too scared to really think.
Or to go a little further, the FBI said I'll have the option of owning 3 condos in this building. I think it's fair to speculate that another is here on the basement floor.
I hallucinated when I was a kid, so I wrote off the shadows as a figment of my imagination. I began to feel better as I made it to the halfway point of the room. I looked down as I took my steps.
Remember, Unit 207, my courteousness is the only reason I haven't started listing your names, birthdays, credit scores,
I saw nothing there.
etc. I'm letting the FBI handle it.
A wild screech.
And also, I don't know which among you did blow the whistle.
This goddamn sound for another minute. I ran backwards away from the noise and fumbled for the door handle.
I only know that there have been multiple whistleblowers who frequent Unit 207. Most notably from September to as recent as apparently the last 4 or 5 days.
Houses short of the childhood hallucinations I mentioned earlier, and those were only when I was really tired or just waking up. I entered the no-end house with a clear head. After falling in from the previous room, my view from 5 was from my back, looking up at the ceiling. What I saw didn't scare me. It simply surprised me. Trees had grown into the room and towered above my head. The ceilings in this room were taller than the others, which made me think I was in the center of the house. I got up off the floor, dusted myself off, took a look around. It was definitely the biggest room of them all. I couldn't even see the door from where I was. Various brush and trees must have blocked my line of sight with the exit. Up to this point, I figured the rooms were going to get scarier, but this was a paradise compared to the last room. I also assumed whoever was in room 4 stayed back there. I was incredibly wrong. As I made my way deeper into the room, I began to hear what one would hear if they were in a forest. Chirping bugs and the occasional flap of birds seemed to be my only company in this room. That was the one thing that bothered me the most. I heard the bugs and the other animals, but I didn't see any of them. I began to wonder how big this house was. From the outside, when I first walked up to it, it looked like a regular house. It was definitely on the bigger side, but this was almost a full forest in here. The canopy covered my view of the ceiling, but I assumed it was still there, however high it was. I
couldn't see any walls either. The only way I knew I was still inside was that the floor matched the other rooms. The standard dark wood paneling. I kept walking, hoping that the next tree I passed would reveal the door. After a few moments of walking, I felt a mosquito fly onto my arm. I shook it off and kept going. A second later, I felt about 10 more land on my skin.
The federal felons are currently logged into my Facebook still as well. I know we're not surprised, Nerd Squad, but just a little heads up.
Wildly to get them all off, but they just kept crawling. I looked down and let out a muffled scream. More of a whimper, to be honest. I didn't see a single bug. Not one bug was on me. But I could feel them crawl. I heard them fly by my face and sting my skin, but I couldn't see a single one. I dropped onto the ground and began to roll wildly. I was desperate. I hated bugs, especially ones I couldn't see or touch. But these bugs could touch me, and they were everywhere. I began to crawl. I had no idea where I was going. The entrance was nowhere in sight, and I still hadn't seen the exit. So I just crawled, my skin wriggling with the presence of those phantom bugs. After what seemed like hours, I found the door. I grabbed the nearest tree and propped myself up, mindlessly slapping my arms and legs to no avail. I tried to run, but I couldn't. My body was exhausted from crawling and dealing with whatever it was that was on me. I took a few shaky steps to the door, grabbing the nearest tree on the way for support. It was only a few feet away when I heard it, the low hum from before. It was coming from the next room, and it was deeper. I could almost feel it inside my body, like when you stand next to an amp at a concert. The feeling of the bugs on me lessened as the hum grew louder. As I placed my hand on the doorknob, the bugs were completely gone, but I couldn't bring myself to turn the knob. I knew that if I let go, the bugs would return, and there was no way I would make it back to room 4. I just stood there, my head pressed against the door marked 6, and my hand shakily grasping the knob. The hum was so loud, I couldn't even hear myself pretend to think. There was nothing I could do but move on. Room 6 was next, and room 6 was hell. I closed the door behind me, my eyes held shut and my ears ringing. The hum was surrounding me. As the door clicked into place, the hum was gone. I opened my eyes in surprise, and the door I had shut was gone. It was just a wall now. I looked around in shock. The room was identical to room 3, the same chair and lamp, but with the correct amount of shadows this time. The only real difference was that there was no exit door, and the one I came in through was gone. As I said before, I had no previous issues in terms of mental instability, but at that moment I fell into what I know was insanity. I didn't scream. I didn't make a sound. At first, I scratched softly. The wall was tough, but I knew the door was there somewhere. I just knew it was. I scratched it where the doorknob was. I clawed at the wall frantically with both hands, my nails being filed down to the skin against the wood. I fell silently to my knees. The only sound in the room, the incessant scratching against the wall. I knew it was there. The door was there. I knew it was just there. I knew if I could just get past this wall.
Are you alright?
I jumped off the ground and spun in one motion. I leaned against the wall behind me and I saw what it was that spoke to me. To this day, I regret ever turning around. There was a little girl.
Also, Nerd Squad in view as mode. Oh, here we go. Now it's right.
She had long blonde hair to the middle of her back and white skin and blue eyes. She was the most frightening thing I was naked from head to toe, but his head was not human and his toes were hoofs. It wasn't the devil, but at that moment, might as well have been. The form had the head of a ram and the snout of a wolf. It was horrifying, and it was synonymous with the little girl in front of me. They were the same form. I can't really describe it, but I saw them at the same time. They shared the same spot.
Login shows I'm logged in 5 places. Puyallup, Washington, Seattle, Washington, Seattle, Washington.
I saw the form. And when I saw the form, I saw the girl. I couldn't speak. I could barely even see.
Selected all, logged out of all. Not that it helps or does anything, but done.
I had been scared before in my life, and I had never been more scared than when I was trapped in the 4th room. That was before room 6. I just stood there, staring at whatever it was that spoke to me. There was no exit. I was trapped in here with it. And then it spoke again. When it spoke, I heard the words of the little girl, but the other form spoke through my mind in a voice I won't attempt to describe. There was no other sound. The voice just kept repeating that sentence over and over in my mind. I agreed. I didn't know what to do. I was slipping into madness, yet couldn't take my eyes off what was in front of me. I dropped to the floor. I thought I had passed out, but the room wouldn't let me. I just wanted it to end. I was on my side.
Just a friendly reminder to federal felons, whatever you've deleted on Facebook, Mark knows who you are. So there's that. Kind of like your emails and constant attempts for attention from Google over the last 14 months. Be advised. Be advised. You are in far deeper shit than any of your little dumb minds can comprehend.
Never think about this place again. I knew this room was hell, and I wasn't ready to take up residency. At first, it was just my eyes that moved. I searched the walls for any kind of opening. The room wasn't that big, so it didn't take long to soak up the entire layout. The demon still taunted me, the voice growing louder as the form stayed rooted where it stood. I placed my hand on the floor, lifted myself up to all fours, and turned to scan the wall behind me. I saw something I couldn't believe. The form was now right at my back, whispering into my mind how I shouldn't have come. I felt its breath on the back of my neck, but I refused to turn around. A large rectangle was scratched into the wood, with a small dent.
Added the VoIP number they're allowing to work for present.
I saw the large 7 I had mindlessly etched into the wall. I knew what it was. Room 7 was just beyond that wall where room 5 was moments ago. I don't know how I had done it. Maybe it was just my state of mind at the time, but I had created the door. I knew I had. In my madness, I had scratched into the wall what I needed the most. An exit to the next room. Room 7 was close. I knew the demon was right behind me.
35 seconds ago, they hopped back on, so I just removed them from being a trusted device.
Hands on the large 7 in front of me. I pushed as hard as I could. The demon was now screaming in my ear. It told me I was never leaving. It told me that this was the end, but I wasn't gonna die. I was going to live there in room 6 with it. I wasn't. I pushed and screamed at the top of my lungs. I knew I was going to push through the wall eventually. I clenched my eyes shut and screamed. And the demon was gone. I was left in silence. I
I turned around slowly and was greeted by the room as it was when I entered. Just a chair and a lamp. I couldn't believe it, but I didn't have time to. I turned back to the 7 and jumped back slightly. What I saw was a door. It wasn't the one I had scratched in, but a regular door with a large 7 on it. My whole body was shaking. It took me a while to turn the knob. I just stood there for a while staring at the door. I couldn't stay in room 6. I couldn't. But if this was only room 6, I couldn't imagine what 7 had in store.
Nothing like a good fixer-upper. It just so happens my contractor is here to give me an estimate on doing a special add-on to the basement. Make yourself comfortable in that new rocking chair of yours, and I'll be right back. Why, hello there. You've reached the antiquarium. If you wish to leave a message, please do so at the tone, and have a great day.
Hi. Yeah, the dog collar.
Oh, Google, you're real funny.
It looks beautiful. It's great, but
Belarus and Russia blocked Rasputin again.
out of downtown. You know, I
Damn.
downtown. My dog doesn't look like my dog anymore.
Federal felons Larry Poop Poop Page and Sergey, they don't like you.
She's crunching at the door, and she sounds hungry.
Not one little bit, not one of you, not even a hair on your chinny chin chins.
Thank you. Call me. End of messages.
So sorry about
Anyway, Google, don't think that you're all in the clear too. I know exactly what you guys want. You fucking assholes. You're like, let's pump her full of money and fuck the kids. She'll move to California next summer. Just suck my fucking
yours,
dick.
however. But the rest of this story is another thing entirely. Let's get back to it, shall we?
Just to be clear, I will never live in California. Okay? I told you guys last time I was in California, I'm never going back to California. And I meant that, except for maybe Disneyland. I might go back to Disneyland. The temptation is always strong.
I stumbled through the door.
And I wanted to go to Disney World until I heard my kids' assessment of it. And now I'm like, all right, so Disneyland is the only one that's cool. Because Disney World, apparently everybody just has too much fucking going on. And it's hot. Humid hot. You know? It's hard to have fun when your underwear's sticking to your ass.
Out of that hell. I didn't even care about the prize I was promised. I turned and saw that the door I just went through was the entrance. I walked to my car and drove home.
But for the record, I am seriously considering moving to Washington, D.C.
As I pulled up to my house, I felt uneasy.
That won't be until both of my sons have graduated high school, federal felons, so don't get excited.
Slowly building in my stomach. I shook it off as residual from the house and made my way to the front door. I entered and immediately went up to my room. There.
And also, for the record, if you don't know, not only is Washington, D.C. full of extremely attractive, honest people and a shitload of educated black people, the cost of living is 5 gazillion times better than here. What does that mean? That means $850 a month gets you a 2-bedroom house with solid wood floors, a beautiful exterior, and then a choice neighborhood. Washington, D.C. Always underestimated.
It was the living thing I'd seen all night, and I reached to pet him. He hissed and swiped at my hand. I recoiled in shock, as he had never acted like that. I thought, whatever, he's an old cat. I jumped in the shower and got ready for what I was expecting to be a sleepless night. After my shower, I went to the kitchen to make something to eat. I descended the stairs and turned into the family room. What I saw would be forever burned into my mind, however.
Also, I feel like I perhaps struck a chord with the federal felons when I commented on shit they deleted off Facebook and attempted on YouTube. Just to be clear, I told you guys for over a year before you were committing felonies that in the event that you did any of that, you're beyond incredibly stupid. And I'm not authorized to explain to you the nuances. But believe you me, there is nothing that you think that you got rid of that's on the internet or used the internet that isn't 100% going to be on your indictments. This applies particularly to the fat fuck who always gets a loan for his tax refund.
My parents were laying on the ground, naked.
Mister, I steal $5 a day from her on illegal charges and nobody knows that I'm not even authorized to do it. Yeah, you. You, the guy who's banned from Redmond. No one in Redmond wants to see you. Microsoft won't even have you now. That's bad, dude. When Microsoft has you on the do not employ list ever again. Anyway, that'll affect you more, sir, in 2025 than it will right now. I hope all of you have a healthy savings, though. You'll need it in January and February.
Door with a large 8 scrawled on it in blood. I was still in the house.
Asterisk. Whistleblowers excluded. Whistleblowers. I'm not even talking to you when I'm talking my shit. You're fine. Doubly so if you blew the whistle by that deadline. You're totally fine. You have complete immunity. You missed the expiration and blew the whistle. I have no idea if you have any immunity. But if you made that deadline, you're in the clear. And I'm not talking to you.
I vomited again. Nearly collapsed.
And the FBI does have a list of who tried to talk sense to those going to prison for the rest of their lives every single time that they tried to talk sense. They know who insulted you guys and put you down, those of you who tried to talk sense to those people going to prison for the rest of their life. For months and months, they know. And you will be rewarded for dealing with that shit. And you should be advised and aware that you were 100% right every time that you argued. And that you were arguing with people who don't want to tell you they know they're going to prison for the rest of their lives. So don't worry your pretty little heads, men. Because apparently the females don't do shit that's legal and bold. But a couple of guys have. Whether they're in Unit 207 right now or not, I don't know. But the FBI feels that unlike those that you were trying to talk sense to that only want nonsense, that you guys are capable of doing your jobs. But not with anyone who's giving you orders and instructions and authorizations that are illegal and only being issued because they're going to prison for the rest of their lives. So don't take any sort of insults or threats on your career from them as being serious or in any way actionable, because it's quite the opposite. More than a few whistleblowers will be getting compensated for their hostile working environment.
Returned. It was louder than ever, and it filled the house.
Because it is 100% a hostile working environment to be working with people going to prison for the rest of their lives. Especially when they're advising everyone plausible deniability, which in this case is separate counts of intentional misconduct, fraud, and failure to act, and witness tampering and obstruction of justice, totaling well over 46. And it's 5:01 a.m. Wednesday, hump day, November 13th, 2024.
It shook the walls.
PST.
The hum compelled me to walk. I began to walk slowly, making my way closer to the door and the bodies. I could barely stand, let alone walk. And the closer I got to my parents, the closer I came to suicide. The walls were now shaking so hard
And then remember, guys, all of the federal felons, they have a good time today, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They feel so happy and satisfied with their financial greed. Things are really working out for them. They can see the hundreds of thousands of dollars, or in Richard Garcia's case, the 60 grand that they're going to keep. Yeah. And on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, they're still believing that. But Friday night, Friday after this one. And then that Saturday and that Sunday. The only people left who doubt anything that I've said about them going to prison are those that are in such denial that the Monday and Tuesday following that, they'll be feeling a bit more hopeful. Only to once again, by that next weekend.
It seemed as though they were going to crumble, but still, the faces smiled at me. As I inched closer, their eyes followed me. I was now between the two bodies, a few feet away from the front door. The dismembered hands clawed their way across the carpet towards me, all while the faces continued to stare. New terror washed over me, and I walked faster. I didn't want to hear them speak. I didn't want the voices to match those of my parents. They began to open their mouths, and my hands were inches from my feet. In a dash of desperation, I lunged toward the door, threw it open, and slammed it up.
Or to put it another way, guys, 3 of the federal felons who have already profited due to the city of Everett employees that are going to prison in a variety of ways. The leaders of Hitler Youth. Yeah. Anyway, they are all so hopeful and excitable next week. Oh my goodness, they are superstars. They are rocking it Monday through Friday. Oh yeah. And then it's Friday night at dinner time. But in the end, just expect all of the federal felons to be happy little clams who are totally delusional and thinking not only are they getting away with crimes, but making money. They are happy little puffs for 9 days. But on the evening of the night, they know what will really be happening. And then they convince themselves by the morning of the 12th day. The morning of the 12th day. Nah, they can still get away with it. They've still got it covered. That'll last for the 13th and the 14th day. And then that will start to crumble. Not right away. They'll hold on to their hope for a day or two. And then shazam. It's almost indicative of this bitch no longer being illegally detained or held hostage. I like to call it held hostage. The FBI likes to call it illegally detained in over 98 separate counts of witness tampering. And that number increases every day at 11:55 p.m. PST, just to be clear.
After what I had just experienced, I knew there wasn't anything else this fucking house could throw at me that I couldn't live through. There was nothing short of the fires of hell that I wasn't ready for. Unfortunately, I underestimated the abilities of No End House. Unfortunately.
Oh, and Mr. Garcia, for whatever reason, he's extremely pissy, guys, right around November 20th to 22nd. So if you can avoid him on those days, I highly suggest you do. Because temperamental is an understatement. He may very well punch you in the face. Or, pull a loaded Glock on you, as he's been known to do in other states.
I still have trouble believing what I saw in room 8. Again, the room was a carbon copy of rooms 3 and 6, but sitting in the usually empty chair was a man. After a few seconds of disbelief, my mind finally accepted the fact that the man...
And then also be advised, I don't feel that there is any need for any of us to be worried about being shot until I am either released or you're all detained. Because I have been told that, yes, indeed, the federal felons you all involved in the actionable kidnapping will be detained. Yeah, they're federal felons too, guys. Is that just because of their conspiring with you? Something the FBI has proof of repeatedly, dozens and dozens and dozens of times since January 2024? Wherein you are literally instructing them to be accessories to kidnapping and various other crimes. And instructing them to perpetrate fraud. And filling out legal paperwork. And the list goes on and on. And instructing them when to not pay money they owe me. You know, all of those things. Yeah.
Man sitting in the chair.
Anyway, I say that because it's quite possible we'll have no issue at all until the last day of January, because if you missed it, the FBI authorized me to say no one is being detained until at the soonest the day after Thanksgiving, and at the latest the last day of January. However, since they did say that October 20th, 2024 letter is legally binding till January 20th, 2025, it is indeed the last legal update I'll be providing anyone. I think it's fair to assume that really the latest day you'll be detained is January 20th, 2025. But you have to keep in mind the FBI has said because of my big funky mouth, I have literally prevented some of you from perpetrating crimes who may or may not be in the building. Not once, not twice, but a total of 7 times. So they won't tell me the day you're being swept up, but they've stated it will be a blitz. And that the city of Everett employees who are facing prison time, including the whistleblowers, will all be detained. But the whistleblowers will not be strip searched. They will not be asked to squat and cough. They will not be arraigned. They will be segregated by federal marshals that will show up just in time and discreetly remove them from everyone that will be arraigned. And for whatever reason, that makes no sense to me at all, because I was under the impression the Snohomish County Superior Courthouse did handle federal cases. You're all being brought to King County.
Was me. Not someone who looked like me. It was David Williams. I walked closer. I had to get a better look, even though I was sure of it. He looked up at me, and I noticed tears in his eyes. Please don't do it. Please don't hurt me. What? I asked. Who are you? I'm not gonna hurt you. Yes, you are. He was sobbing now. You're going to hurt me, and I don't want you to. He sat in the chair with his leg.
Also, as a side note, I don't know how the FBI sweeps work, but it is my sincere hope, since it has been confirmed that those people will also be detained, that I'll be held hostage until everyone is detained, and that the FBI will clear out both of his guns to make sure they're not there when he's released or bailed out. That would be in everyone's best interest, I might add.
His legs up, began rocking back and forth. It was actually pretty pathetic looking, especially since he was me, identical in every way.
So what should you take from that, guys? You should take from it that I wouldn't be repeating it so often if it wasn't true. And most importantly, you should be taking from it, if you've been reprimanded, admonished, or in any way talked down to for attempting to do what you are legally required to do, you are 100% correct. The FBI heard it every time. They know who you are. Men. And those cunts and commanding officers who chose not to listen are going to prison for the rest of their lives. So don't take any offense, and don't be concerned in any way, shape, or form with anything they may have implied, alluded to, or led you to believe based on you doing what you are legally required to do. Because they're full of shit, and they're going to prison.
Listen, who are you? I was now only a few feet from my doppelganger. It was the
And that may apply to women too.
standing there talking.
All I know for sure is that there's been a few instances where men have gotten chewed out that the FBI feels they got chewed out, but they should have instead been putting cuffs on the women talking to them that way, or the men.
Oh, why are you saying this? Just calm down, all right? Let's try to figure this. And then I saw it. David sitting down was wearing the same clothes as me, except for a small red patch on his shirt embroidered with the number 9. You're going to hurt me. You're going to hurt me. You're going to hurt me. Please, you're going to hurt me. My eyes didn't leave that small number on his chest. I knew exactly what it was. The first few doors were plain and simple. After a while, they got a little more ambiguous. 7 was scratched into the wall, but not by my own hand. 8 was marked in blood above the bodies of my parents. But 9, this number was on a person. A living person. Or still, it was on a person that looked exactly like me. David, I had to ask. Yes. You're going to hurt. You're going to hurt. Continued to sob and rock. The answer to David, it was me right down to the voice. But that 9 paced around for a few minutes while he sobbed in his chair. The room had no door, and similarly to room 6, the door I came through was gone. For some reason, I assumed that scratching would get me nowhere this time. I stood at the walls and floor around the chair, sticking my head underneath and seeing if anything was below. Fortunately, there was. Below the chair was a knife. Attached was a tag that read, "To David, from management." The feeling in my stomach as I read that tag was something sinister. I wanted to throw up, and the last thing I wanted to do was remove that knife from under that chair.
Oh, and I don't want to scare you guys, but when I just made that comment about the FBI heard, I wasn't just talking about upstairs, guys. I was talking about at the North Everett Police Precinct, which I might add, the FBI can hear everything that happens in and out of that building, including the alley. How? I don't know. But they can. They have.
It was all too much to process. The house and the management had been playing with me this whole time. My thoughts, for some reason, turned to Peter, whether or not he got this far. If he did, if he met a Peter Terry sobbing in this very chair, rocking back and forth.
And then also remember, guys, in some way,
It didn't matter.
some of you will feel betrayed when you find out one of your constituents, colleagues, or 2, either in Unit 207 or at the North Everett Precinct. I don't know which. Maybe the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. Anyway, some of you are going to feel extremely betrayed at your trial when you find out people that you've known for over a year, that you trusted, work for the FBI, and want you in prison. And then remember, I do not work for the FBI. They won't hire me because I'm a pothead. And also because other agencies have dibs on me.
His voice was slightly deeper than my own. I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to keep you here. I didn't respond. I just lunged and tackled him to the ground. I mounted him and looked down, knife poised and ready. He looked up at me, terrified.
So I didn't say that to scare anyone. I actually said that because my sense on this is there's at least one of those guys that heard some fucking bullshit when in real life the truth, the facts, are that he was doing his job. Well, trying to. And being prevented from it because of people going to prison for the rest of their lives. So I said it just to let you know. The FBI knows. And they support you.
Terrified. It was like I was looking in a mirror. The mountain returned, low and distant.
And again, that may have to do with the woman too. But it was the men that it was addressed. Particularly, it appears there's a couple of men that on more than one occasion have been like, this shit's not legal. And then just eventually given up because it really has been, according to the FBI, like talking to a screeching brick wall. And that's because they're going to prison, guys. You're talking to screeching brick walls that are going to prison for the rest of their lives. One of whom is a woman that would really like to not go to jail or to prison until after Christmas.
Suicidal. The sight of my parents entered my mind. I knew it wasn't real, but I'd seen it. My mind has trouble differentiating between what is real and what is not. The sadness only deepened. I was in the night for what seemed like days. The final room. That's exactly what it was. The end. No one in the house has an end.
Or to put it another way that's real simple, guys. You should never feel bad for doing the right thing. And if people make you feel bad for doing the right thing, then they're going to prison in instances like this. The final countdown. It's so nice to know on this 98th day of being held hostage that there will not be another 98 days, let me tell you. It is so nice to know that. It's also nice to know that the FBI has informed me that no later than March 1st, I will have $200,000 minimum in my bank account.
And I had reached it. At that moment, I gave up. I knew I would be in that in-between state forever, accompanied by nothing but darkness. Not even the hound was there to keep me sane. I had lost all senses. I couldn't feel myself. I couldn't hear anything. Sight was completely useless here. I searched for a taste in my mouth, found nothing. I felt disembodied, completely lost. I knew where I was. This was hell. Room 9 was hell. Then it happened. The light. One of those stereotypical lights at the end of the tunnel. I felt ground come up from below me and I was standing. After a moment or two of gathering my thoughts and senses, I slowly walked toward that light. As I approached the light, it took form. There was a vertical slit down the side of an unmarked.
Also worth noting, the FBI is extremely disappointed in the amount of females who they'll be locking up for the rest of their life. Particularly those that are both concerned about being sued by me civilly, as well as who've been instructing people that have already blown the whistle not to do so because they truly believe they're not going to prison. So if that's you, darlings, there's more than one female upstairs right now. The FBI is very disappointed in each of you. And you will be going to prison.
Marked door. I slowly walked through the door and found myself back where I started. The lobby of a no-end house. It was exactly how I left. Still empty. Still decorated with childish Halloween decorations. After everything that had happened that night, I was still wary of where I was. After a few moments of normalcy, I looked around the place trying to find anything different. On the desk with me.
And I say that because the FBI has said that there are men upstairs that I can trust. But they've not said there's a single female upstairs that I can trust. That doesn't mean there isn't. But it's worth noting, men means more than one.
Yet still cautious. I mustered up the courage to open the envelope.
inside was a letter, again handwritten. David Williams, congratulations. You have made it to the end of No End House. Please accept this
Oh, and to
prize
be
as a
clear, I don't mean at this very moment in time. I have no idea who's upstairs right now. So I could have just said that, and it could be that everyone upstairs is the people who haven't blown the whistle that are all going to prison. I'm making a quote from weeks ago.
token of great achievement. Yours forever, management. With the letter were 5 $100 bills. I couldn't stop laughing. I laughed for what seemed like hours. I laughed as I
And
walked
it
up
is
to-
also possible that there's a single female that I could trust. And that's why they didn't bring it up. Because saying, oh, and there's one woman. I mean, come on. The point is that the FBI knows who's been naughty and who's been legally compliant. Or rather, tried to be legally compliant.
out to my car, and I laughed as I drove home. I laughed as I pulled into my driveway. I laughed as I opened my front door to my house. I laughed as I saw the small tent etched into the wood.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances, maybe you'd be interested in dropping it and its story by the shop to share with other customers. Please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. A member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you, our best customer. You have a good night now.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, Lot 031, No End House. Written by Brian Russell. Starring Conan Freeman as David, Jade Shand as the little girl. Featuring Stephen Knowles as the antique dealer. Engineering, production, and sound design by Lauren Shand. Theme music by the New Brothers. Additional music by Coag and Vivek Abhishek. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor and Lauren Shand. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter @AntiquariumPod. Call the Antiquarium at 646-481-7197.
Oh, and to be clear, it's not a bribe to say that people who blew the whistle will be compensated for their hostile working environment. That's something you're legally entitled to. And of all the things that it's a shoo-in for constituting a hostile working environment, you guessed it. It's working with a bunch of people going to fucking prison. Yeah.
Oh my. You know what? I didn't even hear the door. I had my earbuds in. So wonderful to have you by again. I was just listening to one of my favorite bands, Symmetry.
Anyway, there'd be much less ranting if you guys wouldn't have taken away my ability to work for the last 98 days in any and every meaningful way, even freelancer.com, I could have used that $500 and completed that data entry. But you stole that from me like you stole over $21,000, my sons. The platform that I work off of, as well as a substantial amount of my clientele, which has been unable to contact me because of your ongoing stalking for 14 and 20 months.
The icon. Remember them? Even if you think you don't, something tells me you do. And just can't. Or won't. Maybe this will jog your old noggin. Never seen one of these before, but it showed up here in the shop just this past week, and I put it aside for you. A Symmetry Icon t-shirt. And wouldn't you know it, it's just your size. Now sit back and enjoy the catchy melody of this one called Does Anyone Else Remember This Pop Song? From around
Oh no, I hear the
2000.
revving. The revving that usually coincides with one of the stalkers. I thought he got home an hour ago.
Names have been etched in brass on this beautiful plaque I had made above the front desk. These are some of the members of the inner circle of the antiquarian.
That'd be the federal felon with the brother in code enforcement if you missed it. Mm-hmm.
Recent initiates include Challenge
And I might add, according to the FBI, the easiest people to sue and get paid by, other than the knock-knock lawsuits. The problem is they have nothing. I don't want a 20-year-old pickup truck. I don't want a car that's not paid off. And I don't want a fucking condo that's not paid off either.
Mr. James Keziah Delaney. We are ever appreciative of your devotion to the order. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com.
The best thing out of that bunch, I might add, would be the pickup truck.
Now, where were we?
But you can bet as soon as I park that in my spot, he'd shoot me in the head, dude. That movie, motherfucker.
Welcome to the antiquarium of sinister happenings.
Maybe I will sue him just for his truck. Just joking, I'm not mean. But I know plenty of women that would do that. I'd say a majority. And if I did own that, you know what I would do? I would take some of the money that I'm going to get and I would paint it hot pink. Pay attention. Hot pink with blue flames. I would change the interior seats to green leather. And then I would have on the front, instead of Pussy Wagon from Kill Bill, Cock Wagon. Yeah, that's what I would do.
I used to work at my university campus radio station in college. We used to talk about current events around the school and news around the surrounding town and play requested songs for students, something our school surprisingly allowed. I remember a very weird couple of months where students...
I also wasn't serious about getting 2 service pugs named Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy. But just to be clear, just because I wasn't serious about that does not mean that I won't do that, because dude, the idea of having 2 pugs named Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy and having Andy trained to ride in his little electronic car that I buy for $100 at Toys R Us around the perimeter between 4:30 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. and 7 p.m. every night is just fucking great, dude. I love it. Especially the idea of making him roll up to the front of the building and just like stop and park his car and wait for people to come out and offer him treats. He can be a communal pug. The most adored Andy in the building.
Students who tuned into the show constantly requested a song called
See You After, Babe. It's a pop song by some one-hit.
We could get him a little doggy costume, dress him up like a police officer, a little pug and a cop hat. How cute is that, dude?
Wonder group called Symmetry Icon. I know, the dumbest name for a band I've ever heard, but that song was huge around October and November.
Anyway, I wasn't serious about that, but just because I wasn't serious doesn't mean I won't do it, dude. Let's see where we're at 6 months from now. I may very well have 2 service pugs, Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy, and they will be trained to howl and yowl in the event that anyone with their same name is stalking me outside of the door.
Of 2008.
That'll be one of their
As
services.
one of the campus radio DJs, I had to play that song over like 100 times in 2 months. I heard it everywhere. In malls, gas stations, on real radio stations, and I think even on MTV. Something was weird about that song. But I couldn't remember exactly
I mean,
what.
just think about it, federal felons. Right now, if a little electric Escalade pulled up and parked right in front of Unit 207 with its headlights on, and you looked out your window and you saw a little pug with a cop hat, you're going out there to pet him and give him treats. Don't give me any shit. You would love service pug Andy.
What? I tried Googling this song.
And I do you
and
favors
nothing.
too. When federal felon Andy comes around to knock on the door, I'd make sure that service pug Andy rolled up just in time to honk his horn. Give you a little decoy.
It came up in the results for either. Not even YouTube had a single clip of the song. I frequent an alumni Facebook page for my school, and I posted a question on there asking if anyone remembered this.
Oh, it's so petty. And like I said, I'm not serious. But when I say I'm not serious, that's only partially true, guys. Because when I'm full of money and I'm deciding who I am going to sue and who I'm not going to sue because they've ruined their lives already, if you think that I won't get a fucking service pug or 2 of them and an electronic car, then you don't know me very well, because it will substantially depend on my mood and where I'm at 6 months from now.
This thing. The post got a bunch of likes, and a lot of people started hitting me up about things they recall about Symmetry Icon's mysterious hit. Yet this one girl wrote to me that she couldn't remember how it went, but that the lyrics were kind of awkward and unconventional. Another classmate told me that the song was so catchy that it was stuck in his head for like weeks. Speaking of, a week went by since I posted on the alumni page, and then I got a message from a guy that used to live in the dorm next to mine. His name was Matt. Matt private messaged me asking if I found any leads about the song. I told him no. He told me that he had nothing but bad memories about that song. Here's what he said. Note.
Oh, and if I do that, bet your ass I'm putting one of my Bluetooth speakers in his little Escalade. That's right. I'll have him playing Big Pimpin' anytime he's cruising around the perimeter.
Paul was his dorm roommate.
Yeah, dude, I haven't heard that song since that year. I remember Paul would always crank it up in the room. I can't remember how.
No. I'll do. You see me rolling, you hating.
But I remember it's kind of unusual and not a typical pop song, but everyone loves it. I couldn't stand it. Paul really.
Yeah,
loved it.
dude.
She was always
Service
on
pug
it.
Andy.
And then one day, I never heard the song again. Paul was actually totally strange. He was always partying out.
One thing, though, that I am 100% serious for, guys, is my bid to be HOA president next year. So remember, a vote for Mystic is a vote for the pool, fool. And if you weren't such fucking idiots, we could have already had that shit, dude. 14 and 20 months, we could have constructed the pool. There'd already be a pool. But no. You guys have been busy committing so many crimes that you all, according to the FBI, deserve to be in prison for the rest of your lives. But because of the fact that they want the big fish and some of you have blown the whistle, you won't be facing that fate in many instances. Now, that being said, I really am going to be running for HOA president. And the swimming pool, as well as a decrease in HOA fees and a new property manager, are all on the agenda. But according to the FBI, Anne Marie simply won't be the HOA property manager next year. So I don't know. I don't know what that means, guys. Is she retiring? Sam Marie retired.
Growing and shit, but around that time, he got super depressed.
Or is she going
Hey,
full
I
on
asked him what was up,
Papillon?
and he said that he couldn't get the song out of his head, and that it's gone forever now, and he'll never be able to hear it again. I don't know if you know him, dude, but Paul is still not doing so well. He's got a job, no girl, hardly ever talks to anyone. I messaged him every now and then, and he just says how he misses 2008 when life was good. I told him to see a shrink, but he says that won't help. He just needs something new to listen to. He's part of that alumni group, and I know he's...
So the plan is lower the HOA fees. No, we want to keep it at this rate. Okay, then we're buying a fucking pool and a sauna and at minimum a 6-person jacuzzi. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, people can sue us because they criminally trespass and fall in and drown. Well, then we're going to have to post some signage explaining to them if they do that, they can't fucking sue us. At your own risk.
I know he's seen your post. I'm worried he's gonna snap, dude. Can you talk to him?
No lifeguard on
Messaged
duty.
Paul soon after, asking him how he was. Hey, Paul. Long time no see, man. How you doing? Sal, yo. Good to hear from you. How you been, bud? I'm okay. Just trudging along.
Oh, and if you've missed it, guys, you may not have noticed the balconies are indeed rotting and about to collapse. There is literally a portion of the ceiling of the balcony that has been crumbling and hanging for over half a year. Directly in front of Connor and Keegan's grandma's condo. The most northern corner. And I'm saying that because there are a lot of things that the quote-unquote property management team should have been taking care of that are not being taken care of. And yet all of you idiots are paying 100% more than the HOA fees were for 7 to 8 years.
Anyways, that's good. I saw what you put on the alumni page. Dude, that song was my life. Oh, I miss it so much. I can't believe it's gone. I'm sure someone can find it. Nah, man.
And I say rotting and crumbling because this building flooded literally every 3 months for years. So I truly believe the reason why that portion of the balcony that includes cement has been hanging down for half of the year plus is a result of the rot from all of the times that this building flooded, always when it wasn't Anne Marie's hours, guys. Because she's not helping with the flood unless it's 8 a.m.
It's gone. That's how the world is. Things come.
And spoiler alert, guys, never, not once did this building flood starting at 8 a.m. No. In fact, I'd say every fucking time, right around dinner time, all the way into the next day beyond 8 a.m.
I'm acting weird. Dad always says I need to get some help, but I don't. I just need to hear the song again.
And the reasons for the flooding were varied. From women flushing full diapers. Who does that? To on more than 3 occasions, people that were squatting in the building flushing used syringes. Plumbing in this building is archaic. There are literally pipes in this building that are 100 years old. Not all of them. But the water damage is substantial. If we could all see in between the walls, it would be a frightening sight to behold.
And it sucks knowing I never will.
And the good news, Unit 207 and 307, I have the primary one of 2 support beams in my unit. That means in the event that this whole building collapses due to a major earthquake or severe water damage, our entire little tier is going to be just fine. Same with our northern neighbors, because the support beam for this entire half of the building is in Indian Garrett's room.
Freaked out.
I stopped talking about the song after that and just resumed making small talk with him until we both signed off. The next evening, not even 20.
Oh, but the balcony can fall on any of our heads and kill us. For sure.
24 hours later, I come home from work to see people posting on Paul's Facebook wall with RIP and all sorts of condolences. Paul killed himself that day. I was horrified to hear that he had done it by stabbing himself in the face multiple times. And the thought that I was one of the last people he talked to made me feel even worse. Matt messaged me that day too. It was because of the song. I'm sorry, Sam. It's not your fault. Well, I think now it wouldn't have been in the best taste to do it. Right then and there, I thought it would be a great idea to find See You After Babe somehow and put it up on Paul's wall, just for some sort of closure. I spent the entire following week asking Yahoo Answers, posting on music forums, and commenting on YouTube videos of 2008 pop songs. Nobody knew anything about the song or the band. I put my email up on some of these, but heard nothing until last night. February 20th. In my inbox was a message from someone named Brad Hoskins. The subject was Song by Symmetry Icon. Attached to the email was an MP3 file, and in the body was this.
Hey, Sal. I saw your post on the forum inquiring about Symmetry Icon's song, See You After Babe, and I thought I'd send you an email to clear things up and perhaps dissuade you from your search. I am sending this to you with the hope that you will keep things discreet, as there are not a lot of people who know anything about this.
Oh, and just to be clear, there is one thing the property management team has done that actually was worth the money, and that is paint the backside of this building. It used to be this disgusting vomit color, pastel gray. Ugh, it was so ugly. So the one thing that Anne-Marie definitely hit a home run with was painting it dark blue back here. Much prettier on the eyes. Huge difference.
The song
She did good on that.
If it be released, it won't exactly be hard for any higher-ups to pinpoint who spilled the beans. But you seem like a nice guy, and I don't want you to do something you'll regret. Symmetry Icon was a young three-member pop group that started up in 2007 and came out with an album by 2008. Obviously, you know how a lot of pop music was in that year. It was catchy, not too technical, upbeat, but not very hardcore clubbish yet. Kind of cheesy synth sounds. Look at Billboard's Top 100 for that year. You'll see what I mean. Well, anyways, I was working as a part-time engineer for a sort of smaller record label that was trying to find a big break. They thought they found it with Symmetry Icon because the group was very talented, especially for being so young. All three were 19 to 21 age. It was crazy how they could just start playing around on their instruments and just come up with a tune catchier than anything else the label had produced. While Symmetry Icon was signed on for our label, their manager was an outside hire that came with them like a package deal. This guy was the definition of weird. He looked like a stereotypical slimy businessman. He was super close with the band though. And they wouldn't drop him no matter what deals the label dangled in front of them. At every recording session, in every meeting, that weird manager was right there, whispering into the band's ears. It felt like behind every song and every decision was that creepy guy. The band was even comfortable telling us that for the most part, their manager was coming up with the ideas for their songs. So one day, the band misses a recording session because the lead singer's girlfriend is caught in a car accident that destroys her face. I'd seen the girl before. She was absolutely beautiful. But after the accident, she looked like a monster. No right eye, lips were gone, a forehead that caved in. It was horrific, and she knew it too. So she unfortunately ended up killing herself.
And also, it's worth noting, for many, many years, this building had a lot of vacancies. And for many, many years, Anne Marie would say the following, quote, I only work as hard as the HOA pays me to work, and you guys pay the least. So I'm saying that because obviously Anne Marie, who feels that she got tricked and lied to and was promised non-existent immunity and is now facing a bevy of legal actions that could bankrupt her LLC, her is under a lot of pressure to be working since she's increased the fees by over 100% for years and been up to a lot of criminal activity, which doesn't just put her and her LLC at risk, but also the entire HOA, which I'm not going to do because I do like a majority of my neighbors. But that's the only reason.
I'm not sure exactly how. We were all very bummed about it at the studio. The lead singer for the band, Andrew, was devastated. We told him to take some time with any new material, but at the next session we saw him. He came in with a new song.
Oh, and there was one thing she was right about that I thought was totally unprofessional years ago when she said Andy wasn't allowed to talk to her anymore. I thought she was totally blowing it out of proportion. Yeah, he's volatile. At that point, I'd seen him assail, we'll call it assault, yell at people and write signs saying, call CPS with arrows pointing to their houses and chalk, and yell at grandmas and a variety of people, and black people who claim that he called them the N-word, which I suspect. Anyway, I'm saying all of that because one thing Anne Marie did that I thought made her even more of a cunt was say that guy wasn't allowed to talk to her. And apparently she recanted and decided that they were going to be allies for these federal felonies that I've been the victim of. But she was actually wise to do that, turns out.
On the band had written themselves. They had given their creepy manager the slip. When we asked where he was, Andrew just said he can go fuck himself. Well.
Yeah. Amen.
The song they brought in was See You After Babe. Something Andrew had written in light of his girlfriend getting disfigured. It was catchy and upbeat, but unlike anything the band had recorded for us. They handed us the lyrics and we were taken aback by how odd they were. I've been holding on to a copy of them for years now.
Also, just a spoiler alert, guys, every day that there is a single additional instance of annoyance from those people I want you to think of it as a 10% increase in the likelihood of me truly getting 2 service pugs named Raggedy Ann or Raggedy Andy. Yeah. The seriousness increases by 10% anytime I sense, hear, or pick up on any level of shit from those who should be thanking God every day that I'm being illegally detained.
And just before the song gets to its sweet, sweet refrain, a box of something else sweet has arrived. It's Girl Scout cookie season and my Thin Mints are here. Excuse me for just a brief moment. Why, hello there. You've reached the antiquarium. If you wish to leave a message, please do so with the tone and have a great day. Hi there.
Oh, and in the event that I get service pugs, guys, I'm going to train them where to poo in the yard. Can you guess their designated poo-poo spots? I'll clean it up. But can you guess where they'll be given a treat to make a doo-doo? Oh, yes. Yes. I am not a petty person. But I am a disciplinarian once you inevitably cross the very, very far away, distant line that I create. And some have already crossed it. Some are walking on it like some sort of trapeze genius, thinking that their tightrope walking skills paired with the bars they can hop onto will save them. But as soon as a toe is over that line, I will be the governess of your nightmares.
This is the aquarium. I called because I wanted to let you guys know how much I love your podcast. I love the stories that just get me through work through the day. So much so that I've started having dreams of myself in front of the aquarium. Like
Or to put it another way, I have no problem with spanking adult men. No problem.
I work the night shifts and I kind of get a little tired, and after the shift I go to
Do I spank kids? No, that shit is fucked up.
And it seems like every time
But I'll spank an adult man.
the dream's the same. It's just I'm a little bit closer to the antiquarian front door, and I feel like my time is running.
And I can do it with my bare hand, and I can do it with a riding crop, and I can do it with a flogger, and I can do it with a pelted paddle, which is my favorite.
I'm getting looks through the windows.
Word up.
Please let me know as soon as possible. I really love the podcast. Keep up the good work.
The pelted paddle isn't really my favorite, by the way, but guys are into that who want a hard spanking. The riding crop is my favorite because it stings.
I saved you a Samoa. All right, now let's pick it up at the chorus, shall we?
It was catchy and upbeat, but unlike anything the band had recorded for us. They handed us the lyrics, and we were taken aback by how odd they were. I've been holding on to a copy of them for years now. I just wanted to be a big name for you, but I got caught up in this craziness without you. We made a deal with him. He said he'd rise us up in exchange for something small, but he took your. At first, it was just little things, and then it came to this. I didn't think he'd take something that I'd actually miss. It was an accident. I'm so sorry. I'll see you after, babe. Depressing stuff, yeah. At the studio, we thought so too. Plus, the chorus was 4 words and an incomplete sentence that went off into a 4-note riff, so we all doubted its potential. But we still recorded the entire song, mastered it, and sent it to the higher-ups who loved it and thought it'd be a big hit. It went out to quite a number of radio stations who played it like they would any other single. After a week, DJs asked us to interview the band, but Symmetry Icon wanted nothing to do with the press. One day, during another session, their creepy manager barged into our studio and started screaming at Andrew and the band for releasing the song without his approval. Andrew started yelling right back about how he didn't want any of this, how he just wanted to play music and not get drawn into anything too serious. The manager was freaking out, saying the band would do nothing without him, and how Andrew was the only one who made the deal in the first place. I specifically remember Andrew saying, it was supposed to be just blood from us, not anyone else. The manager stormed out of the studio going on about how he was going to ruin the song and the band for this. Said that he was going to make anyone who liked the song end up like his, Andrew's, girlfriend. We never saw that guy again. After that fight, the weirdest shit I've ever seen in the industry happen in regards to that song. People were really getting into it. We even had huge companies try to purchase rights to have the song in their commercials. For a month, we heard it on the radio all the time. And suddenly, we got calls from radio stations saying their listeners were acting weird about the song. It was the only thing they ever requested, and they called constantly to hear it. One station's DJ kept calling us daily to meet the band to talk about their life-changing track. He even left voicemails screaming at us to meet the band. It started scaring the higher-ups at the label. People were getting calls, death threats, and all sorts of horrible shit just to hear a stupid pop song. It was like it was a drug. Symmetry Icon dropped off the face of the earth. They wouldn't respond to our calls or anything. Soon, the label and the studio were both visited by these government types who wanted to see if everything was okay with our operation. Our CFO was interested about the nature of the track and was told that something weird was going on with the people who were exposed to it for too long. I never heard exactly what the CFO was told, but the rumor was that people were offing themselves because they couldn't get it out of their heads. It affected some people more strongly than others, but those who did killed themselves in a very specific way that freaked the label out and pulled the song. With the help of those government guys, the label pulled See You After Babe and removed any trace of its existence. The staff was never told exactly why, but for a lot of 2008, we heard stories of agents going to radio stations and stopping DJs from playing the track, even arresting those who persisted. As if this wasn't disturbing enough, we later heard that all three members of Symmetry Icon had killed themselves not long after the song was taken off the air.
Just think about it, guys. This time next year, what will that be? It is November, so May, not quite. Like 7 months from now, we could be sitting in a heated pool or naked in the sauna drinking coffee or sitting in the jacuzzi sipping some bubbly. Just think about that. Isn't that a nice thought? Stay tuned.
Apparently, they had sliced up their own faces with shards of glass and bled to death. They left a note saying that they'd never be able to top See You After Babe.
Would that not be more enjoyable than our current circumstance? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. 100%.
David, there was no point in trying. They were haunted by the song and used glass to try and dig it out. I'm not sure if you believe in the supernatural, but I'm telling you right now that there is a shady reason why you can't find that song anywhere. It's a bad...
Some mimosas in the jacuzzi at 6 a.m. on Wednesday morning, followed by a cold plunge and a trip to the sauna. And then go to work. Woo! 5 stars.
Find the full song. That shit is buried. For a long time, we were told to immediately let the company know if the song was played anywhere. I heard it in a dressing room at a mall one time when I was out shopping around mid-2010. I recorded it on my phone at the time to show my bosses, but kind of never got around to showing them. The issue hadn't been discussed in a bit over 2 years, and I never heard it again after that. I like to listen to it every now and then to think over all the things that happened because of it. My recording is attached to the email. Sorry in advance about my coughing there. It would have been nice to hear the whole thing, but I honestly was too afraid to stick around and listen to it.
Oh, and that'll be one other benefit if you vote for me for HOA president, is I literally know exactly which independent contractors can be trusted and can complete projects ahead of time, guys, for low bids. More than a few. And none of them are my husband. Do you all know that Anne-Marie's husband got over $700 to paint one of our benches outside, and he did so with interior paint? Damaged the wood. It started flaking off, and he didn't even bother to tighten the bolts on the bottom of the bench so every wood panel could just be picked up or fall off if you happen to be a fatty and sat on one corner. Yeah, he got $700 for that. You won't need to worry about that with me. We could easily have that pool constructed in less than 3 months.
Open the file again.
Easy. And I know who I'd call to. His name is Matt, and he lives in Marysville, and he's like 50 years old and a Mason, but he does everything.
Please, be careful. And if you ever hear the full song out in public, get the hell
And he would have that
out
shit
of
done
wherever
in
you are
probably
here.
8 weeks, guys. No joke.
Like I said,
With permits. With permits.
I, for one, am damn sure that Symmetry Icon made some sort of deal with the devil. And this song is the punishment for breaking that deal.
Please be careful.
And I feel like we should use him because I want the sauna to be brick, so it blends in and matches. So we need a mason, and he's a mason. A damn good one, too. Smooth bricklayer.
I recognized the song the second I heard it. I have no idea whether or not Hoskins is telling the truth. So I put the clip up on YouTube and sent it to some friends to see if they recognize it. They all agree this was a song, including Matt. I don't know what to make of this. I mean, it is kind of catchy in an out there kind of way. And I listened to
And I said that I wanted a water slide and I didn't care if it was a chintzy slide, and then told you that if you haven't ridden down a cheap ass aluminum slide into a pool, you haven't really experienced real fun. I've been thinking about that, and I think that we need a Chinese style lion water slide. His tongue is the slide to go with the ambiance of the building.
Listen to it a few times just because it's kind of enjoyable and reminds me of my days in college.
That might be expensive, or we can buy it from China, and then it won't be, guys. It won't be expensive at all.
Does anyone else remember See You After Babe from 2008? I need to hear the whole song again, you know? And it sucks knowing I never will.
And on that note, it's 6:05 a.m., November 13th, 2024. Worth noting, I will be going outside today. It's a bad idea for anyone to attempt to parlay with me, guys, unless you want to go out Django style. Symbolically, metaphorically speaking.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances. Maybe you be interested in dropping it and its story by the shop to share with other customers, please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. A member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular
A lot of these
business hours,
episodes are duds, and it sucks because the production value and the talent level of the voice actors and even the audio engineers is definitely top tier. But you can tell, like, some of the stories suck, and it's just the stories that suck. And the actors can't do anything to improve that. I mean, what are they going to do?
Sinister Happenings, Lot 032. Does anyone else remember this?
Either way, I still like this podcast, but it's not 5 stars because of that.
Thaddeus James.
Because there are some real duds from a storyline perspective.
As Matt, Derek Hugh as Paul, Conan Freeman as Brad Hoskins, featuring Stephen Knowles as the antique dealer. Engineering, production, and sound design by Trevor Shand. Theme music by the Moon Brothers. Additional music by Coag. See You After Babe by Symmetry Icon. Copyright 2008. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor Lauren Shand. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter @AntiquariumPod. Call the Antiquarium at 646-481-7197.
Da is all I want to say to you. Also, federal felons in Unit 207, calm down. I'm not going outside this morning. I was going to about an hour ago, but I thought that one of my soon-to-be convicted stalkers was outside, and I'm still not confident he's not still outside. So probably this evening or afternoon, we'll see.
Products hitting our shelves every month. From the latest mouth-watering vegan and gluten-free cookies to yummy plant-based protein
Just
bars,
remember,
there's always something
a
new
real
to
bad
explore.
idea to parlay with
Plus,
me for a
more than
multitude of
2,800
reasons,
Sprouts
not the
brand
least
items
of
filled
which
with incredible
is
flavors
that
and
YouTube live
better-for-you
stream, guys.
ingredients. Visit your neighborhood Sprouts Farmers Market today, where the thrill of discovery awaits. Discovering a better way to money? That's everyone's jam. No matter what goals you've got queued up, a Northwestern Mutual advisor can help uncover opportunities that others might overlook. Let's get started at nm.com, the Northwestern Mutual Life Insurance Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
You got 5 on it? With the $5 meal deal at McDonald's, you about to eat. Your choice of Italian juicy McChicken or hot cheesy McDouble sandwich and a crispy 4-piece McNuggets and a small fries and a small drink for just $5. Woo. 5 gets you more at McDonald's.
Okay, just to kill time. Let's talk about astrology, guys. Here's what astrology can and can't do. It can tell you about your personality, your soul, your past lives. It can do that. It can tell you about how you'll die in this life. It can do that. It can tell you if you have any sort of preponderance of irregularity in your life. It can do that. For instance, people who frequently claim they've been abducted by aliens, well, they usually have a stellium in the 11th house. Anyway, here's what it can't do. It cannot forecast your future beyond some things like, oh, well, you'll die around this decade, and it will either be from natural causes or unnatural causes. But it can tell you about the general mood and emotional overtones, as well as suggest what activities would be favorable or disfavorable to do. So, that being said, when you're looking at anything to do with horoscopes, forecasting, or to learn about yourself, you want to do a natal chart. You'll need your birth certificate so you get the time exact. It makes a difference. And you don't just want to read for your sun sign. You want to read for your sun, moon, and rising, i.e. ascendant. They're not usually in the same signs. Sometimes they are. For instance, I had one client who I thought was completely full of shit. He told me every planet I have is in Virgo. I said, I don't even think that's possible, dude. Then I did his natal chart, and sure enough, the guy had like everything that you could imagine having in Virgo. Anyway, I said all of that because I'm bored out of my mind. So let's talk about love horoscopes, who we're attracted to, where we're finding sexual and romantic tension for a little bit and for a while longer at present. So if you know your sun, moon, and rising, you'll want to pay attention to what I have to say about each of those. We'll start with the earth signs. Let's start with the earth signs. We'll start with Taurus. Taurus is romantically and sexually attracted with people who are either teachers, attorneys, or perhaps both. They're finding attraction to people dealing with legal issues or foreign travel or higher education. It could be that they're finding that they're attracted to somebody who's in a courtroom or in a school or someone that frequents those places. Next is Virgo. Virgo is attracted to vain people that want to create a love story with them. People who are either musicians or who have wonderful musical taste. The person they're attracted to currently is vain or pretentious, but Virgo tells themselves that they have every right to be because they really are something special. Capricorns. Capricorns are attracted to everyone who owns their own business or has no boss and indulges in one-night stands and casual hookups without commitment. That's who they're attracted to at present. For a lot of the Capricorns, this attraction will be short-lived, as you'll find that these people you're attracted to currently, they like to argue a lot, and just like you, they like to be in charge. All right, let's move from the earth signs to the air signs. You got Gemini, sun, moon, or rising. You're attracted to people who work for the CIA, the FBI, or any branch of higher organization from which you feel both threatened as well as curious about. You're attracted to people who are dealing with what some would say must be the Illuminati. Man. People who keep secrets, have home porn collections, look better in lingerie than in complete nude, and who enjoy BDSM. That's where Gemini's at. Sun, moon, and rising. Next up is Libra. Libra is currently attracted to people that cook them meals. If they're attracted to men at present, they like men who are very good with vibrators and sex toys, particularly those that involve activity around the vaginal cavity. They are also attracted, men and women, to those who are moody and appear crazy at least once every month for 2 or 3 days. Yeah. They're attracted to people who are the boss at work or in some way have underlings that they delegate tasks to. Aquarius, sun, moon, and rising, is attracted at present to those who appear psychic, artistic, and also in some way prone to addiction. It could be food addiction, it could be alcohol, it could be drugs. Aquarius is attracted to somebody at present that has beautiful eyes and likes to engage in oral sex, slow, sleepy sex, and role play, complete with costumes. Yeah. They're attracted to people that could be described as being manic depressive, but they're not actually manic depressive. They like to consider themselves a realist, but they definitely are pessimists. That's where Aquarius is at. Next, let's move on to the water signs. Cancer. Cancer is attracted to people that follow current events right now. They want somebody that's well-spoken, articulate, can write, and can read. They can be cute, not necessarily hot or sexy. Cute, nothing too predominant about their features. Scorpio Scorpios are currently attracted to people that you can't tell whether they're telling the truth or they're so full of shit that they could be professional authors. They're attracted to people who engage with work online using their fingers. That doesn't mean that it's only software engineers or hackers that they're attracted to. It could be that a person has an Etsy store and they use their fingers to craft cute little novelty items for sale. They're attracted to people that remind them in some way of their favorite sibling. Next is, oh my goodness, I feel like I just went over, no, that was Scorpio, right? Wasn't I on Scorpio? Scorpio, yes, Scorpios. Scorpios are attracted by people that are good looking, that anyone would want to fuck, but that who has fucked at least one person they know. Yep. They're attracted to anyone that's into dirty talk too for the time being. All about it. All right, next up, Pisces. Pisces is attracted to their ex. Oh, fuck, Pisces. Yeah, codependent fishes. Pisces are attracted to anyone they consider to be a very important person and who they feel in some way can help them get to where they want to get to, and in more cases than not. That entails an ex, lover or love interest. Someone who is a humanitarian at heart and cares about the good of the community and society as a whole. Someone who is eccentric, and if they're attracted to women, it's a woman that likes degradation. She likes to date assholes, something that Pisces just isn't into being. And if they're a woman, they're attracted to men that like strange things in the bedroom, things that could only be described as being true kinks or fetishes. Let's do the fire signs now. We'll start with Aries. Yeah, let's do Aries. Aries is attracted to people that remind them of their best friend, people in some instances that they've known for a very, very long time, if not decades, and or who they share mutual friends with. They're attracted to people that have a good reputation in their career because in some way they are at the top of the professional totem pole in their career or vocation of choice. They're attracted to people who are bossy and have underlings or pay people to complete projects for them and then work independently. If they're attracted to women, they're attracted to women who are bossy and like to take charge in bed. If they're attracted to men, they're attracted to men that are definite ass men who enjoy a woman that is like a virgin in the streets and a professional prostitute in the sheets. Next, Leo. Leo is attracted to hypochondriacs, people with obsessive compulsive disorder, wayfish-like vegans who appear emaciated, people who are highly neurotic, and people who adore their pets. They may work in the medical profession, or they may be somebody they visit because of some sort of medical requirement. This could be a nurse, it could be a psychologist, it could be a physician's assistant, I don't really know. It could be that they don't work in those places, but that they are a hypochondriac who frequently visits walk-in clinics because of every single ache and pain. They have something very peculiar about their diet. I said vegan, but they could be pescatarian. They could have a peanut allergy. They could be one of the many insane human beings that believe you could be allergic to gluten, which I might add is impossible. It's impossible, guys. Yeah, so that sums up who Leo is attracted to. Sagittarius. Sagittarius is attracted to people who are foodies at present. Sensualist homebodies who prefer being in their house to being out and about. People with excellent taste in some sort of fine art. It could be film, it could be architecture. In some way, they are attracted to someone that has wonderful taste with regard to some form of artistry. They're also attracted to people who have high self-esteem and at least a few $1,000s in their savings account. And that concludes the romantic horoscopes that everybody has to look forward to throughout Thanksgiving. By the way, you'll find that what I've just said is true. And because it's more likely than not your sun, moon, and rising are in different signs, you will find that they all apply. Well, that was fun. Yep.
Hello. Back again, are we? And it's forever good to see you, friend. Please, do excuse the mess. I started making the shop available to host small events and birthday parties.
Oh, heterosexual Aries women. You're attracted to guys with big noses, glasses, and facial hair this month. And I just want to say special shout out to you because I'm attracted to that type every month, baby. Every month. Go get it, Aries ladies.
And what just yesterday got a little out of hand. In fact, they left a little something behind that I know you'll be most interested in. A hardcover picture book. Yeah, you might not want to open it just yet. Stay a while, have a piece of cake, while I gift you this one called My Family is Cursed. A clown shows up at everyone's 10th birthday.
Oh, no. Oh, fuck that, dude. What a premise for a story. His family is cursed. A clown shows up at everybody's 10th birthday. Scary as fuck, dude.
On this beautiful plaque I had made above the front desk.
No.
These are some of the members of the inner circle of the antiquarium. We go by the Obsidian Covenant. Recent initiates include Rob Sparkman, Danny Phillip, Sven, Jennifer.
I'll give you another forecast, eh? You want to know who's going to be pissing you off the most or what sort of circumstances will be pissing you off the most already and for a few more weeks? Let's do that, guys. Start with the fire signs. You're getting pissed off by theatrical assholes who call themselves professional actors or actresses. You're getting pissed off by musicians. You're getting pissed off by people who are fucking vain, especially the men. Leo, you're pissed off by people that are self-employed and they make more money than you. It's that simple. Especially the men. Sagittarius, you're pissed off by anyone that's doing things that are illegal. That's a man. It's that simple. But Earth signs next. Taurus, you are pissed off by anyone who's fucking with your real estate or financial ventures. Virgos, you're pissed off by anyone that knows your secrets and may or may not disclose them. Especially the men. Especially men who you fucked around with knowing they were committed to someone else. Wink, wink. Capricorn, you're pissed off by the FBI, the CIA, and everyone else that knows exactly what you're responsible for. Gemini, you're pissed off by anyone who has been telling you some bullshit and you know it's hearsay and now you in some way are responsible and liable for their fraud. Libra, you're pissed off by exes, in-laws, and females that you thought had your back. Aquarius, you're pissed off by doctors, medical professionals, veterinarians, and anyone that you feel is in any way impeding your style with their type A personality. Aquarius, you're pissed off by any guy that you decided was your soulmate or your enemy who's telling you they're not either your soulmate or your enemy. Water signs. Right? Water signs, I think, was where we're at. Cancer. You're pissed off by anyone who you're not getting money from and who will also affect your self-esteem because you don't get any money from them. My mommy's a Cancer. Scorpio. You're pissed off by anyone who has friends that are in the good old boys club that is superior to your good old boys club. Particularly any that could cause any sort of mark on your outstanding reputation in your vocation. Pisces. Pisces, Pisces, Pisces. Oh, I think I already went over Pisces. I might have said it for somebody else's sign. Pisces is pissed off by professionals that they feel are hypercritical, men or women. Who did I forget, guys? It's hard when I'm just relaying it off the top of my head and breaking it up by element. Did I already do Aries? Yeah, I think I did. Yeah. I think that concludes it. I think I got everybody. So let's look forward to the future. Here's the most powerful men to each sign and where you'll find them, beginning the last week of this month. For Aries, the most powerful men that you'll be encountering or in some way greatly affected by for about 4 weeks to go, beginning the last week of this month, will be celebrities. Underline that. Celebrities. Leo. For you, it's also going to be celebrities. Particularly celebrities that in some way you feel have ruined the plans that you had with a couple of men to get away with crimes. Sagittarius, entrepreneurs that are men and or CEOs, those who don't have a boss, are the most helpful for the month, kicking off right around the last week of this month. Earth signs, Taurus, the most helpful men will be those that work for the CIA, FBI, DIA, DOD, DOS, and DOJ, whether or not they tell you themselves, for the month that kicks off the last week of this month. Taurus is followed by Virgo. Virgo, you're affected by men who in some way control or affect your home environment for the month that kicks off the last week of this month. Capricorns, you're affected by men who know who you did have sexual relationships with illegally for the month that kicks off the last week of this month. Gemini, you're affected by men who in some way have decided that you're either their enemy or their ally for the month that kicks off the last week of this month. Libra, you're affected by guys who invent things and have a way with the World Wide Web that your little brain doesn't even know exist. Aquarius, you're affected by men that are in some way superior to the status quo. And they're very influential the last week of this month into a month ahead. Cancer, you're affected by men that you like to say are critical and neurotic, who are actually just informing you of how much you've erred. Snap. Shit. Scorpio, you're affected by a man that's going to either bless your finances and self-esteem or take everything involving both of those in the month that kicks off the last week of this month. Pisces, you're affected by anyone who is going to be detaining your best friends and yourself and showing that your good old boys club is nothing but domestic terrorist. Oh, Jared. Not a joke, by the way. That's called a 10th house influence. I don't make this shit up. Next. I think that's it. Didn't I already go over the fire signs, guys? Didn't I already? Oh, I did. Yeah, I did. All right, that's enough of astrology with Mystic Gwen.
At Dark Hippie 24, Princess Emma Rose, Cursed Keaton, the Type 1 Diabetic Warrior, TMSKS 222, and Sean Geary. We are ever appreciative of your devotion to the Order. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com to receive the sacrament. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Welcome to the antiquarium of sinister happenings and ongoing.
My multiple times convicted stalker and abuser is a Leo sun sign, Taurus moon, Scorpio rising. Yeah, my mom's a Cancer. Stepdad is a Gemini with Aquarius moon. I'm a Sagittarius, a Virgo, Pisces. Mm-hmm. But I have more planets in Scorpio than any other sign. And remember, I was due on November 7th. I hung out for a month longer than I was supposed to. And then I was born dead with the umbilical cord having wrapped itself around my neck for long enough to strangle me and knock me out. And then I was pulled forth from my mother's sliced open stomach and introduced to my dad and some grandparents and an aunt. And 12 hours later, I met my mother.
Wings on.
And I have a stellium in the 8th house. That means the federal government loves me, baby. And I say that because Jared, you're Pisces, Jared. Yeah.
My family is cursed. A clown shows up on everyone's 10th birthday, but no one ever hires one. My earliest memory of the clown is from my cousin Jake's 10th birthday party. I was only 5, but I distinctly remember the commotion surrounding the clown. I remember my parents preparing me before we left the house and on the drive there. There's going to be a clown at Jake's party.
Just be nice. All you have to do is be nice.
I didn't understand why they were so worried, why my mom kept wiping.
And then remember, astrology cannot predict your future, guys. It can just tell you about the mood and overtones. So you may be feeling all of those things. But whether or not they come to be in any way actionable and tangible is never indicated. And that's why horoscopes should never be looked at for anything serious, I'd say. Now, that being said, I know a lot about it. And I use what's referred to as the whole house system. It's been around for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years. But when you're looking at horoscopes or any of Google's first 5 pages of results involving horoscopes or natal charts, unfortunately, you will find they all use what's referred to as the Placidius house system, something that was created in the early 70s. That is over 90% of the time completely different than the whole house system, the exception being person sun sign. So it's even like doubly rubbish usually if you're trying to find a horoscope. You got to meet one-on-one with a real astrologer and then decide whether or not they are the astrologer for you. This is something that's common practice in places like India, where over 80% of the population is Hindu, and professional astrologers are taken seriously and paid very well. They play a large role also in arranging a lot of the arranged marriages, because what they use is a house system that is not referred to as the house system, the whole house system, but it is identical to the whole house system in a lot of respects. And they look for, if you're looking at Western astrology, they look for people having a lot of planets in the same elements. So like fire signs are Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. Water signs are Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. They look for people who have, say, 5 planets in water signs, and then they try and match them up in an arranged marriage with somebody else who has 5 planets in water signs. And ideally some earth signs, because water and earth make the world. Just like fire and air feed one another.
Your hands on a dress the entire drive to Jake's house, or while my dad kept taking deep breaths. Weren't clowns supposed to be at birthday parties? When we got to Jake's house, there was something.
And then in my experience, and I've got decades of experience on this, the signs that are the least inclined to pay any credence whatsoever to horoscopes or natal charts are Gemini and Capricorn. Everyone else at least entertains it. But Geminis and Cancers are the ones that are, Geminis and Capricorns are the ones that usually go out of their way to say that it's too broad or confirmation bias. And then something happens with the planet Saturn or Jupiter that kicks them in the mouth. And then they're like, oh, maybe there is a little validity. Maybe.
Going on.
The women excluded, by the way. Girls love astrology the way every guy loves a BJ, man. I'm telling you. Every girl.
In silence.
Don't let them tell you anything otherwise. They want to know their romantic compatibility.
Walked in and out of the house periodically. It was like they were all waiting for something to happen. As I jumped in the bouncy castle along with the rest of my cousins.
And that is something else you can use astrology for, guys. Romantic and sexual synastry. That is something that you can absolutely determine by looking at 2 natal charts or a composite chart. That's when you overlay one on top of the other. And in some instances, reconfigure it so that it becomes a 3rd separate natal chart, displaying what the couple would be if they were one entity.
And watched as he unlatched the gate. I stopped bouncing and tried to maintain my balance as I watched the clown step into the yard and close the gate behind himself. I pushed my fingers through the mesh of the bouncy castle and pressed my face against it, staring at the clown as he scanned the backyard until his eyes landed on me. He stared at me for a few seconds, then I stared back, not really knowing what to do. Nobody else seemed to have noticed him yet, and my cousins continued bouncing around behind me. He was short, and he wore a curly, rainbow-colored wig. His face was white, and it seemed like his skin was naturally that pale. It didn't look like paint at all, really. His lips were normal size, but bright red, and he had a giant, round, red nose. His eyes were dark, so dark that I couldn't distinguish the pupil from the iris.
And then let's talk about some celebrities and who they are astrology-wise. Donald is a Gemini with heavy Cancer influences. Elon's a Cancer. Jeff's a Sage. He's a Sagittarius like me. Joe's a Leo. Yeah. I don't know what Lex is. Got no idea. Bert is a Scorpio. Melania is a Taurus. So you can look at celebrities and see how you feel like it applies to them as the weeks roll into months.
2 black lines that started above his black eyebrows and ran down his eyelids to the tops of his cheeks, which appeared to be inflated with something. They were round and protruding.
Putin's a Taurus, and he's a hardcore Taurus. He's a cliche Taurus. If I was making a book about astrology signs, I would use Putin as the picture of the Taurus man.
And a white shirt with giant red buttons down the front, and red ruffles around the neck, chest, and sleeves. And he carried a gift bag in one hand. I don't know how long I stood there watching him, but suddenly I was being pulled out of the bouncy house by my mom. She dragged me to a table and sat me down in a chair between herself and my dad. I continued to watch the clown as he approached my cousin Lisa and pulled out a pink balloon from a pocket in his pants. He blew up the balloon and then twisted it into a dog, handing it to her. She took the balloon dog from the clown and ran to her mom, my Aunt Chelsea, who grabbed Lisa.
My kids are Cancer, Virgo, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Aquarius, Scorpio.
Impalpable amount of tension for the remainder of Jake's birthday party. Our parents wouldn't let us stray too far away, and the clown stayed the entire time, wandering around the yard and handing out balloon animals or honking his nose for the children. When it came time to open presents, we watched as Jake unwrapped countless video games and action figures, along with a few clothing items. Once he finished opening the last gift from a family member, the clown walked up to Jake and handed him the gift bag he'd been carrying around for the entire party. I watched as Jake's mom tried to stop the clown from handing Jake the gift, while my uncle held her back. We all watched as Jake thanked the clown and opened the gift bag, taking out handfuls of tissue paper until he reached in and pulled out the gift.
It's a book.
I saw his mom sigh in relief, and Jake turned the book over in his hands, looking at it. It was a small, hardcover book with a glossy dust jacket that had a drawing of a beach on it. Jake thanked the clown and walked away from him, through the gate, and away from the house. Once he was gone, Jake's dad snatched the book from him. I asked him about it later, but he told me his parents had thrown it out. I saw the clown a few times after that. At every cousin's 10th birthday party, he would show up in the same outfit every time and give them a hardcover picture book that their parents would get rid of. When I was 10, the same thing happened. And although I begged my parents to let me see that book, they declined. The night of my birthday party, I snuck out of my room and saw my dad go up into the attic with my book. I tried to find it a few times after that day, but he had hidden it well, and it was nowhere to be seen. I once asked my parents why any of us even had birthday parties if they were so afraid of the clown, but they told me that the clown would show up anyway. He always knew. I didn't see the clown for a couple of years. All of my cousins had passed the age of 10, and none of them were old enough to have their own children yet. When I turned 20, my parents died in a car accident, and I inherited their house. By that time, I had forgotten all about the clown and the book, or didn't care to read it and figure out why they'd taken it away. And then, about 12 years later, my daughter Wendy had her 10th birthday party. My wife knew about the clown, and we had already seen it appear once before at Jake's twins' birthday party. We had prepared Wendy and had given her the same warnings my parents had given me. Be nice to the clown. About 30 minutes into the party, the clown jumped over the backyard fence and wandered over to the table where Wendy and her cousins were getting makeovers. I stopped myself from running over and stopping him. He looked exactly as I remembered him. Not a single thing had changed, not even his outfit. I watched as he caught my niece Alice's eye and pulled out a blue a balloon from his pocket. He blew the balloon up and pulled out another blue one, and then used them both to form a hat, which he gently placed on her head. I watched as she thanked him and he clapped his hands together, and then continued to walk around my backyard. Nobody ever tried to stop him, because we'd always been warned not to. We were never specifically told what would happen if we tried, but we knew it was bad, and none of us wanted to find out what it would be. When it was time to open presents, I continued to eye the gift bag in the clown's hand. Once Wendy was done with opening the gifts given to her by family members, the clown approached her and handed her the bag. She took it gently and slowly opened it, digging around the tissue paper until she pulled out the book.
Thank you.
She said, smiling at the clown. He took a bow and then walked away, jumping back over the fence. I let out a sigh of relief when he was gone, and I approached Wendy, taking the book from her. She didn't seem to mind that it was being taken. She seemed glad. I decided to hide it up in the attic, just as my parents had done with mine. But as I stared at it in my hands, curiosity was beginning to set in.
My apologies for crashing the party. The balloon artist just showed up. A little late, I might add. Let me go see if he can make good on that giraffe they promised me on the telephone. I'll be right back.
At Sprouts Farmers Market, we're all about fresh, healthy, and delicious. Every shopping trip is an adventure with new and ahead-of-the-trend products hitting our shelves every month. From the latest mouth-watering vegan and gluten-free cookies to yummy plant-based protein bars, there's always something new to explore. Plus, find more than 2,800 Sprouts brand items filled with incredible flavor and better-for-you ingredients. Visit your neighborhood Sprouts Farmers Market today, where the thrill of discovery awaits.
You got 5 on it? With the $5 meal deal at McDonald's, you about to eat. Your choice of a tender, juicy McChicken or a hot, cheesy McDouble sandwich and a crispy 4-piece McNuggets and a small fries and a small drink for just $5. Woo! 5 gets you more at McDonald's.
Why, hello there. You've reached the antiquarium. If you wish to leave a message, please do so with the tone and have a great day.
No way. This is so not real. Great. This is great. Right. This is real. You have a fun of the day. End of messages.
What do you know? My balloon giraffe. Kinda cute, don't you think? No. Well, that's unfortunate. I believe his tip just deflated as well. Let's not let that be a party pooper, and we'll get right back to the fun, shall we?
I decided to hide it up in the attic, just as my parents had done with mine. But as I stared at it in my hands, curiosity was beginning to set in. It was the same as all the other books I'd seen. Hardcover with a glossy dust jacket that contained a drawing on the front but no title. This one had a drawing of a girl that resembled Wendy, standing in front of a birthday cake and about to blow out the candles. She had the same curly brown hair and green eyes as Wendy. I opened the book and noticed an inscription on the inside of the cover that said, Happy 10th, Wendy. The first page was blank, but the next page was where the story started. There was a drawing of the girl on the cover, wearing a party hat and holding a pile of gifts. Under that, it read,
Today is Wendy's 10th. How happy is she? She got every gift she wants, even things she does not need.
I turned the page as I continued to read the story that depicted various drawings of a girl that resembled my daughter as she did various birthday party activities.
Wendy laughs along with friends, and all her guests are filled with glee. Wendy tries to sneak a peek at every gift that she receives.
There were drawings of Wendy with family and friends. Everyone smiling and hugging Wendy.
And then from beyond the backyard fence comes the best guest of them all, a funny, funny clown here to have a ball.
On that page was a drawing of the clown as it jumped over the fence, grinning.
This clown loves to party, and it loves kids' birthdays too. He will never miss a chance to show up where he's due.
The next drawing was of the clown in the center of the page, surrounded by black.
But this birthday is a bit different. Something big is going to happen. The clown is so excited. This doesn't happen often.
I turned the page to see a drawing of the clown running around the party, chasing the guests who appeared to be frightened. They'd been drawn with their mouths open and wide-eyed as they ran away from the clown.
The clown runs around the yard and pulls something from his pocket. Not a balloon, not a magic handkerchief, but something big and sharp and shiny.
The next page had a drawing of a gleaming butcher knife dripping with blood.
A lot of guests must die, but don't worry, Wendy will be fine.
The next 4 pages contained various drawings of the clowns slaughtering people at the birthday parties. Some had their necks sliced open, some were stabbed, and some lost body parts.
The clown has had his fun. This job here has been done. Happy 10th birthday to Wendy. He will see you at the next one.
The last drawing was of the clown jumping back over the fence, leaving a pile of dead bodies behind him. I shut the book as a chill ran down my spine. I realized why our parents never showed us the books, especially if they were all this creepy. And I wondered why the clown would even give us these books. I decided to do as my parents had done and get rid of the book at the end of the party. As I tossed the book on top of the fridge, I heard the first scream. I ran to the door and threw it open just in time to see everyone running away from the clown. He was back, and he stood right by the fence with a butcher knife in his hands. On the ground next to him was my cousin Paola's child, Trevor, face down in the grass. I scanned the backyard looking for Wendy, but she was nowhere to be seen. All the guests ran across the yard trying to get as far away from the clown as possible. I watched as Jake tossed the children over the fence and into the neighbor's yard, followed by his husband and then himself. I looked for my wife and I spotted her running towards me and into the house. Where's Wendy?
She jumped the fence a while ago. She's fine. We need to hide.
She dragged me inside with her as the screams continued. A few more family members made it inside and we hid in the kitchen and the living room. After a while, the screams died out. I slowly got up, opening the door and peering out into the backyard. He's gone, I said, as I threw open the door and walked outside. There were a total of 10 dead people. And a few minutes after the cops arrived, so did Jake, his family, and Wendy. I ran to her as I saw her coming up the driveway, picking her up into my arms. I'm so glad you're okay. I kept her by my side for the rest of the night as we answered questions. I didn't tell the police that I knew the clown, as they would never believe my story about the curse. Instead, we all told them that we had no idea who the clown was, and that we hadn't hired anyone. Hours later, everyone was finally gone. Wendy had gone to bed, and I went downstairs and helped my wife clean up some of the mess. Once we were done, I grabbed the book from on top of the fridge and handed it to her.
What's this?
It's what he gave her, Rose. Read it. I waited for her to finish reading the book. Once she was done, she tossed it onto the counter.
What the fuck? Did he plan all that? Is this supposed to be some stupid joke?
I shrugged.
Did this happen to everyone?
I don't know. Our parents never let us see the books.
Oh,
This is so fucked up, David.
I stood in silence as Rose grabbed the book again, giving it a disgusted look. "I'm gonna go look for something," I said suddenly. I made my way to the attic entrance in the hall and pulled down the ladder. I slowly made my way up, each step creaking as I stood on it. When I reached the top, I flipped the switch and the lights turned on, illuminating the attic enough for me to see. I dug through countless boxes and moved old cord furniture around until I found it. The book that had been given to me on my 10th birthday. It had been hidden under the cushion of an old chair. I pulled it out and looked at the drawing of a house with a single light on in one of the windows. I opened the book and found a similar engraving on the inside cover that read, "Happy 10th Day." I turned the pages and began to read the story, ignoring the pictures. "Today is David's 10th birthday. What a good one it will be. David eats pizza. His favorite toppings is cheese. He has a waterballoon fight with Cousin Eric. Every day, gather in the trash. Everything is fun, and soon it will be great. Here comes the clown. He is never, ever late. David's birthday was a blast, and his gifts were all so fun. But don't be sad that it's over. The fun has just begun." Years go by, and the clown sees Dave again. It's now his daughter's 10th birthday, and today the fun will end. A lot of guests had fun, and for others this day was their last. But David's family is alive, and the clown forgot. And now it's time for bed. Time to get some sleep. Don't forget to check out Wendy. She hasn't made a peep. The final drawing of the book showed an empty bed in a dark room, with a window that was wide open. I stared at it for a second before it hit me. I tossed the book aside as I got a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. Something was wrong.
Wendy! What's going on?
I didn't reply as I hurried down the ladder and ran down the hall into Wendy's bedroom, throwing the door open. I flipped the light on and looked around the room, but I was too late. She was gone. Her bed was empty, and her window was wide open.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps...
I mean, look at this owl, dude. Did you see its eyeballs? That thing looks scary.
Maybe you'd be interested in
These are
dropping
way
it
cute.
and its story by the shop to share with other customers. Please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. A member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you, our best customer. You have a good night now.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, Lot 033. A clown shows up at everyone's 10th birthday, but no one ever hires one. Written by Gabby Rivera, narrated by Trevor Shand, starring Conan Freeman as Dad, Laura Mirsky as Mom, Everett Shand as Jake, Jade Shand as Wendy, Dee Quintero as Rose,
featuring Stephen Knowles as the antique dealer. Engineering, production, and sound design by Trevor Shand. Theme music by the Moon Brothers. Additional music by Coag, Brian Estes, and Vivek Abhishek. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor and Lauren Shand. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at AntiquariumPod. Call the Antiquarium at 646-481-7197. Your word is formaldehyde.
Can you use it in a sentence?
As you're sitting in your basement, you hit your vape, but then your mom walks in, freaks out, and starts listing the toxic chemicals you could be inhaling into your body, like formaldehyde, which she singles out because it's the same chemical used to preserve your Uncle Rico's funky-smelling taxidermied fox. Formaldehyde. Vaping can expose you to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. No need to spell it out any more than that. Brought to you by the Real Cost and FDA.
Oh, hello again. I'll be right up. Well, this is an absolute proof. Even though you can't see me, I'm watching your every move from our new security system we just got installed. A gentleman stopped by the shop last week and offered to set these up in exchange for something he just had to have. I'm sure you can relate. Now, what I found rather interesting about this man's visit was not the peculiar trade itself, but the fact that the cameras came with a box of tapes that he specifically told me to pass on to you. So insistent, in fact, that he has returned every night since to see that you get them. They are at the heart of a twisted turn of events called the strangest security tape I have ever seen. Before we begin, I want to point out some of the customers whose names have been etched in brass on this beautiful plaque I had made above the front desk. These are some of the members of the inner circle of the Antiquarium. We go by the Obsidian Covenant. Recent initiates include Caleb, Drake the Demon, Jamie Gentry, A.G., Jake Eustace, Haley Bryant, Gorn, A Foolish Samurai, and Squirrel Shinigami. We are ever appreciative of your devotion to the Order. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com to receive the sacrament. Now, where were we? Oh yes. Welcome to the Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings and Odd Goings On.
What is this? Oh, it's supposed to be a shell?
I work at a gas station in rural Pennsylvania. It's a boring job, but it's pretty easy. It pays all right. So a few weeks ago, this new guy started. I'll call him Jeremy. All right, Jeremy's weird. He's about 25 or 26. He hardly speaks, but he has the creepiest laugh I've ever heard. My boss and I both noticed this, but it's never been a problem, so there's not much we can do about it. Customers have never complained about him, and he's always done his job fairly well. Up until a few weeks ago, anyway. That's when things started going missing. Employee theft can be a problem in any business that sells consumer goods, and there's only one person working at a time at this gas station. It's a pretty small place. About 2 weeks ago,
My boss started noticing that we were short on motor oil. At first, it was a few containers at a time, then entire shelves and boxes from the back room. Pretty soon, entire shipments would be gone the day after we got them, and it would always be right after Jeremy's shifts. My bosses checked the security camera tapes from every single night he worked, but he could never catch him in the act. Jeremy would lock up at closing, then the motor oil would be gone the next day. My boss usually takes the tapes home with him to try and catch Jeremy stealing, but his daughter had a softball game last night, so he asked me to watch the tape for him. He offered to pay me overtime, under the table, so obviously I took that offer. There are 3 cameras, so he gave me 3 different tapes to check. I figured it would be a long night, but I'm trying to save up for vacation, so I really needed the money. I took the tapes home, popped them in an old VCR, and sat back. Two days ago, the last time he worked, Jeremy started at 4 p.m. Everything seemed pretty normal at first. He counted up his drawers, switched off with the girl who was working before him, and waited for a customer. The first person who came in was Mrs. Templeton. The timestamp on the video read 4:03. A regular. She picked up her cigarettes and a newspaper and paid with a 20. Nothing unusual there. The next customer was some local guy named Ron. He drives a motorcycle, usually comes in every few days. He filled up his tank, got a bag of beef jerky, paid with his credit card, and then left. Next was some guy with a cowboy hat. I'd never seen him before, but we had plenty of strangers passing through, just like at any gas station. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel, paid with a $100 bill, and went on his way. The only thing more boring than doing this job is watching someone else do it. My boss's offer was enough to keep me watching now, so I left the tape on. Everything seemed pretty normal. I had a feeling that if Jeremy was stealing motor oil, he knew we were suspicious of him by now. I didn't expect him to be dumb enough to let us catch him on camera. Things stayed boring and routine until about 5 o'clock. At 5:03, Mrs. Templeton came back in. She must have forgotten something, but she didn't. She bought the same pack of cigarettes as before, and the same newspaper. She paid with another 20. That's odd, but then again, she's a little absent-minded. I thought Jeremy should have told her she already got her smokes, but it's not against the rules to sell somebody the same thing twice, so I give him that. That's when Ron came in again. Yeah, he bought another tank of gas for his motorcycle again. I later checked the outdoor camera because I thought maybe he had another car he wanted to fill up or something. And the same pack of beef jerky. He paid with his credit card again. No big deal. I figured this was just maybe a weird coincidence. Mrs. Templeton is forgetful, and Ron probably owns more than one Harley. That's when the guy in the cowboy hat came back in. I felt the chill run down my spine. Don't get diesel, don't get diesel. Fuck, but he did. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel, paid with another $100 bill. Every move he made was identical to his first visit, right down to the way he scratched his nose before he walked out. Either this guy's rich, owns a lot of trucks and just moved into town, or something really bizarre was happening. I kept watching. Every customer for the next hour was the same as before. Every single one. I was seriously freaked out. And then at 6:03, Mrs. Templeton walked back in. She bought her cigarettes and newspaper and paid with the 20 again. I thought I was going to lose it. I only watched another half hour before I started fast-forwarding through the rest. It was all the same. Every customer would come in at the exact same times, exactly 1 hour apart. Now I know what you're thinking. That sneaky motherfucker Jeremy had messed with the tapes. He'd run a loop of his first hour of business over and over. That wasn't the case. There are windows around the cash register area that the camera covers. And I watched the sunlight fade as time ran on. Jeremy's routine didn't revolve. He swept, mopped, restocked, and did all his duties exactly how you would expect. But the same customers kept coming in. I was panicking at this point. Something was seriously wrong with what I was seeing, and I had no explanation for it. I skipped ahead to when he locked up and walked out to his car. He hadn't stolen anything, but I kept watching just to make sure. I fast-forwarded one last time. It's just about midnight. At exactly 12:03, out of nowhere, Jeremy's face pops up on camera. I don't mean he moved his head into view. I mean, in 1 second the store was empty, and the next his face was all I could see. He wasn't looking at the camera. He was looking at me. I was sure of it. I screamed and fumbled for the remote. By the time I grabbed it, he was gone. Just as soon as he had left. One frame he was there, the next he wasn't. My hands were shaking like crazy. I popped another tape. The other indoor camera shows the back area by the cash register, and I'd be able to see how he got up to put his face in the camera like that. I skipped ahead to 12:03, but there was nothing. I would have been able to see him standing on a chair or something on this tape, but he wasn't there. I didn't see him enter the store at all after he left. It's like he wasn't really there. He doesn't know the security code, and no alarms were triggered that night after he locked up. What I did see, however, was that at 12:03, the motor oil vanished off the shelf. All of it. The same as Jerry's face. 1 second it was there, and the next, it wasn't. I turned that tape off and went to bed. But I didn't get a wink of sleep. My body is exhausted right now, but my mind is racing. That tape was undoubtedly the creepiest, most disturbing thing I've ever seen in my life. I work in a few hours. My boss asked me to bring the tapes back in and let him know what I found. But really, what the hell am I going to say? Jeremy works the night shift tonight directly after me. And the plan is for my boss to come in just before I leave and confront him with me. As I'm supposed to be the one who caught him stealing. I have no idea what I'm going to do. I suppose I'll have to show my boss the tapes, but I don't want to watch them with him. I never want to see something like that. Never again. I can't get the image of Jeremy just smiling directly into the camera out of my mind. It was the creepiest look I've ever seen on another human being's face. Anyway, I'm going to try again to get some last minute sleep before I have to go in and deal with this. I'll let you know what happens.
Friend, my apologies for the interruption, but the camera in the stockroom is detecting motion. Thing is, there is no one else here but you and I. Let me go check in on our uninvited guest, and I'll be right back. Why, hello there. You've reached the antiquarium. If you wish to leave a message, please do so at the tone, and have a great day.
Hey, been listening to the show for a long time and just wanted to say thank you for it. I have a long drive and I work by myself at night in a very old building that has its own sinister and haunted happenings. And I listen to it while I work. Really amps things up. Thanks again.
End of messages.
What if I told you that what I saw just now in the back in that stockroom would change everything you thought you knew about the very fabric of reality itself? Something where, in its presence, not only would your mind plunge wildly into madness from overwhelming incomprehension, but your entire biology would collapse in, under, and through itself in an attempt to even make sense of it. Listen, whatever happens, whatever I say, even if I am begging you. Do not let me go back there again. Capiche? For now, let's get back to the tapes, shall we?
Update 2:49 p.m. Updating from my phone. Apologies in advance for any errors. My boss just finished watching the last of the tapes. I told him what to expect, but you really can't prepare someone for something like that. He's scared shitless. I still am too. And Jeremy is due to come in at 4. We've got a little over an hour to get our shit together. But neither one of us knows what to say to him. Is he just a fucked up guy who likes to steal motor oil and scare the shit out of people? Or is he something else? I don't know if this is crazy, but do you think he could have anything to do with the time loop? My boss said he never noticed anything like that in the other tapes, but the way he popped up in this one made me think he knew I would be watching. It's like he wanted me to see what he could do, like he was showing off or something. The way he smiled into the camera was like a little kid showing you a sandcastle they just built or something. I know I probably sound crazy. I sure feel the part. I'm gonna talk to my boss some more. We have to calm ourselves down and figure out how to handle this. I'll update again tonight, but I have a really bad feeling about how this is gonna play out. Update 4:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update 5:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update 6:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update 7:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update 8:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update 10:58 p.m. Holy shit. Holy shit. I just got home and listened to my previous updates. Things make less sense now than ever. Here's what I can tell you. I went to work. Jeremy never showed up. My boss and I decided to call the police, as you were fucking aware. When I picked up the phone to call, the sun went out. I shit you not. That's what I thought happened. Apparently I blacked out for exactly 5 fucking hours because when I looked at the clock, it was 9:33. I think I got stuck in Jeremy's time loop. And then I snapped out of it. At the exact point I blacked out, if that makes any sense whatsoever. But that's when things got really weird. My boss was right next to me when I blacked out, ready to corroborate my story to the cops. When I came to, the phone was in my hand, but it was dead. Not even a dial tone. My boss was still right there, but he wasn't moving. He was standing up. I'm frozen. I looked at the clock again, and it wasn't moving. The second hand was stuck on the 12. It was 9:33 exactly. The clock on the register computer screen wasn't moving either. My phone was frozen. There was even a customer at the register waiting for my boss to get him cigarettes. I begged I would have been stiff back in the day. I got the fuck out of there. Didn't lock up, didn't turn the lights out, and sorry, I didn't grab the security tapes to upload on the internet to send to you. Believe me, that was the last thing on my mind. The gas station is on a major highway, and cars were parked all along it. Except they weren't parked. They were frozen. The people inside were sitting still as wax statues. I got in my car and prayed that it would start, and thankfully it did. About halfway home, time started up again. The static from the radio turned into music, like it's supposed to be. And from what I could tell by listening to the host talking between songs, no one noticed the time freeze, or whatever it was. I was the only one. I'm sure Jeremy noticed as well. I still have no clue where he is or what he's doing. I'm hiding in my room and calling the police again in the morning. I don't know if I ever got through to them before, or if I did, whether they took me seriously. I'm scared for my life at this point. I'll update tomorrow if I can. Final update, 10:33 a.m. I finally fell asleep last night around 4. I have no idea how I did it. I guess exhaustion finally got the best of me. This morning I woke up to my phone ringing. It was my boss. He'd been calling me since about 6. He woke up when time turned back on last night and immediately called the cops. They came by to see what was wrong, and he told them everything. The police around here are all small-time guys. They were more concerned with the missing motor oil than anything. But my boss figured he would take it as long as he had their attention. They decided to go look for Jeremy. We keep all our employees' applications on file, and since Jeremy just started working here, his was really easy to find. They checked the address on it and headed over to his house. You're not going to believe what they found. The address Jeremy listed on his application was an empty lot. Or at least now it is. There used to be a house there, but it burned down in 1993. Being a small town, almost everyone remembers that fire. A family of 4 used to live there way back when. Rumor has it that they had an estranged son who they never really talked about. But I can't say for sure if that's true. What I can say is true is that after an insurance investigation, the fire was ruled an arson. The entire house was soaked in oil and torched with the Molotov cocktail. The entire family was sleeping when it happened. None of them survived. They never caught the guy who did it. Rumor has it that when they tried to contact the estranged son, no one could find him. Anyway, my boss called and told me this. Then I freaked out. Then he asked me to come to the gas station. Are you fucking crazy? I said. But he assured me that the cops were there with him. And then he dropped a bomb. The FBI were also in town. And they were going to talk to me one way or another. So I might as well come in. It was about 7:15 or so, and I wanted to go back to bed, but I figured I wouldn't be able to sleep much more anyway. So I went down. 4 men in suits greeted me and told me to have a seat. We went over everything 2 or 3 times until they got all the details down. I told them about Jeremy, the security tape, last night at work, everything. Finally, after I finished, one of the agents said, Christ, got another one on our hands. Then they made me sign a bunch of papers saying I wouldn't tell anyone about what happened. So I can't say much more. I might be breaking the law just by recording this. So now, I'm home. I'm not sure what to do with myself. That agent's words, when I told him the story, are going to haunt me for the rest of my life. Anyway, I gotta go. I got some errands to run today, and then I have to go to work to pick up some tapes. My boss and I think this new guy, Jeremy, is a complete creep, stealing motor oil. I'm gonna have to watch the security footage to see if I can catch him doing it. I have better things to do. My boss is paying me overtime under the table, right? I'm trying to save up for vacation, so I could really use the money. It should be pretty simple. The oil always goes missing right after his shifts. I figure I'll just watch the tapes, catch him in the act, and that'll be that.
Fried bugs. That's a weird one.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances, maybe you'd be interested in dropping it and its story by the shop to share with other customers, please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. A member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you, our best customer. You have a good night now.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, Lot 034. The strangest security tape I've ever seen. Written by Powerhawk Smash. Narrated by Trevor Shand. Starring Conan Freeman as the agent. Featuring Stephen Knowles as the antique dealer. Engineering, production, and sound design by Trevor Shand. Theme music by the New Brothers. Additional music by Coag. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor and Lauren Shand. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at AntiquariumPod. Call the Antiquarium at 646-41-7197.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, my friend. Please, pardon our dust, or so they say. We're getting a leaky roof repaired today. That's the drawback of these historic buildings. Always in need of a bit of a facelift from time to time. The item I have set aside for you is from a local gentleman who has performed more than just a few of those. The business card of one Dr. Alan Alship III, plastic surgeon. Why don't you relax on the operating table for part one of a truly disturbing ordeal I call the 1%. Before we begin, I want to point out some of the customers whose names have been etched in brass on this beautiful plaque I had made above the front desk. These are some of the members of the inner circle of the Antiquarium. We go by the Obsidian Covenant. Recent initiates include Justin Wood, Anthony White, Lindsay Vogel, Mike Taggart, Charles Jones, Jada, Jess Arndt, Ryan F., and Jeremy Hernandez. We are ever appreciative of your devotion to the Order. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com to receive the sacrament. Now, where were we? Oh yes. Welcome to the Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings and Odd Goings On.
Dr. Allship loves his job. He works in a very clean, very white office. His front desk staff all look very similar. Thin white women with blonde hair, large breasts and pink lips. There are no plants or other living things. There are oblique paintings of women in different positions. There are ceiling lights which give off a pink glow. His tile floors are spotless. He has nothing on the front of his office except a small plaque with his name entitled Dr. Alan Allship III, Plastic Surgeon. Dr. Allship is not a bad man. He smiles when it is appropriate. He laughs when it is expected. He has a family. He has a dog. He is good to both of them. He doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, and doesn't use profane language. He's a small man, only 5'6", with greying hair circling his head and ears. His father was a surgeon, as was his grandfather.
He shares their profession and their name. And one more thing. The Allships have always had a peculiar aspect to their practice. Dr. Allship performs the typical procedures, liposuction, facelifts, Botox. He can do those in his sleep. This is 99% of his clientele. His patients rave about his work. They even throw in a good word about his bedside manner, as hard as it is for him. But this is not why he loves his job. He loves his job because of the 1%. His father said it is a calling. It is needed to make people extraordinary, to make them perfect. His grandfather said they could not survive on fat housewives. They needed purity to excel, to be the best, to exceed all expectation. The 1% are the special patients, those who never even know they were patients until they're under the knife. Dr. Allship is working on a 1% in his operating theatre. Number 1476. He is alone, except for his patient. He found her begging for change near the subway. She was truly disgusting. Her arms were covered in needle scars, and her hair was falling out in clumps. She had 2 fingernails missing. Her teeth looked like the crooked city skyline. She was sitting in her own piss, too high to even realize she was urinating. She was perfect. Today he is shaving her feet. Not the hair on her feet, of course. She was so scared from shooting up between her toes that it's unlikely any hair could survive. No, Dr. Allen is shaving her skin down. He's making her a perfect size 5. Dr. Allship likes odd numbers. Number 1476 can't move. She's not strapped to a table, but she's been injected with a paralytic. It's a nifty tool because although she cannot move, she can still feel what's happening. The process is part of the transformation, as his father always said. She's actually propped up in a sitting position, eyes glued open. Dr. Allship likes his 1% to watch his magic happen. Number 1476 has been a good patient so far. She didn't scream too much when he brought her to the office. She probably thought he was going to pay her for sex. He, of course, would never touch a patient in that way. He has a strict ethical code. She can't scream now, either, partially because of the paralytic and partially because he's unhinged her bottom jaw. The chin was just too rotten to save. Her tongue hangs out the hole where her jaw used to be. It makes a terrible noise when it slaps against her cheeks. So Dr. Allship is wearing headphones. A calming bark piece echoes through his ears as he uses his grinder to flay away the calloused flesh that was her feet. It's going well, the bones are coming apart easily enough. The blood is always an issue, but he has someone to clean up after he's finished. Her jaw is becoming a bit of a problem as it drenches everything under her. But Dr. Allship is very patient. He calmly wipes away the spit from his work, tilting her head back a bit. Number 1476 is being very cooperative. The operating theatre's phone begins to ring. This bothers Dr. Allship, who does not like to be interrupted. But he has nearly finished his work on her left foot. He clamps a vein to prevent her from bleeding out and reaches for the phone.
Yes.
It is one of his front desk staff. She explains that there is a client demanding to be seen.
Becky. 20 minutes.
He hangs up. Becky is a client. She'd approached him months ago about a rather odd procedure. She wanted her vocal cords shaved so that she could sound younger. When asked how young she would like to sound, she responded, 9. Dr. Allship, due to his respectability and professionalism, obliged her request and fulfilled the surgery. It was a success. But since then, she's been harassing him to perform more and more extreme procedures. First, she wanted her breasts removed to resemble the chest of a child. He obliged her. Then she wanted all her body hair removed. He obliged her again.
Each time she would enter his practice unannounced and demand to be seen immediately. But since she was such a loyal client, he allowed this behavior. Truthfully, he was also intrigued by her oddity. But at the moment, he is covered in the blood of number 1476. He is pleased with the shape of her new left foot and bandages it carefully. He planned to do both feet today, but the rights could wait until tomorrow.
You've done good work today.
Dr. Allship tells number 1476.
You must keep off the foot for a few weeks, which shouldn't be a problem. Don't touch the bandaging. I would prefer not to have to break your hand again. But if you insist on scratching, I will be forced to make you yet another one.
He takes off his scrubs and washes his hands. He does not enjoy the messiness of surgery, but it is a necessary evil. He picks the phone back up. One of his front desk staff answers.
Number 1455, please come in. And get number 1476 and place her back in the den. I also need number 995 to come clean up.
Dr. Allship hangs the phone up softly. He doesn't look back as he steps out of the operation theatre. He closes the white door behind him.
I am truly sorry for the interruption. With all this racket, I can't even hear myself think.
Tell you what, I'll let them know to knock it off for a bit so we can finish our story. Back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Why, hello there. You've reached the antiquarium. If you wish to leave a message, please do so with the tone and have a great day.
There's something in the fog. There's something in the fog. I won't let me go. I've been driving for hours. I just don't know what the exit. What is exit? The fog. Please. Help. End of messages.
Ah, there we go. Now that we have a little peace and quiet, I believe the good doctor has another patient to attend to. Let's get back to it, shall we?
Becky was meeting the esteemed doctor. She could barely control her giggles. Big Mr. Doctor Man was going to make her pretty. Everyone thinks he's the best, so he must be. She beamed from ear to ear, leaping from her canopy bed. She sat down at her vanity. The pink mirror shone with twinkling lights. Pictures of her hung around the room like a living yearbook. She looked at herself deep in the eyes. For a second, she saw the 40-year-old in the reflection.
Get out.
She screamed, throwing a pink brush at the mirror. The image was gone. She got herself ready. She pulled her long blonde hair into 2 low ponytails. She pulled on her Minnie Mouse underwear and training bra. The bra bit the sides of her chest, causing long red rashes along her ribcage. But the tiny yellow flowers on it were so pretty. Becky picked out her fluffiest pink dress and white ruffled socks. She had to look her best for the doctor. She walked out of her room. Those sillies were always sleeping in. The low voice came from one of the adjoining bedrooms. Becky giggled and flung the door open. Barry was on the bed, strapped down as usual. He had pooed himself in the night and room smelled awful. Barry was such a baby. He still got the paint.
Rebecca, please. You're such a loser, Mary.
Seriously, I think my eye is infected. All right, if you could just call me.
I can't call anyone silly. I'm only 9.
She laughed at him again. Tears rolled down his face. polite manner suddenly turned dark. Rebecca was back.
This is my normal voice, Barry. And after today, Dr. Allship is going to make sure my voice isn't perfect.
Rebecca left as quickly as she came. Her face instantly changed to that of a carefree little girl.
Well, silly, you know you're not allowed outside. Mommy and Daddy said so.
Barry kept crying. He was such a crybaby.
I'll call Mommy and clean you up, loser.
She went to his bedside.
I'm also going to take your phone apart because it's not like you can use it.
She laughed harder as Barry's face fell again. She sneered at him and stuck a pink painted fingernail into his eye socket. He screamed. She couldn't stop laughing.
You're getting your blood all over me.
Where? Mummy scrambled up the stairs. Sure. Becky turned dark again and glared. Rebecca didn't like it when the maid forgot her place.
Mommy, what did you say?
She pushed her fingernail in deeper. Mummy cleared her throat.
So sorry, Rebecca. I mean, Becky. I was just coming in to see if you're,
Brother.
Yes, of course. I was coming to see if your brother needed me.
Becky removed her fingernail as Barry kept wailing.
He needs his diaper changed like a little loser. I'll wash my hands and then Dad can drive me to the doctor.
She skipped past Mummy into the bathroom. She washed her hands, grinning as the red stuff came off her pretty nails. She looked up and caught a glimpse of the 40-year-old again in her reflection. She screamed in the mirror. The image disappeared. Daddy drove her to the doctor. He didn't talk much. That was fine. Rebecca rambled on in the car about how excited she was for school and how pretty her new voice would be. When they reached the office, she kissed Daddy on the cheek. He only recoiled a little. She strode into the office, blinking at the stark whiteness of the scene. Two women sat behind a desk. They looked eerily similar.
I need to see the doctor.
Becky said in her most sing-song voice.
You don't have an appointment.
The woman locked eyes with her. Her tone was sweet but flat.
I don't need an appointment. I need to see the doctor.
Becky could feel the darkness growing again. Rebecca stared at the blonde lady in front of her. They thought they were so much better than her.
Ma'am, I am not a man. I'm a little girl.
Rebecca closed her fist tightly, but let go just as suddenly. Becky was back with her sunshine grin. The women behind the desk looked at each other, each broke into a slow smile, one turned to her.
I'll get Dr. Allship immediately. And what is your name, little girl?
The words little girl fell off her tongue like spoiled milk.
Becky.
Becky only had to wait half an hour for an appointment with the doctor. She was led into his private examination room. She thought he would be taller and more handsome, but he was just a tiny little man with a big desk. He didn't smile.
What can I do for you?
Becky felt Rebecca come out of the darkness. Rebecca took a deep breath.
I need you to make my voice younger.
And why is that?
The doctor had no effect to his voice. He looked briefly from Rebecca to the pad of paper on his desk, but wrote nothing. Becky tried to answer, but Rebecca pushed her down.
I had a happy childhood, Doctor. My parents loved me. They gave me everything. They died when I was young.
How did they die?
Dr. Allship sounded genuinely interested. Becky burst through.
An accident. I didn't mean to. I was only playing with Daddy's gun and... Enough.
Rebecca put a hand over her own throat.
After they died, things were not happy anymore. I would like to go back to those happy times.
She pulled out Barry's credit card.
I am prepared to pay whatever he would like. My husband has a trust fund that is limitless.
Dr. Allship took the card from her hand, reading the name slowly.
And what age would you like to sound like, Mrs. Shaw?
Becky.
Rebecca let go and Becky came out, bubbling back to the light.
I'm 9. I want to sound like I'm 9.
Dr. Allship smiled for the first time.
All right, Becky. That should be a simple vocal cord shave. Will your husband be available to take care of you during your recovery?
But she laughed. That's what I pay Mommy and Daddy for.
To be continued.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances, maybe you'd be interested in dropping it and its story by the shop to share with other customers. Please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. A member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you, our best customer. You have a good night now.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, Lot 035, The 1%, Chapter 1. Written by E.C. Morgan. Narrated by Lauren Clare. Starring Mark Redfield as Dr. Alan Alship, Allison Cossack as the receptionist, Dee Cortero as Rebecca and Becky, Lauren Mirsky as Mommy, Trevor Shand as Barry, featuring Stephen Knowles as the antique dealer. Engineering, production, and sound design by Trevor Shand. Theme music by the New Brothers. Additional music by Coag and Vivek Abhishek. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor and Lauren Shand. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter @AntiquariumPod. Call the Antiquarium at 646-481-7197.
The most innovative companies are going further with T-Mobile for Business, like Delta Airlines. Together with T-Mobile for Business, Delta Airlines is putting 5G into the hands of ground staff so they can better assist on-the-go travelers with real-time information. From the Delta Sky Club to the Jet Bridge, this is elevating customer experience. And Tractor Supply trusts 5G solutions from T-Mobile for Business to connect over 2,200 stores around the country with 5G business internet. Plus, T-Mobile is powering AI solutions so Tractor Supply team members can match shoppers with the products they need faster. This is enriching customer experience. Take your business further at T-Mobile.com/now.
Howdy and hello. Oops. Caught me catching up on my guitar skills. You know, I used to be in a band back in the day. Before all of this. Anyway, as a fellow music fan, I know you'll enjoy what I have for you today. A pair of tickets to catch Mr. Dream's set at an undisclosed location. Haven't heard of him? Maybe best to keep it that way. To stay on top of the cutting edge of pop culture, just follow my instruction on how to access the
Buenos dias, putas. What's up?
Before we begin, I'll point out some
Shout out to all of you from Ann Fucked Up Frank in the basement. How you doing?
above the front desk.
Some of you are doing better than others. You know who's doing better than others? Those of you not going to prison.
We go by
Are you surprised?
the Obsidian Covenant. Recent initiates include David Milanovsky, Antichrist 616.
Oh, did the autistic girl hurt your feelings? Suck a nut, dude.
Diego Pooch, Andrew Fogel, Aaron Godfrey, and Jacob Cameron. We are ever appreciative of your devotion to
It's Asperger's in my case, guys. Same as Elon and the lead singer of the Hives. The Vines, I mean. Asperger's. A lack of tact. A real problem with holding back their mouths. Real problem. A fanatic-like obsession with the things that interest them. An eerie amount of eye contact or no eye contact at all. And let me tell you, I lean towards the eerie eye contact. Hard. I lean right into it. Asperger's, likely to be savants in one specific area, and I've got that, but I can't tell you what area. You wouldn't believe me if you knew.
We all love Wikipedia, don't we? A seemingly endless source of information.
Asperger's.
All consolidated under
The
one
autistic
format,
people
usually
who
pleasing
seem
website.
to have no
And it's
emotional
my weird teacher might tell you, I can guarantee you that
depressions.
just about nobody's trying to rewrite history pages with false
Is it
information.
an illusion?
Nobody has time for that.
Or are we just able to radically accept bullshit? I think it's the latter.
General
So does
curiosity.
Elon.
There's a ton of fun stuff you can do on the site. For example, there's the Wikipedia game, where you start on one topic page and then click on related hyperlinks until you reach the pre-specified destination page. Also, did you know that if you go on a Wikipedia page relating to any topic, click on the first hyperlink and repeat the process, you'll eventually find yourself in a loop that always directs you back to the page for philosophy. Deep stuff, really.
¿Cómo
Yeah, that's all
estás?
fair and whatnot, but
Ah,
did you know
some puntos are muy mal.
a ritual of sorts? I recommend proceeding with caution. There's a certain level
Don't
of
worry,
risk
guys.
involved
Me
in
gusta
pursuing something
puntas.
like this.
Me gusta.
Would I recommend it? Not really.
Sí, sí,
So why am I
ese.
talking about it at all? I'll explain later. This is what you'll need.
Te amo,
A device
puntas.
with internet access, preferably something mobile, like a laptop or smartphone. Make sure that none of your personal information is stored on this device. Okay, if it's a smartphone, take out the SIM card, delete all your contacts, social media apps, photos, etc. This is not an optional step.
It's 7:54 in the morning, Pacific Standard Time. It's Wednesday, hump day, November 13th. The FBI has said nothing is going to happen today for the first time in 7 years. Hooray for that. Or excuse me, 10 years. For the first time in 10 years.
Optional, but also
Nothing's
not
going to
the same
happen
time.
today
You'll only need these
regarding
for reasons I'll
two
explain
guys
later.
that could
But
be
more
and
often
should be
than
in
not,
prison, but I'm so
you won't
fucking
need these
courteous
things.
they're not.
15 out of 100 times, I'd say.
But I'm certain, knowing them both, there'll be some avant-garde bullshit in the next 2 weeks to make up for it.
Sit down at a
Cute.
library, coffee shop.
Hopefully I'll
university
still be
campus,
detained so I don't have to deal with it.
Wi-Fi.
And instead, some of the
Start off
bulldogs
by
upstairs
visiting
can
an
come out and
extremely
handle
popular
that.
wiki page. For example, Michael Jordan, World War II, Elon Musk, Google, etc. Now,
Bulldogs
here's
were
where
the
you
British
exert
people's police dog. Do you know why? Because when you sick a bulldog on somebody and they bite down, they lock their
that
jaws.
has hardly been seen
You'll
in all
stay
of
locked like
comparison.
that, even if you
But
shoot
don't
them
go
in the
searching up
head.
Something like creepiest Wikipedia pages or most bizarre Wikipedia pages and try to get
Personally,
them.
I think being run down by a bulldog is scarier than a German Shepherd. What about you?
You'll need to find a page about something truly unknown and inane, like some unheard of.
With a German Shepherd, you could at least punch it in the nose, try and grab its neck or something. With a bulldog, it locks its jaws, you break its neck, it's still holding on to your
It
shin.
has to be something that very few people are aware of or would even bother to learn about. Once you found a page,
It's the only
that
thing
seems
the British
obscure
cops
and
have going for them,
you have
guys.
to click
They
on the
used to have
Wikipedia
bulldogs.
page, find
And they
another
get those
popular
cute,
topic and repeat
goofy
the
little
process.
helmets to wear.
Maybe 3,
Constables,
4,
dude.
5 times at
The
the very
fucking
max.
constables.
But don't worry about clicking pages endlessly. You'll know that you've done it right when you come across a seemingly blank page. The wiki symbol and side options will still be there, but the page itself will be devoid of any pictures or text. Except for the title of the page at the top, that is. It'll say information limit, followed by string numbers. Remember that string. Read it later. Also, don't close the browser. You've done it. The ritual has officially begun.
Anyway, today's a dud, but there's once again high hopes for tomorrow and high hopes for Friday and high hopes for Monday, Tuesday, and at least part of Wednesday. And then it's a slippery downhill slope with a couple more days of high hopes and then more slippery downward slope for all the federal felons.
Make yourself comfortable and open that information limit page again. Hit refresh. Another page should load up.
They're slip sliding away.
With a single prompt. Enter access point. What you want to do is enter the string of numbers you memorized earlier, except for the last 2 digits. Most people who try this just type in the string as it is. Do not do this, or you'll be met with a horrible fate. Trust me. Pay attention and refrain from fucking it up. Once this is done correctly, you'll be directed to something that looks like the Wikipedia homepage, but just a bit different. Now, I'm not quite sure what kind of site this is or where it even originates from. A lot of people just call it the Forbidden Wiki, myself included. I need to note something of great importance here. If the page that loaded up is not in English, or whatever language that you originally accessed it from, then click off immediately and go home. You shouldn't try and subject yourself to any of the images that may pop up on the pages you visit. They aren't meant for you. Aren't meant for human perception at all. If you glance upon these images, you'll end up with a fate worse than the one that you get if you enter the entire string into the prompt. That one is bad to begin with. You're curious, but don't take the risk. But if the page is in the language you recognize, then go ahead and proceed. You're going to notice that the Wikipedia symbol will now be a bit different than the one you're familiar with. It might be a different shape, a different color, different symbols perhaps. More often than not, it'll look more ominous, more sinister, I suppose. You need to keep in mind that the articles and topics you might stumble across on this site do not exist in our world. They are not something we need to be worried about. Don't stay up at night thinking about what you'll see. As far as we need to be concerned, they're not real. From this point, you have free range to explore as you please. Somewhat. Be sure not to look at more than around 15 pages, spending less than a minute on each. If you linger around forbidden knowledge for too long, they will know you're looking. And they'll be sure to look for you as well. This is information that you shouldn't be privy to, and they'll make sure it remains that way. Alright, so who are they, exactly? Anybody who has a solid answer to that question likely isn't around to divulge it. Just know that they are not from this plane of reality, that they possess far more strength and knowledge than you could ever imagine. Don't think you'll be able to evade or, God forbid, try and fight back against them. Even the most decorated government field agent who's been through hell and back wouldn't even come close to succeeding. Humans that try and overstep the boundaries of what they're supposed to know are nothing but pesky bugs that need to be exterminated to them. Or in the worst case, bugs that need to be made an example out of first. But don't be too scared.
I think the best lyric from Beastie Boys' Intergalactic is I'll stir fry you in my wok. Beastie Boys Intergalactic. When watching this video, are you more inclined to side with the robot or the squid? It's an important question. Very telling. Very telling.
Get your holidays delivered at the speed you need, only from the Home Depot.
If you mocked me, you'll get knocked. I'll stir fry you in my wok. Hey, hey, that was like a pinch on your neck from Mr. Spock, who's also a Jew, I might add. Like me. I am known to do the WAP. True man, Italian Stallions. Also known for the Flintstone flop. Oh yeah, Caveman too. Style. If you battle me, I feel profile. People always say my style is wild. You've got gall, you've got gal. I'm a rapophile. If you want to battle, you're in denial. Hey, hey, pay attention. The FBI will cast you off into exile. Step inside your party, I disrupted the whole scene. I like my sugar with coffee and cream. I'm too sweet to be sour, too nice to be mean. Another dimension, new galaxy, intergalactic planetary. I am known to do the WAP. No, to let the beat drop. Now when I wrote graffiti, my name was Stop. I'll stir fry you in my wok. Like a pinch from the neck from Mr. Spock. Do it! On that note, has anybody met anyone who's actually enlisted and currently serving the Space Force? Where are they, dude? Where are they?
Like I said, just don't linger on any one page for too long and don't visit too many. If you do this, you'll more or less be able to bypass their
I have
detection.
met 0 people in the Space Force,
Don't
guys.
think
That's
this means you're
weird.
somehow getting the best of them. You need to read and analyze these forbidden articles for upwards of hours. before understanding what they truly mean and the ramifications of their existence in the multiverse. With less than a minute of exposure, you'll only be able to gain a surface-level understanding of the subjects at best, and they hardly care about that. However, there's a way to legitimately bypass their detection, enabling you to look at the articles for a longer duration of time, but these involve complicated strategies that require extensive knowledge of both programming and arcane occult rituals. And even then, the risk is still astronomically high. Again, not recommended. You might be wondering why you just can't take pictures and screenshots and look over them afterwards for however long you want. Well, I suppose you could, but it makes no difference. They'll still know you're looking and react accordingly. So why bother bringing any kind of weapon, you might ask? Well, it's not to fight back against them. Like I said, that's a fruitless effort. Nah, these weapons are for the lurkers. Sometimes, if you're unlucky, around 15% of the time, like I said, your mere digital presence on the Forbidden Wiki will alert them to your location. And it's something that cannot be helped. But even though the lurkers aren't in any way affiliated with them, they do have comparable goals. They don't want you looking at that information either. But unlike them, the lurkers don't want you to have any kind of awareness of the subjects at all. You won't be able to anticipate them. They might fall out of a tree if you're in a forest. They might step out of a dark corner if you're in an abandoned building. They might crawl out of a lake. You get the gist of it. You won't see them coming. Some will be more humanoid in appearance. Some will look more unfamiliar. They will try and kill you in any way possible should you keep looking at the site. One sure way to guarantee your survival in these situations is to just close the browser, drop the device, and take off. If you do this, they'll have no reason to chase you down. However, if you do want to keep looking, the lurkers aren't impossible to dispose of. In fact, if you're armed well and have moderate combat experience, you should be able to wipe them out relatively easily and continue exploring the site. Conversely, you could hire somebody else to deal with them on your behalf while you continue browsing. I'd recommend this option. Like I said, you can't stay on one page for too long, and if the lurkers start giving you trouble, then you might be a bit screwed. I'm not quite sure what the deal is with the lurkers either. One theory is that they're simply interdimensional agents, mercenaries hired by a third party who wants to protect their information from outsider eyes. But then, who is this third party? And why are they trying to protect the info? This is why I don't bother with the theorizing. There's simply too much that we can't know. Well, now that that's all out of the way, let me tell you about some of the pages I've come across in the Forbidden Wiki.
Keep in mind that I had under a minute to glance over these, and despite having a fairly good memory, I'll only be able to describe so much.
The Great Lakes Incident.
The Great Lakes Incident was a naval battle that took place across all 5 Great Lakes on the Canadian-U.S. border from 2007 to 2011. Reports about a mysterious ship rising out of the water alerted Canadian authorities in late 2010. The belligerents were of an unusual nature, able to withstand conventional weaponry, possessing multiple heads. Considered in between amphibian and humanoid, finally resolved using firebombs and chemical weapons.
Inhabitants of the Bermuda Triangle.
The beings living on these small, scattered islands are extremely hostile towards human contact. Reported to be able to fly, causing trouble for aircraft traveling through, believed to have originated from a large underwater volcano.
The Grand Canyon Void.
A Texas man missing for 11 days at the Grand Canyon in Arizona. And then they found her vehicle at the trailhead of the very top.
The Grand Canyon Void is a hole in the ground in northwest Arizona, measuring approximately 4.6 meters in diameter. Hikers reported staring into the hole for hours on end, before they were dragged away from it by park authorities. An average of 12 hikers were reported to have jumped into it during the month of March alone, with their bodies turning up in different countries.
Mr. Dream.
Mr. Dream is an Australian DJ from Perth. His self-proclaimed style is known as infernal trance. People at his live shows have been reported to experience moments of incredible euphoria before disemboweling each other in the crowd. The manhunt is ongoing, with his latest show reported to have occurred in June 2019 at an underground venue in Paris.
The Aykroyd Mansion.
The Aykroyd Mansion is a large estate located on the outskirts of Houston, Texas, belonging to the Aykroyd family, famously known for being the founding members of a cult known as the Dawn of the Collapsing Moon.
No, hell no.
7 attempts have been made to infiltrate the house.
This is a good one.
580.
I'm so happy that they put on a good story.
Only one member of the Aykroyd
It is a
family
story, right,
survived.
guys? Isn't this
The
a
members are
story?
known to conduct rituals involving biological transformations of the human body. These creatures react in accordance with lunar cycles, exhibiting the most violent tendencies when the moon is
Oh, and Google.
its first
The
quarter.
federal felons are pissed off. You keep calling them the fucking Russians.
Channel 51 News.
But you know, I think it's fucking hilarious.
Channel 51 News is a
And also
controversial
insulting
news
to the
station that
Russians.
broadcasts on Channel 51
Very.
between 3 and 4 a.m. The report
Yeah,
presented
federal
on the
felons,
program
you may be wondering, when was the last time we were called the Russians? Last night.
Sometimes the
Last
hosts have
night.
reported
Actually,
incidents
this
that have not
morning.
occurred up until that point, only for these incidents to transpire 1 week after.
That's what the FBI called you guys. They called you the Russians. So did Google.
The location the channel broadcasts on it's impossible to pinpoint. As hard as it may be to believe, these are some examples of the more normal pages on the wiki. Some of the other ones
Oh,
I've
hi! Remember, some of you are doing better than others. Namely, those of you who aren't going to prison. Yep. And I'm so excited. So excited! That on the 15th, at least one of you is going to see the dorsal fin of a killer whale of the FBI. And then the Friday after this one, I don't know what happens, but apparently more than one of you are going to see an FBI killer whale breaching itself and then giving you a wink. I'm so excited!
In your head, an arcane entity that exists within your subconscious. Its intention is malicious, and a good portion of your mental capacity is used to suppress it from escaping at any given time.
Eye in the Sky.
The Eye in the Sky is a large eye measuring approximately 4,400 meters in diameter that appears in the sky every so often, usually during violent storms. When it appears, it is advised not to look at it under any circumstances. The only exception to this rule is for those who have been forsaken and absolutely need to. You'll know if you need to.
The corner in your basement.
The corner in your basement is that one dark spot in your basement, tucked away in that far corner. No matter how much light you shine on it, it'll never illuminate.
Hey, just to be clear, guys, these FBI agents are not Shamu. They're not being held in SeaWorld and starved and given a fish or two for every trick they do. No. This is a wild FBI pod of Washington State. And unlike most orca pods, it is not a matriarchy. No. And I'm just saying that, guys, because you know what? They never attack humans in the wild. But they do attack seals. And fish. And the only seals they're not going to be playing with, and there's many that they've had tossing around in the air since August, who are like, this is fun, guys. Look, I made friends with the FBI whales. I'm winning. Whoop, whoop. Yeah. Those of you that are going to avoid a similar fate, you blew the whistle by the deadline. And you are safe. Aboard what? I said an ice floe, but let's change that. You're safe aboard a little tugboat. Mm-hmm. Toot, toot. And the captain of the boat thinks you're cute. So you're just going to stay on that little tugboat. And when it docks, you'll be safe and you can sunbathe on the dock and get harassed by people. Which is much better than being tossed all about the place before you're made into a tasty little snack.
Eliminate, and you'll never know what's lurking within it.
So be sure you're on the tugboat when someone spots the dorsal fin this Friday and someone sees a killer whale breach themselves and give a little wink with all those big, sharp, pearly whites. The Friday after this one. Might actually be the Thursday after this one. Might actually be the Thursday after this one.
In your backyard during heavy snowstorms. You'll think your eyes are playing a trick on you, and that your senses are somehow being distorted by the snowfall, but make no mistake.
So remember, SEALs, those of you on the tugboat are fine. Sure, people are live streaming you. Sure. It's because you're cute. You just ride on the tugboat right to the dock.
It's there. People often assume it's nature to be benevolent, given its name.
And don't look back at your friends. Eventually that water in the ocean is going to be real red.
That assumption is...
Face the dock.
These kinds of articles were always shorter in length. In fact, what I described pretty much represented the entirety of the text. These articles all included pictures as well. I regret ever looking at any.
And remember, I'm a bottlenose dolphin, and sometimes killer whales attack us too, but not me. I'm without a pod. I'm just in the area temporarily. Like Flipper.
Any of them. You might be wondering why I'm even telling you about the Forbidden Wiki at all, along with how to get there. As contradictory as it may seem, this is a precautionary tale. Most people will hear this and believe it to be fake, or simply lack the time, energy, or motivation to go through with it.
Or to put it in a more explanatory way without breaking any rules. I'm like a dolphin that's friends with and considered a pet by the Navy here in Everett. So I might be without a pod, but I have some special abilities, and the Navy guys love me.
With it. Good. Be one of those people. Okay.
They'd blast that sonar and get those whales out of here if they came in my direction. Wink, wink.
Okay. But then there's the people who don't fit that bill. The thrill seekers, so to speak. These are the ones who'll look for it no matter what. Eventually they'll find another set of instructions written by somebody else. But one that might not include a proper warning. One that doesn't tell the whole story. I'm here to give you that warning. Don't.
Oh, yes. The military-industrial complex has a list of who's been naughty and who's been nice too, I might add. And do you know who's always on the top of the nice list for the military-industrial complex in this country since the age of 17? Moi. Moi. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, baby.
Do this. I thought it was safe just browsing around. I followed all the rules. I hired hitmen off the dark web to accompany me in case the lurkers showed up. I always made sure not to overstay my welcome on any of the pages in order to keep myself hidden from them. The Forbidden Wiki is a strange and complicated place. You may think that you've experienced enough and that you've figured out all of its tricks, but do not underestimate it. We were never meant to lay our eyes on something like this. One more thing, I stumbled upon a particular page the last time I paid a visit to the site. This was a page that ruined everything. The title was simply a phone number. phone number that contained my area code. Here was the description. I remember this one verbatim. 18935 is a number that will be calling you in a few days.
And just to be clear, even though I did just call myself a pet of the Navy, it's the Army that has my heart, guys. That's something me and Mike Pompeo share. We both do prefer the Army. Mm-hmm. But the Navy does have the most top secret classified shit, which the Air Force refuses to accept, and mistakenly everyone's just let them believe they're hot shit for like 25 years. But it's the Navy. The Navy has the most top secret shit, guys.
You are obligated to answer his call and follow his instructions. If you refuse, he will come to you. You will only have 2 chances. Here's the thing. I live in an apartment, so I don't have a basement. I'm pretty sure there's no demonic entity living inside my head. I've never seen a giant eye in the sky. I'm in the South, so snowfall is rare and sparse at best. Up until a point, the shit I've seen on the wiki had been 100% separate and disconnected from my real life. I really thought I had no cause for concern. But I did get a call. A call from a number I really hoped I wouldn't see again.
Here's my preference for the Army, guys. I've met them all, you know. I've met some of the tops for all of the branches of the military. The Army does not have the smartest. No, it doesn't even have the bravest. But it's got the most skilled from a variety of ways and the best characters out of the bunch. For real. And each military branch has certain things that make them exceptional. But as an overall, the Army is the only one that I give an A+ to. Now, who would I bank on keeping me alive in the event that I was seriously injured and it was some sort of apocalyptic or war-like scenario and I got to choose one guy that was a veteran or in active duty to protect me? It wouldn't be an Army guy. No. It would be a Marine. And that's just because there is no branch of the military that is more willing to kill or be killed than a Marine. And on that note, Marines are still gay. Just so you know, still gay.
I let it ring through without picking up. One last chance. One last chance.
But caliber of people, it's the Army. By leaps and bounds.
Please excuse the interruption. Tech support is here to fix the Wi-Fi. I'll get them squared away and reconnect with you in a bit. Why, hello there. You've reached the end.
And on that note, guys, remember, like Big Scoop says, I've been selling since the 6th grade. Since the 6th grade, guys. Actually, younger than that. You know how old I was the first time I got paid to do what I do? I was in 4th grade. Nikki and this other girl named Clarissa. Those were my first paying clients. I'll be 39 on December 4th. And I said that to let you know that, yes, indeed, I'll be continuing with my exact same career for the rest of my life, which will be far more lucrative as soon as you're all detained.
At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what Big Wireless does. They charge you a lot. We charge you a little. They put their names on arenas. We put ours.
Hey, me and my redacted like, bitch, please. Walking up, talking your shit. Hey, me and my redacted like, bitch, please. Walking up, talking your shit. Please, me and my redacted like, bitch, please. And the rest get the middle finger. Gorilla, I'm a silverback. I've been selling since the 6th grade. Really since the 4th, but 6 sounds better. Me and my redacted like, bitch, please. Walking up, talking your shit, please. Me and the federal government like, bitch, please. Hey, me on the block. I don't need a Glock. Like, welcome to the neighborhood. I got cookies in the living good. Hey, don't you run off with the wrong team. Don't get confused, I own this condo. Walking up with your fraud. Me and the federal government like, bitch, fall back. Walking up, talking your fraud. Hey, me and the federal government like, bitch, please. I don't want to fight. I just like sex. Hustler all my life. I've been getting paid since the 4th grade. Stalking me, talking your shit. Hey, me and the federal government like, you're going to prison. Walking up, talking your shit. Hey, me and the federal government are like, you're going to the prison. You can count on that. Damn, guys. Sometimes I feel like she plays songs that are like speaking directly to me. You ever feel like that? Is she Harriet Tubmaning us? Well, she used to do it all the time, dude.
At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what big wireless does. They charge you a lot. We charge you a lot.
Hey, come on, white boy. You love this shit in secret. We all know. We know what you listen to in secret. He likes to pretend he's a gangster in the car by himself, guys. Don't be fooled. He might be white, but on the inside, he's black.
pay tripping. Turn your nigga, your name missing. Me and Slim, we ain't tripping. I'm sick of flipping and syrup sipping like do or die. I'm cold pimping. Car stop, rips keep spinning. I'm flipping drop with a Google top. Hoes pop with my drop, step out. I'm shaking the block with 418. Candy green with 11 screen. My gasoline always supreme. Got dirt on the brand with a pint of lean. It tastes brown to be a king. It tastes brown to be a king. But it's wild drop piece coming. Who is Mike Jones coming? Slap shining with the grilling woman. Slap shining with the grilling woman. I'm Mike Jones. Mike Jones, the one and only. You can't clone me. Got a lot of haters and a lot of homies. Some friends and some phonies. Back then, hoes didn't want me. Now I'm hot hoes all on me. Back then, hoes didn't want me. Now I'm hot hoes all on me. Back then, hoes didn't want me. Now I'm hot hoes all on me. Back then, hoes didn't want me. Now I'm hot hoes all on me.
Power world, I'm the people's champ. My chain light up like a lamp, cause now I'm back with the camp. I'm crawling similar to an ant, cause I'm low to the earth. People's feelings get hurt when they figure out what I'm worth. I got both, broken out at the club, I'm showing out. I'm a player, ain't no doubt. Hoes wanna know what I'm about. Biggest diamonds off in my mouth, precious guts all in my chain, blue grain all in my range. Triple stains when I switch lanes. Switch the name, it's still the same. Switch a house or switch a black. Mike Jones, he running the game and magnificent by his cash. Michael Watts, he made me hot. All work took me to the top. She ass took me to the lot. He wrote a check and bought a drop. I got the internet going nuts, but T-Pepper's got my back, so now I'm holding my nuts. It's wild, baby. What you know about me? I'm on that 5-9 South Beat, baby. Holla at me.
All right, let's see it. We'll watch. The new Apple Watch is gay. Dude, get a Rolex. For real, dude. You want to be classy? Get a Rolex. It looks so hot. It's a beautiful machine, too.
Traditional gold, I'm changing grills every day. Like you change clothes, I might be grilled out nicely. In my white tee, on South Beach, in my white beat, baby is stunning. You can tell when they cut it. You see my grandmama hate it, but my little mama love it. Cause when I got a grill, I call Benny Candy. You know what that means? It look like nah, later some drops, jelly and beans. I wouldn't leave it for nothing. Only a crazy man would. So if you catch me in your city, somewhere out in your hood, just say smile. Let you see my butt. The truth is going, tell them they be a crib. She says smile for the day. What you looking at? You wanna see my butt? I'm full top diamond in the bottom of the store. What it do, baby? The Iceman power, wow. I got my mouth looking something like a disco ball. I got the diamonds in the ice all inside. I might cause a cold front if I take a deep breath. My teeth gleaming like I'm chewing on the ball. Smile showing off my diamonds, sipping on some potent oil. I put my money where my mouth is. About a grill, 20 kids, 30 snakes. Still know I'm so for real. My motivation is the 30 pointers. BBS, energy in my mouth. Sickness in my life. Success, right? I got the wrist wear, neck wear. It's captivating. But it's so style. I got these on like a spectating. My mouth is sickness certified. A total package open up my mouth. And you see more kids than a salad. My teeth are mind blowing. Giving everybody chills. Call me George for me. Cause I'm selling everybody grills. looking at? Let you see my work. Bro, the jury's going to the name of your bridge. She says, you want to see my work?
So if you missed it, the only FBI update I've gotten today is that a federal felon would like to mistakenly parlay with me, and that if they proceed, they'll regret it. Parlay, baby, parlay. Don't say I didn't tell you I'm exactly like the German from Django, only I don't need a gun or weapon. So come on over, Leonardo DiCaprio. Just remember, I've never thought you were attractive. Not ever. Well, you want to shake hands now? You can't even tell that my hand's already all the way up your behind and about to shoot out of your mouth. And that's when we're going to shake hands. Oh, but you'll find out. You'll find out.
Are you ready for Stan's biggest deal ever? Lock in award-winning gig internet for as low as $45 a month. Plus, get a $300 gift card.
I dedicate this to a federal felon upstairs. I dedicate this to a guy who some of his friends say is paranoid. They call him a conspiracy theorist. He's upstairs. Let me tell you, sir, I can confirm a lot of what your friends think you're crazy for thinking is true. Enjoy the song.
Are you ready for Astound's biggest deal ever? Lock in award-winning gig internet for as low as $45 a month. Plus, get a
Let's do a tour on the facilities. Everything looks pretty much the same as the day that my kids were kidnapped after over a year of premeditating it. If you missed it, Unit 207 was suggesting they pretend I physically assaulted them to facilitate a wrongful arrest and a kidnapping. Instead, they chose a different series of frauds and crimes, which they'll be going to prison for the rest of their lives for.
The need is there.
The only exception being the whistleblowers who met the deadline of Halloween, which they were provided with for over 3 months. You like my little Frigidaire? I love this.
So, we need to get a cracking over here. Yeah, Dirty, I'm on my way.
Yeah. Oh, hey, remember, I'm a Jew. I don't go to the back of the bus. I've done that shit. Oh, that's why the Jews feel this way. Hey, you owe me money. Here has had any infestation, which is visible in numerous YouTube live streams that predate the kidnapping and follow it. Remember, some of you are doing better than others, namely those of you not going to prison for the rest of your life. Let's open the door and see what other private property and evidence of stalking is apparent. It's been quite a few days. This evidence of stalking and witness tampering. This is new. Somebody really wanted whatever that is to be looked at. That's the only new thing, by the way. As everybody's known since September 15th, I'm not authorized to open that or even look at it. The only new evidence of stalking The same that's been there for months, and the same that's been there for over a week. Hey, I bet you'll be paying me money for the rest of your lives. Hey! Hey, you'll be paying me the rest of your lives. Hey, the rest of your lives. Hey, the rest of your lives. It's 8:49 a.m. PST, November 13th. No idea what that latest evidence of stalking is. Perhaps from one of the rapists. Perhaps from Erica the extortionist. Perhaps from any variety of people currently holding me hostage so that they are not literally thrown in jail in order to pay me money in 12 days.
They confiscated everything I picked up from the antiquarium. I'm not sure if that's a common occurrence that your business typically deals with, but it's happened every time I picked up from there. So, please get back to me if you can, because things are starting to get weird.
End of messages.
So sorry about that. Now, let's get back online, shall we?
Oh, and it may also have something to do with that final illegal entry attempt that in no way will be legal or allowed until January 20th, as everyone's known for a long, long time.
Sure, data leaks and identity theft are genuine concerns, but as long as one keeps well away from Tor browser and the Silk Road, nothing too much worse could happen, right? Wrong. I'm sure you like scary stories. I do too. So what could be better than a supposedly cursed story? As the legend goes, you read the story and start to notice happenings. It differs for every person, but the end is always the same. They always take you, and there you stay forever. There is no getting out. And so, by random chance, I had found the story. After scrolling through a few creepy pencil drawings, I finally had the chance to read it. It wasn't good. Aside from a plethora of grammatical errors, it was just another monster story. The monsters haunted and stalked you, then took you away forever.
Meet me.
Away to a world where they knew what you fear most. And they were not kind. But I wasn't scared. Until the end. For the
monsters hunted in a very peculiar way. You see, ignorance was bliss in this case. The name paints the image, and the image manifests the demon. Only then may they take you. But for that, all you need possess is their name. Don't say their name. Don't even think it. Don't keep the image in your mind, because that is all they need. They may not reveal themselves immediately, but at some point, they come for you. And there's nothing you can do. It took me a couple of days for me to process that story. I think that's when I started to notice the hallucinations. Minor ones at first, but that was the start of a downward spiral. I had seen things. Forget a flickering light or a moving chair. I had seen grisly entities, experienced my deepest fears, and relived the worst of my memories. Much to my horror, I also caught a glimpse of what was to be my afterlife. It wasn't pretty. They were there. Last night I had a dream. They had me. I was in their world, my every fear a subject of experimentation to them. I will choose not to mention the pain, but the worst part was the dread. For that was the first time I heard them speak. Their voices were... They told me that the following night I would dream once more, only this.
Oh, and just to be clear, some of you are probably like, well, aren't you curious? No, guys. I don't know what part that you haven't understood, that everything that you've gotten so that it's easier to prosecute each and every one of you. You need to watch some of the YouTube live streams, particularly the one where I wrote a script on August 25th that the FBI dictated to me. And also, everything that's out there is evidence of stalking and criminal trespassing. And of course, domestic terrorism unit 207. Because the FBI has said that every single criminal trespass they plan on prosecuting each of you for a variety of charges. All of which are civil rights violations. Just criminally trespassing, never mind the knocking. Yeah. And you had that explained to you in more than one cease and desist letter prior to your kidnappings of my sons, to try and avoid the 12 plus counts of abuse of a disabled minor you will all be convicted of.
This time I wouldn't come back. This time I would be theirs forever. That's when I gave up hope. I included all this in an email to my ex. I didn't have anyone else to talk to, nor did I think she'd open it up until long after I was gone, but to my surprise, I got 2 texts just 10 minutes later. You sound like a psychopath, LMAO, followed by a question about what they were. Now, it's important to note that I had nearly lost my mind at this point, important because that was the only reasonable excuse for the behavior that followed. I responded with, "They are the now illusion, and now they want you."
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances, maybe you'd be interested in dropping it and its story by the shop to share with other customers. Please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. A member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you, our best customer. You have a good night now.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, Lot 036. Don't say their name. Written by that one guy, 2973. Narrated by Conan Freeman. How to access the Forbidden Wiki. Written by Mr. Outlaw. Narrated by Trevor Shand. Featuring Stephen Knowles as the antique dealer. Engineering, production, and sound design by Trevor Shand. Theme music by the Newton Brothers. Additional music by Coag. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor and Lauren Shand. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter @AntiquariumPod. Call the Antiquarium at 646-481-7197. At Amica Insurance, we know it's more than just a house. It's your home, the place that's filled with memories. The early days of figuring it out, to the later years of still figuring it out. For the place you've put down roots, trust Amica Home Insurance. Amica, empathy is our best policy.
Welcome back, friend. Come seeking something truly unsettling, haven't you? Just a short while ago, you stopped by here to pick up a business card from a man named Dr. Alan Allship, local plastic surgeon. I do believe there's still some story to tell, in fact. It all starts with this. A pair of safety scissors, not unlike you'd find in an elementary school classroom. Safety scissors were born in such a place, you know. Wilbur Stillwell was chair of the Department of Art for over 30 years at the University of South Dakota. He and his wife Gladys sought to make art safe and accessible to people of all ages, including children. After hundreds of sketches in 1952, the, safety scissors had cut themselves a hole into the fabric of reality. Now, you'd be wise to assume that the Stillwells never intended their groundbreaking invention to be the centerpiece of depravity, but alas, you are at the Antiquarium. This is Chapter 2 of The 1%. Before we begin, I want to point out some of the customers whose names have been etched in brass on this beautiful plaque I had made above the front desk. These are some of the members of the inner circle of the Antiquarium. We go by the Obsidian Covenant. Recent initiates include Labishi, Winston Lay, Mike, Luciana O'Keefe, Holly Lasky, Vaughn, Ginny, Melissa E., and Artsy Flamingo. We are ever appreciative of your devotion to the Order. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com to receive the sacrament. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Welcome to the Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings and Odd Goings On.
Number 995 remembers. He has a very good memory. A doctor might say he has a photographic memory. But he's only ever seen one doctor. And that doctor is not interested in his mind. Number 995 remembers every single miserable day he's ever experienced. On this particular day, he's cleaning out the bedpans of the den. There are 22 bedpans belonging to 22 different numbers. Each one must be emptied, scrubbed, dried, and returned. 15 of the numbers will need their genitals cleaned. 6 of them will be able to clean themselves, and one of them does not have genitals to clean at all. It is not very loud in the den. Sometimes there is screaming, but mostly just the sounds of pain. 995 had his ears intact, so he can hear everything. He has asked Alan to remove his ears, but Alan refuses. He claims he cannot fix the past. Number 995 enters number 1470's room. He is bedridden, like most of them are in at the beginning. His body is healing from being perfected. He's almost completely covered in bandages, except his face. He always had a perfect face. Number 995 remembers number 1470's first night in the den. He pounded on the walls, he screamed and threatened. He used to be a tall man, before Alan's corrections, and made a frightening impression. His face, even reddened with anger and fear, was perfect. He had complete symmetry of the eyes and cheekbones. Even when he tried to hang himself with the bedsheet, his face remained such a beautiful sight. It must have been hard for Alan to cut off his cheeks, nose and lips. Alan did love perfection, but he loved his work more. Number 995 slips the bedpan under number 1470. Number 1470's eyes played with him. They seemed to almost speak aloud. Kill me. But of course, number 995 would do no such thing. Plus, everyone in the den had the exact same look. He'd grown accustomed to it. Number 995 returns more bedpans, but lingers in one of the last rooms. This is number 1459. She is standing away from the door, towards the wall. She is one of the only ones allowed to wear clothing. She is wearing a skin-tight white nurse's dress.
You little Hufflepuff.
Her hair is long and blonde, just like the rest of them. She is barefoot, but a pair of high heels lie near her. She doesn't move. Number 995 moves a bit closer. It is always exciting to see the transformation.
Now I see why they called you the Russians, by the way. How cute. Psychopathic as well as criminal, I might add. Whatever was on those 2 pieces of paper, you didn't even have the balls to put it in an envelope because you want so desperately to get away with more crimes. Believe you me, immediately upon my release, if you've not been detained, you are going bankrupt. In short order.
He likes to pretend he makes their lives better.
In short order.
Must have suddenly noticed him because she turns around to face him.
Whistleblowers excluded.
Her face plastered on a smile. Her makeup has been tattooed to her skin. Skin so tight it looked a bit painful as she tilted her head.
Hello, sir.
She does not stop smiling.
Has the doctor called for me?
Number 995 shakes his head and looks at the floor. Number 1459 giggles a bit.
That's all right, sir. I will be ready when he does call.
With that, she turns back and faces the wall. Number 995 slinks out of her room. The last bedpan he has to deliver is number 1101. A terrible smell wafts from her room, much worse than any of the others. She's been here the longest, except for number 995 himself. All of the others have either transformed or died, or both. But number 1101 is stubborn. Maybe this is why Alan continued to work on her for all these years. She has gone through so many operations it was doubtful whether she retained any of her natural skin. Her bones have been broken and reset so many times they creaked if she moved an inch. But through the years...
Also, to the big boy upstairs, you were worried about what might be coming in my mailbox today. The FBI says you should be much more worried about the papers you haven't come and picked up from outside of the front of my condo.
She would curse him.
What's that about, big boy? And so is your big amiga. Your big amiga should be worried about the papers she hasn't come to pick up from outside of my condo as well.
Ellen finally had to remove all her limbs. Her teeth were gone. Her eyelids too. And she was the only one number 995 had ever seen who had her genitals taken from her. All she had was smooth, hairless skin and holes. Number 995 remembers the first day she came. She wasn't like number 1459. She was taken in the night from her family. 16, she had been, just a few years younger than number 995 himself. She was a chubby farm girl who smelled of the earth. She wore a beautiful blue nightgown that dusted her heels. She woke up only a few hours after Alan poked her in the den. She said nothing for the first few minutes, walking around the cell as if she was going to climb it. And that night, her first night, she showed how strong she was.
Hey, you.
She called. Number 995 had been sitting in the hall, watching her like he watched every new number. He looked around confused, but it registered finally that she was speaking to him.
Did you let me in here?
Her tone was calm, collected. She wasn't going to pound the walls or cry out. She was measuring up her surroundings.
Nerd Squad, they're preventing the invoices from being sent at all. I've now sent 2. The inbox is reflecting none.
What are they going to do to me? Like,
It's 9:12 a.m.
She must have been
11/13/2024.
appearance. He looked a bit worse back then, since scars can take years to heal. He was Alan's first 1%. Alan had worked on him for 8 months exclusively. He was a rookie surgeon then, just a fledgling under his father's tutelage. He made many mistakes on number 995, and number 995 felt every one of them. But in the moment, number 995 didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. He, of course, couldn't vocally respond, given his tongue had been removed, so he just pressed his arms into himself. He's hooked up a little into the scar tissue that was his stomach, but he had lost all of the nerve endings there. Number 1101 pressed her hand against the bars on the door of her room. closer. Number 995 was hesitant, but he hobbled to her door. She smiled kindly. Number 995 hadn't seen a kind smile since he was a child. Do you have a name? Number 995 nodded. He turned around to show her the back of his neck. There, tattooed in the dark red ink, were the numbers 995. He faced her again, expecting to see a look of pity or scorn, but instead he saw the same kindness. I've got a weird name too. Demarolus. Named after a flower, but truth be told, I'm not much like a flower. You can call me Mar. She moved so both her hands were now pressing against the bars. You have to promise me you'll never forget that. You can't forget my name. I'm betting you're going to want to give me some numbers too. But those aren't real. I'm real, and you're real. You understand? Number 995 nodded slowly. Then he did something he knew Alan would have punished him for. He pressed his one intact hands to the bars and touched hers. He could feel her skin, her sweat. He felt a connection for the first time since Dr. Allen, Allship II, had pried him from his dead mother and brought him down to the den. He never touched her after that, and she never spoke to him. Number 995 saw her every day for 43 years, but neither showed any recollection of that first night. But every day, number 1101 still had kindness in her. After every single operation, she still had kindness in her lidless eyes. But on this day, the smell is overwhelming. And sadly, it's the smell number 995.
They're blocking my way to pay the invoices, so I'm going to have to switch on PayPal to request money or whatever, which worked without issue, Nerd Squad.
They stand staring into the room together.
Number 1101 is finally dead.
Alan is smiling. He is proud.
It's great news, number 995. I've got a brand new one to take her room.
I wonder if Dr. Owlship is available for house calls. Here he's got a hell of a deductible. Sorry for the interruption. I've got a particularly animated curio in the stockroom to tend to. But I'll be right back, faster than a cat lapping chain lightning. Why, hello there. You've reached the antiquarium. If you wish to leave a message, please do so at the tone and have a great day.
The dog you sold me is talking back. She wasn't supposed to talk back. And now she's sitting on my chest. Carving.
Are you there? End of messages.
Thank you kindly for your patience. Now, let's see what our twisted mess of a friend Becky is up to. Shall we?
Barry could feel the pus draining from his eye's socket. It dripped agonizingly slow from the corner of his eyelids down the side of his nose. It pooled under his upper lip. The smell of it was terrible, but the smell was always terrible. He would have wiped it away, but as always his arms were strapped to the bed. He had been in this bed for almost 3 years. He had worn his threadbare pajamas for the same amount of time. The once blue stripes on the fabric had faded with the stains of bodily fluids. Barry had once been a very active man. He enjoyed mountain biking and running. His life had been full of busy days and nights. His endless supply of money from his parents allowed him to do anything he wished. Even marry a stripper he had fallen head over heels for. But now, he was limited to the inches of bed he could move within. Even then, his muscles had atrophied so badly he couldn't even lift his neck. Bed sores covered his withering skin. Boredom was an everyday battle. He had counted every ceiling tile over 100 times. He knew the patterns of the sun and moon. He slept as much as he could, but the pain kept him awake. Monica checked in on him as much as she could. She was a timid woman in her mid-40s. She had a hard time looking Barry in the eye. She cleaned his wounds with rubbing alcohol, murmuring apologies. She wasn't a nurse, but had become used to the blood. Barry would often plead with her to call the police. He would offer her money, more money than she'd ever dreamed, but she never took him up on his offer. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Barry understood she never would. He barely ever saw Jared, her husband, but sometimes he could hear him from the other room. She liked to sit on Jared's lap.
Nerd Squad, it appears they're blocking me from using federal felons in unit upstairs as the first name for the credit card transactions, which require no accurate name or billing address via the request money function on PayPal. Be advised.
Monica really seemed to appreciate the invitation, even though she had warned him that there was
Listen to that. That's the sound of someone going to prison and enjoying the time they have before they go.
Judging by the sun's position, Barry guessed it was around 11 a.m. He would have to wait for her to get up before anyone could come help him. The pulse kept trickling
Same
and
issue.
fell onto his bottom lip. He wanted to vomit, but had nothing in his body. Without warning, she appeared in his doorway. He would have recoiled if he couldn't move. In the past few months, she had made herself into something terrifying. Her voice was unnaturally high. Her chest was completely flat. She often walked around the house in nothing but Disney-themed underwear. Today she was wearing her hair in 2 braids on either side of her head. She wore a Mickey Mouse costume. She must have bought from a Halloween shop. The outfit was much too small for her, but she had managed to crawl into it. Barry didn't speak, for fear he would be forced to taste the bile that was now covering his lips.
Barry,
She taunted in a horrible, high-pitched voice.
wanna play with me?
Barry closed his eyes tightly. He tried to think about their wedding day. She looked so beautiful in her dress. He thought it was a little odd, because she wore an exact replica of Cinderella's dress from the movie. But he was so in love with her, he would give her anything she wanted. They had hot dogs and cupcakes for their reception. The DJ played Kids Bop. The partygoers didn't say anything negative. They just gave strained smiles. Even his parents were nervous to criticize anything.
Barry, are you ignoring me?
Her voice was so loud it hurt to listen. But Barry refused to open his eyes. He tried to think of the day they met, at the strip club. She was called Dolly. She really played up the little girl angle, which made her a lot of money. Men really liked her rosy cheeks, pigtails, and giant breasts. But Barry saw beyond that. He saw her eyes, beautiful and innocent. He paid $900 for
here we go.
dance. They spent the entire time talking. She explained how her parents died in a freak accident, and since then, she's had to strip to survive. She started dancing when she was 11. Barry told her about his loneliness and how he really wanted to
Never
settle
mind,
down.
Nerd Squad. It might have been because the card is registered to City of Everett. Stop your theft and crimes as recent as today. So let's try paying for it again. With the proper first name, City of Everett.
She took the scissors and made crisscrosses.
And if you're wondering if my receipts and payment methods, guys, on Amazon for over a year will be admissible in court, I assure you, yes, indeed. How do you think it'll look when the judge is looking at credit cards and debit cards called federal felons in Unit 207 from January? Let me tell you, not as bad as you're going to look the day that you're detained, and I'm YouTube live streaming it.
Her yell for Mummy and Daddy, and Monica and Jared came running in. There was a flurry of movement, then Barry passed out.
He can't die.
Barry came swimming back into consciousness. He heard Rebecca's voice talking sternly. There were people standing over him. He opened his good eye, but his vision was faded.
I'm entering in the address that I used for that also Nerd Squad because it was City of Everett, first name, last name, Stop Your Theft and Crimes, as recent as today, 840 North Broadway.
His eye wasn't hurting anymore. He could have laughed. The people around him noticed the movement.
Should we strap him down?
Rebecca did not sound concerned.
No. He has barely any muscle tissue left. He wouldn't even make it to the door.
The voice was a man's. It was calm, clinical. Barry blinked and tried to focus his vision.
Okay, trying again with the proper first and last name.
He was in a dank
Oh
room
no, they're still blocking it.
on a hard metal
They're still
bed.
blocking it.
Rebecca and a stranger stood near to him. He could vaguely make out Monica and Jared standing further away, huddled together. There was a lone light bulb hanging above them. It swung from left to right.
So I'll pen it and I'll use it for the next fresh order, Nerd Squad.
Monica tried to chime in.
Perhaps. Mommy, shut up.
Rebecca didn't even look at her. Instead, a twisted face brightened.
Oh yeah, and PSA federal felons, get on that shit. Start blocking my ability to get fast delivery because I'm about to send your asses on a scavenger hunt.
She laughed cruelly.
You have their children.
Asked the man. There was no shock, no concern. His face was completely devoid of emotion.
They're away at some factory in Russia. I sent them there to make clothing or something. I only have to say the word and they'll have a little accident.
Rebecca did not remove her eyes from Barry. Barry tried to speak but found himself unable. He then recognized there was a pain in his throat. His hand fell onto a large bandage covering his throat.
Don't touch that.
The man spoke.
It took quite a bit of time to stitch you up.
Rebecca grinned.
Dr. Allship is the best doctor. He's the one who made me beautiful. And I decided to give it to him. He works miracles, you know.
Dr. Allship.
And then remember, federal felons, every penny you stole from me, the FBI assures me will have $100 return.
You are in need of quite a bit of work, young man. But we'll have you looking your best again.
He turned to someone.
Number 995. Make sure number 1477 is comfortable. Tomorrow, we will be removing the one eye he has left.
Barry panicked, tried to stand, he tried to move or do anything, but he only managed to fall off the table. Rebecca laughed at him.
You are such an idiot, Barry.
She bent over him tauntingly. Barry then heard a large thud. He opened his good eye and saw Rebecca had fallen next to him, seemingly unconscious. He tried to look upward, but only saw the glint of a large object Dr. Allship was carrying.
Number 995. We will also be needing a room for number 1478.
Dr. Allship turned backwards towards Monica and Jared.
Please. We won't say anything. We have never said anything.
The doctor did not register Jared's voice at all.
As for you two, your services are no longer needed.
Barry heard Monica scream. Two loud bangs rang in the air, and there were two thuds of bones hitting an uneven floor. Dr. Allship bent down to Barry's eye level. Barry could see his face clearly. His eyes were a pale blue, nearly white.
You must excuse me, number 1477. Please,
think I am a bad man. I simply don't have time for new patients. Sometimes you have to let some clients go. To be continued. Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances, maybe you'd be interested in dropping it and its story by the shop to share with other customers. Please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. A member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you, our best customer. You have a good night now.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, Lot 037, The 1%, Chapter 2, written by E.Z. Morgan, narrated by Lauren Clare, starring Mark Redfield as Dr. Alan Alship, Dee Quintero as Becky, Laura Mirsky as Mommy, Conan Freeman as Daddy, Trevor Shand as Barry, Melanie Rose as number 1459, Taylor Robin as number 1101, featuring Stephen Knowles as the antique dealer. Engineering, production, and sound design by Trevor Shand. Theme music by the New Brothers. Additional music by Coag. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor and Lauren Shand. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter @AntiquariumPod. Call the Antiquarium at 646-481-7197.
This lasagna was so cheesy. My plate was filled with saucy slices. Then a flimsy store brand plate ruined it.
Next time, get Dixie Ultra Plates. 3 times stronger than the leading store brand 10-inch paper plate. Dixie, make it right.
Well, I know who this is. I knew it wouldn't be long before I saw you again. Hungry? I just put in an order from Alessandro's Pizza. Should be here any moment, if you'd like to join me for a slice. Best pizza in town. Meanwhile, I've got a morbid new consignment in for you that just might ruin your appetite. This looks to be a pair of regular old red sneakers, just like you'd pick up any place. Only these regular old red sneakers will walk you down the treacherous path of I Listened to a True Crime Podcast. Before we begin, I want to point out some of the customers whose names have been etched in brass on this beautiful plaque I had laid above the front desk. These are some of the members of the inner circle of the Antiquarium. We go by the Obsidian Covenant. Recent initiates include Joshua Poor, Alex Blackwell, Edward Sanderson, Todd Hawes, Panda, Louis Dupree, Tara Michelle Castrosana, T-Hill Music, and Melano Voces Mysticae. We are ever appreciative of your devotion to the Order. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com to receive the sacrament. Now, where were we? Oh yes. Welcome to the antiquarium of sinister happenings and odd goings on.
Every night on my walk home from work, I listen to true crime podcasts. Even though my favorite podcast already released their episode for this week, the app said there was a new one. Excited, I hit play.
It was a small town. The kind that still has mom and pop shops lining the street. The kind where everyone knows your name. But little did the residents know that they would soon be rocked by a horrible crime.
I stopped at a traffic light. The red glowed in the darkness, glinting off the wet street. A black SUV sloshed by. Across from me, eerie blue refrigerator lights glowed from inside a corner deli. The chairs all up on their tables, feet in the air. The signal turned to walk.
That chilly September evening was no different for the young student. She'd left her shift at the local store and walked back home. Except she never made it home.
Young student, local store. Damn, this was hitting close to home. I was a part-time student at Franklin Community College and worked at the local convenience store. And, of course, I was walking home.
The fat woman upstairs already trying to block grocery deliveries. Be advised, nurse squad. She's already on it with Amazon Fresh, and she's already ready to get on it for Walmart. Let her enjoy her moment, guys. She's one of the ones going to prison for the rest of her life. For the rest of her life, the fat lady upstairs.
They found something.
Dread formed in my stomach, anticipating a body. But what he said next was so much worse.
Washed up on the shores of Washington Lake, they found a pair of size 9 red Converse sneakers.
I stopped and looked down at my red Converse sneakers, damp from the rain. What the hell? My heart began to pound.
The shoes were sent to a forensic analyst who would compare its wear pattern to another pair of her shoes to try and determine if they belonged to the victim.
A rumbling sound made me jump. I turned to see a dark SUV turning left at the intersection. Didn't I see that car a few minutes ago? Maybe it's following me, and the car passed me and disappeared into the darkness.
Once again, they're not letting me get a delivery within 2 hours. No. From 2 to 4 p.m. is the soonest, and we all know how that is.
9 is a common women's shoe size, and what college student doesn't have some sort of a job? What, you think you're listening to some sort of prophecy of your own death? Yeah, right.
After a few weeks, the results came back. The analyst was certain. The shoes
Federal felons, remember, you are all the ones going to prison, and that's not going to be fun for any of you. Not even a little fun, I might add. You won't even be able to think back and think, well, that was worth it. No.
How? I didn't have time to think. I forced myself to move. I broke into a run. The small shops turned into a colorful blur.
Searching the lake came up empty. Without a body, a crime is hard to solve. But police didn't give up. And finally, a witness came forward. Someone had seen a car parked at the lake that night, around 2 a.m. A black SUV with darkened windows.
No. What the hell is going on? I whipped around. The street was empty. No people, no cars, no witnesses, said the little voice in the back of my mind, the one that's watched way too many true crime shows. My eyes scanned the shops, all closed.
There were 6 black SUVs matching the witness's description in the Franklin area. But one of them, in particular, caught Detective Nolan's eye. It belonged to John Kelly, a registered sex offender.
The sound was so soft I almost didn't hear it over the voice of the podcast. I whipped around, and there it was. 2 blaring white headlights behind me.
I can do 12 to 2 on Whole Foods because they haven't blocked it yet.
I forced my legs to pump faster. The car didn't speed up. It crawled along slowly, taking its time. Like the driver knew he could catch me no matter what. I glanced back, trying to make him out behind the darkened windshield, but the headlights were too bright to see anything.
Kelly wasn't just a registered sex offender. He'd been convicted of assaulting a woman he worked with, who had multiple piercings and short dark hair, just like Sarah.
The car crawled down the road, stalking me, like a lioness stalks her prey. I veered left onto our dark residential street. Just a few more steps. Headlights flashed across me, illuminating my running shadow on the pavement. I didn't look back. I just ran as fast as I possibly could. The little brown house with the yellow shutters came into view. I sprinted across the grass, grabbing my keys from my pocket. I threw the door open and slammed it shut behind me. Then I turned the deadbolt, collapsed against the door, and began crying. I heard the rush of the car passing our house, continuing down the road. But I wasn't safe. Gabe wasn't home yet. I was alone, in a dark house, with someone driving down the street who knew exactly where I lived. Still sobbing, I checked all the locks. Then I called Gabe, who assured me he was 5 minutes away. I made my way down the dark hallway and headed into the bathroom. Then I set my phone on the counter, grabbed a clump of tissues, and began to blow my nose. I jumped, whipped around. But it wasn't coming from outside the door. My phone's screen lit up. The podcast was still playing. I must have hit it when I put the phone down. It had skipped several minutes forward according to the play indicator.
What do you think happened to Sarah?
The baritone voice asked. I reached for it to turn it off.
Well, she told me she wanted to run away before.
I stopped dead. It was Gabe's voice, clear as day, coming from the speakers.
She did. Why? She wasn't happy with the grades, her job, her parents. She told me sometimes she'd dream of just moving to some random state and leaving it all behind.
I froze, staring at the mirror. I never said that. Never. Gabe was lying?
I mean, that was hurtful to me as her boyfriend, you know. I thought we were going to get married someday. But apparently she didn't feel the same way.
My heart pounded in my ears.
So you think she just skipped town and is happily living her life out somewhere else, rather than being abducted or murdered?
A pause.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think.
That's all for now. Thank you to our listeners.
The outro played. I stared at my reflection, everything coming down all at once, my mind trying to race and catch up with what it meant. The front door creaked open.
Footsteps sounded outside.
Sarah, I'm back.
I backed away from the door.
Sarah.
My eyes fell on the window. I ran over to it, turned the lock. I popped the screen out. Then I swung the leg over, pulled myself through the window, and ran as fast as I could.
Wake up. This is the placeholder you asked the order to include in your visit. Should you cross over to the chaos realm, if you are hearing this, you are in extreme danger. You are in the wrong dimension. Use caution. The things around you are not lost space. Find your totem immediately or call the antiquarian to tether you. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Looks like Alessandro's is here, and not a minute too late. Tell you what, I'm just gonna run and get that, and we'll be right back. Alright, jalapeno. Why, hello there. You've reached the antiquarium. If you wish to leave a message, please do so at the tone and have a great day.
That was amazing. I just discovered your podcast. It's raining over here in California, and I'm a mail carrier, and this has been keeping me company all day. Good job, you guys. Keep it up.
End of messages.
Ha ha. Thanks for your patience. Once you take a bite into this pizza, you'll know it was well worth the wait. Before we dive in, I had one more thing I set aside for you this week. Where is that infernal thing? There. A disposable camera with very peculiar qualities. No matter how tempting, I suggest you don't use it to take any pictures. I am positive you are not ready for it. Let's crawl into the dark room, for my friend has a camera that will show you your last photograph before you die.
Everyone dies at some point. And with that reality comes some cold, hard facts. You will have a last kiss, a last hug, a last phone call, and a last photograph. On Friday night, we met up at Casey's house. Even though she has an annoying neighbor, her parents built this amazing fire pit that's the perfect spot for chilly autumn nights. After starting the fire and roasting some marshmallows, she brought out something I hadn't seen in at least a decade. A disposable camera.
This is a special camera.
Casey said with a grin.
Apparently, when you take a picture, it'll be your last photo before you die.
I sat there trying to digest what she was saying. You mean the camera kills you?
Yeah. Like that one Goosebumps book?
Pretty reply.
Say cheese and die. Oh my gosh, yeah, I love that one.
Maribel said, grinning. Casey held her hands up, clearly annoyed that we didn't get it.
No, that's not what I mean. Everyone has a last photo. Like, sample my grandfather. 3 days before he passed away, he went unofficially. The last photo of him on that trip. The last photo ever taken.
Well, it's impossible for a camera to show that. It would have to be a time-traveling camera.
You guys are no fun.
Casey rolled her eyes and started putting the camera back in her bag.
Wait. We didn't say we didn't want to use it.
I mean, it could be fun.
A wicked smile flashed on Casey's lips.
Okay, good. Who wants to be the first?
Brady raised his hand.
I'll go.
That was Brady for you. Never missed a chance to impress the girls. He stood up, his face lit by the roaring fire.
Where should I stand?
The light is harsh. Maybe by that tree over there.
Brady walked several feet away from the fire and stood next to the tree. Then he leaned against it, crossed his arms, and raised an eyebrow. Casey raised the camera to her face.
3, 2, 1.
White light flashed across the dark backyard. Brady stepped away from the tree, grinning.
Okay, who's next? Hold on.
She pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose and stood next to the tree, somewhat awkwardly. Casey lifted the camera to her face again and took a photo. The ratcheting sound of her rewinding the film filled the air.
Okay, Benny, your turn.
She said, shooting me a smile. I walked over to the tree, took off my baseball cap, and waited. Casey lifted the camera to her face, then frowned.
Can't you smile?
See, no.
Oh, fine.
She rewound the film and handed the camera to me. Then she posed next to the tree in a classic sorority squat. Yeah, this wasn't awkward at all. Casey and I had just started dating, but the longer things went on, the more doubts I was having. Sure, we looked good in pictures. A classic football star / cheerleader match. In reality, we weren't either of those things. She was pretty, but extremely insecure.
Oh, I didn't
jealous,
even
and
know
high
that
maintenance.
I was eating
I
vegan
was a
butter.
neurodivergent math
Tastes
nerd who just
exactly the
happened to
same,
luck out
though.
genetically and looked like a jock.
You know what I hate though?
I stared at her through the
Blue
viewfinder.
bonnet.
Her form
Ugh,
was slightly
and
distorted.
margarine, man.
Hey, you didn't count down.
I guess that's the same thing though, if they're calling it vegan butter. I thought Earth Balance was real butter.
I
Tastes
rewound the
exactly like
camera
real
and handed it
butter.
back to her. She sidled up next to me and lowered her voice.
Hey, when Brady and Maribel leave, do you want to stay a little after?
No, I don't know. My dad's renovating the kitchen and he wants me to help him in the morning.
It doesn't have to be long. Just for a little while.
5, 6,
I should have said no, but she was pushing, and I felt bad saying no. Okay, just for a half hour.
We can watch something down in the basement. My parents live here being down there.
Oh, yeah. Quite your neighbor. Seemed pretty pissed off when we were watching Deeper Vendetta. He says the explosions woke him up, remember? Just fucking pounding on the glass door yelling.
She rolled her eyes.
So we'll keep the volume down. Come on. It's just a half an hour. You don't even have to watch anyway.
Before I could say more, she grabbed the camera and started towards the fire pit. I followed.
When are you gonna get those developed?
There's still a 1 hour phone.
Also, I'm not getting my $10 off for vegetables as usual, thanks to the idiots upstairs.
Photos?
Nerd Squad.
Yeah, my dad.
I haven't proceeded to check out. Maybe they'll remedy that, but I won't hold my breath.
Especially since somebody was so desperate they came and left something not even in an envelope or anything at all, just laying in the front of my building in an attempt to humiliate me. And I can't even legally look at that, but I guarantee you that it's someone who will be humiliated before December's over when they're cuffed.
We spent the entire hour hanging out at the store picking out snacks. Then Casey went up to the counter, grabbed the paper envelope, and led us back out to the car. We piled inside and Brady turned on the lights.
The federal felons are real excited because after stealing $21,000 from me, they really want to steal another 17. Federal felons.
No.
You're the ones going
The
to
first photo
prison.
showed an older man standing on a
That
beach,
won't be
gray hair
fun.
dripping wet, blue waves rolling behind him. But with his square jaw and tall build, he looked just like an aged-up Brady. What the fuck? That's impossible.
Not necessarily. The camera looked like a disposable camera, but it's possible someone put a cheap microchip in there, like a mini Raspberry Pi or something. Then it took our photos, and with the help of AI, aged them up.
Yeah, but how would the CVS develop them?
Maybe it was straightforward. Maybe when he opened the camera to get the film, there was a USB stick there instead, loaded up with all of the images, so he just stuck it into the computer and printed them out. It's weird, but he was on his phone with weird shit like this. I once saw a karaoke machine that used AI to auto-tune everyone as they were singing in real time.
We could go back inside and ask
I
them.
want to see the rest of the photos first. Where'd you get this camera again? A friend gave it to me.
And with that vague response, she flipped to the next photo. It was a family Christmas photo. Several people standing in front of the tree, happy faces lit by multicolored lights. But my heart dropped when I saw the woman on the left. A woman, maybe 30, holding a little baby, with the same heart-shaped face, the same curly dark hair as Maribel.
Oh no.
We all stared at the photo, silently, unsure what to say. But then, I saw it. In the middle of the photo, sitting on the couch, was an old woman. A very old woman. With skin so wrinkled it looked like crepe paper, and hair so white. It looked like a tuft of cotton candy on her head. Wire-framed glasses were perched on her nose.
I'm on the checkout, and once again, they're attempting to steal $10 in produce. Nerd Squad. As always.
She whispered,
Stupid fat
studying
woman.
it up close. For all her big talk about this being some AI thing, she sure seemed to take it pretty seriously.
So petty, federal felons. This is exactly why I'm not going to feel bad when some of you do indeed go
For a second,
bankrupt.
I felt something. A sense of awe as I looked at her face, lighting up with the joy of her family. I'd never looked at Maribel as anything other than a friend, but there was something tugging at my heartstrings now. Not even something I could put into words as a crush or attraction or lust, just something. A flicker of connection, of emotion, of...
Penny.
I glanced at Casey, and then I looked down. In her hands was the photo she'd taken of me. The exact same photo of me tonight, holding my baseball cap. Standing next to the tree, not smiling, staring straight ahead, eyes red from the flash. My first thought was the camera had malfunctioned. Whatever this was, AI or otherwise, it messed up and glitched on my picture, and it just spit out the photo as it was taken tonight. But as Casey, Brady, and Maribel stared at me with horror, I realized, so it's saying, the picture you took of me tonight is the last picture of me alive.
I guess so.
The silence pressed in. I shook my head and forced a laugh. I mean, come on. This is just some stupid prank camera. Like Maribel said, it's some AI thing. They would even purposely skip some people just to scare them. Fucking none of them were laughing. Okay, come on, let's look at Casey's. I plucked my photo from the stack and froze. Casey was sitting on the floor of someone's basement. Her hands were tied to a metal support pole with thick rope. A strip of duct tape had been placed over her mouth. The left side of her head was matted with blood, and a thin trail dripped down the side of her face. Her blue eyes were wide with fear, and looking straight at whoever was taking the photo. This is some sick fucking prank. Casey just sat there, frozen.
Let's go home. Yeah, forget about all of this stuff. It's just a prank. It's a prank like Brady said.
But Casey didn't move. She just sat there, the photo shaking in her hands, her blue eyes wide with fear.
What's wrong? The basement.
She said, finally, pointing at the photo.
I recognize it. My dad and I went over there one time when he needed help with the fuse box, and I thought he was annoying, but
Casey killed. Whose basement is this? She looked up at me, her eyes wide.
My neighbors.
Right, 2 points up. Those represent points of that event. But now, right over here, right in the tree here, there's a inverted cross. So this is just those are perfect. Just split the rectum up and freely remains, eliminating any possibility of complications.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances, maybe you'd be interested in dropping it and its story by the shop to share with other customers. Please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. A member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you, our best customer. You have a good night now.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings. Lot 038. My friend has a camera that will show you your last photograph before you die. Written by Blair Daniels. Starring Trevor Shand as Benny, Allison Cossett as Casey, Derek Yu as Brady, Dee Quintero as Maribel. I listen to a true
they're
crime
trying
podcast
everything they
about
can to fuck up
myself.
Whole Foods, Nerd Squad.
By Robert Mort. Narrated by Addison Peacock. Starring
Everything
Ryan
they
Lee
can,
as the voice,
everything.
Colin Freeman as the interviewer, Trevor Shand as Gabe, featuring Stephen Knowles.
Bet you
as
they'll
the
be
NTD
missing
line.
items too, just to be extra
Sound
fuckholes.
designed by Trevor Shand. Theme music
Be advised,
by
guys, if you do that shit, you'll be
Additional
here
music
delivering
by
Kool-Aid every
The
day.
Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor and Lauren Shand.
Be
Follow us
advised.
on Instagram and Twitter at AntiquariumPod. Call the Antiquarium at 646-41-7197.
Well, to what do I owe the pleasure of this wonderful surprise on a rather lovely spring evening? It's almost as if I didn't already know. You better believe
Last time I
have
ordered Whole Foods, they just
special
canceled the whole
set-aside
order and
just
made me double pay for another and then refunded everything like 24 hours later.
transfers.
Don't let them do that again, Nerd
Some
Squad.
believe that entities
Noon
are
to
able
2.
use
That's the reservation time.
electromagnetic waves in the radiation spectrum to travel through optical
Yeah,
fibers
Federal
and
felons. Did I
cables.
put you on blast?
That is why
Remember,
these
you're going to be
laptops
really
not
feeling
only
put
with
on
an
blast
advanced graphics
when you
card,
see that dorsal
but
fin this
also
Friday, and then next week on Friday you
it is
see
very centerpiece
the
of a
big
tragic bit of
kahuna.
ones and zeros known as my wife forgot to delete her browser history. Before we begin, I want to point out some of the customers whose names have been etched in brass on this beautiful plaque I had made above the front desk. These are some of the members of the inner circle of the Antiquarium. We go by the Obsidian Covenant. Recent initiates include Alex Healy, James Grierson, Not a Stick Figure, Salty Pretzel,
Noon to 1. Wow, look at that.
Cody Stanley,
I bet they'll cancel it, eh? Like they did last time.
Jeremiah Overstreet, Rita Boaventura, and Ashley Stevenson. We are ever appreciative of your devotion to the Order. Go to
Oh, they're stealing $10 from produce there too.
to receive the
Let me
sacrament.
double check that. I'm saving the payment method.
Where were we?
It's setting my payment method. Oh yeah.
Welcome.
Trying to steal $10 in produce again from Whole Foods, nonetheless.
And ongoing goes on.
Yep. Can confirm. Can confirm.
Four 4:34 p.m. How to stop husband from cheating.
I had only clicked on the history tab to delete the last thing I searched when I noticed the entry. Hurriedly, I finished sipping up my fly and stared at it in bewilderment. Amy and I had been almost too careful. We had never so much as looked at one another in my wife's presence, let alone done anything that could have raised suspicion. There was no way she could have known what was going on, even if she had looked through my phone.
And it's an affirmative to them stealing that produce money again.
Any incriminating photos Amy sent me after I was done with them, and we had a strict call-only policy. Amy was our latest hire, and aside from being great at her job, she excelled in garnering male attention. Everyone loved her. She was strikingly beautiful and uninhibited to the point where her energy felt almost carnal, sending all morals and restraints out of the window.
I'm bouncing over to Fresh just to see if they're doing that shit on Fresh.
But eventually,
Since previously they weren't able to, Nerd Squad.
got the better of me too.
4:37 p.m. How much does divorce cost?
Droplets of sweat.
Several felons. Don't forget, you are the only ones going to prison. Boop boop. And you're worried about losing your jobs, and that should be the least of your worries. You're going to prison for the rest of your lives. Whistleblowers excluded.
4:39 p.m. Why do humans feel emotions?
I pursed my lips. If by some miracle my wife didn't know about the affair, I couldn't imagine the way she must have been feeling. I woke up late this morning and found a note on the kitchen table saying that she didn't want to wake me, and that she was out doing her Saturday errands. I almost felt compelled to call her over. I flinched as a large drop of blood landed on the keyboard. What the hell? My first instinct was to look up at the ceiling. Nothing. A strong metallic smell made me come to my senses. I brushed my hand against my face, a bright red smudge sat on my palm. I stared at it, alarmed. I'd never gotten nosebleeds before, aside from the time I got hit in the face with a football in high school. My head raised.
Fresh is saying a 1 p.m. delivery, but they're already on that upstairs, frantically clamoring.
Stop the bleeding, clean myself up.
Probably trying to make it so they can steal produce. Because so far they're doing it from every place.
Which part of the brain is responsible for love?
This was an oddly specific search. I couldn't recall my wife ever being interested in science or biology. I checked the account, logged into the browser just in case. Perhaps this was someone else's history altogether, or maybe we'd been hacked. No. It seemed like everything was in order. My wife's smiling face stared back at me from the login window. What was she doing searching for brain parts anyway?
4:49 p.m. What is excerebration?
What was excerebration? Or some kind of fancy divorce? I'd never heard of the term in my life. I didn't even hesitate before clicking it, eager to find out what my wife was planning for us. I wish I hadn't. As the results came up on the monitor, my stomach lurched and my gag reflex kicked in. The images were graphic enough for my hand to automatically gravitate towards the return button, but a short paragraph in bold caught my eye. An ancient procedure involving chiseling through the bone of the nose in order to scoop out the brain matter. My heart hammering in my chest, I clicked the back button and scanned the rest of the entries.
5:01 p.m. Can a person live without the hypothalamus? 5:05 p.m. Location of the hypothalamus. 5:11 p.m. How much temazepam is safe?
My skin crawled as I read. but I couldn't look away. I was so immersed that I didn't even hear the front door bang. I stared at the wall, too shocked to reply. What was I meant to say? How was I supposed to ask her about all of this? Hey, I choked, throwing the box of tissues into the drawer. How was, she smiled. She made it all the way.
Oh, good. How are you? You had quite a lot to drink last night.
Well, I did. She studied me, as though she wasn't sure whether I was joking or not. Yeah, what's all this? I asked.
Now it's today 1 to 3.
She joined me at the desk, frowning at the clammy wood surface.
What?
I pointed at the browsing history, my index finger shaking visibly in the air.
Oh.
She flustered, 2 pink spots appearing on her cheeks.
Well, you did say we could try it, so I had to do a little research, you know?
What? I said we could try. What? She waved her hand dismissively.
Because something, you probably know better.
My blood ran cold. The excerebration. Karen, what did you do? But before she could say anything, a splash of blood landed on the carpet. And then another one, and another. Karen watched me, her skin growing pale.
What?
Suddenly, a small fleshy lump escaped my nostril and rolled down the front of my shirt. We both stared at it in shocked silence. Then, my wife screamed, turning on her heel to flee the room, but I caught up to her, pinning her against the wall. Tell me what the fuck you did! Blood was streaming into my mouth and down my chin, staining both of our clothes.
How can you not remember?
She squeezed, trying to elbow me in the ribs.
Don't you remember what you did?
I stared at her panic-stricken face, trying my best to recall any memories from the previous night. No, what did I do?
You came home after work and you told me you were leaving me for Amy. You said you didn't want to love her, but you did.
I stood there quietly, rolling it over. As more blood splashed into my stomach.
On, we need to call you an ambulance.
Karen shrieked, trying to pull away.
What the fuck is that?
What happened?
Now it's changed to 1 to 3. No longer 1 to 2.
What the fuck, John? We got drunk, okay? We got really, really wasted, and you said you knew a way to fix this.
They're not stealing produce from Fresh. They're not stealing produce from Fresh.
You from loving Amy.
I felt like I was having an out of
But Whole Foods and
What the
Walmart.
hell was she
Oh, yeah.
saying? And she actually attempted to remove part of my brain. And wait, who's Amy? Her expression made me feel foolish for not remembering. I knew that name.
I'm doing a $3 tip on one of the cards they won't let me use as well. Federal felons.
What the fuck did you do?
You're the ones going to prison.
The girl you were cheating on me with for 6
Believe
months.
me, it won't be fun.
I don't remember. Karen stared at me, her white blouse resembling a massacre, her mouth pressed into a thin line. What's happening to me?
And I'm using the gift card to tip titled FU. That's the first name, Federal Felons in Unit 207. That's the last name. That card's existed for, I don't know, at least 8 months.
What? That told me nothing. For fuck's sake, Karen, I'm not a fucking encyclopedia. Enlighten me. What the hell is a hippocampus? Nothing could have prepared me for what she said next.
Honey, you're a doctor.
And some of you may wonder, is she going to change when she has over $2 million in her possession? No. No, I won't. And that's just one of the thousands of reasons I'm better than all of you federal felons.
Well, you know what they say.
One of the thousands of reasons.
Happy afterlife.
Now don't steal my shit and make sure you're on time. 1 to 3. 1 to 3. You come with even a single missing item, and just to be clear, I swear to God, I will have your asses here delivering top ramen via Walmart shipping every day. You've been warned. Consider that your notice, and remember, the knock-knock lawsuit is coming to a door sill near you.
Why, hello there. You've reached the antiquarium. If you wish to leave a message, please do so at the tone, and have a great day.
Antiquarium, I need a little help. So I went traveling to go see the solar eclipse out of Texas, and I didn't think you guys were located in Texas, and I was looking for solar glasses, and I found your store. I guess you guys had the last one left, so I bought it. I said it would work perfectly fine, and I made the colors or whatever better than ever before. Well, I sold the solar eclipse, and I sold colors. I sold something out of the eclipse and into some of the people around me, including my friends that were with me. And now my friends.
I don't hear the stomping of having to do a delivery, so they're probably trying to cancel that illegally. Wait and see.
Extra appendage coming out of the back of their head. And I don't know what to do. I can't stop seeing it. Help.
I did that little tip, Nerd Squad, because you had me do that with the $1 tip last time. So I figured since they're not stealing $10 from me in produce, I'd just give them 3.
I recently came across a pair of tickets that won't be getting much use, and they are all yours. Take a seat in the front row for Mommy and Daddy tell me to ignore the screams coming from the basement.
Coachella, hotel, and ticket are too loud. Daddy said I'm not allowed to question them. Daddy said his friends are hurt, and he's making them better. They didn't look hurt when he brought them in. I was eating cookies in the kitchen when the sliding glass doors opened. Daddy stumbled through. His arms wrapped around a soaking wet girl. She was older than me. 2 boys were behind her. They looked like high schoolers or maybe older. Mommy grabbed my face gently and turned my head to look at her. Keep looking at me, Rosie. She told me, her eyes wide. In the corner of my eye, one of the boys dropped to his knees, and my dad pulled him back up, pushing him through the basement door.
Fucking move, boy.
I liked talking to them. The 3 of them were behind a big glass screen, like a human zoo. They were boring. All they did was cry. One boy was dark-haired.
Do you have a reward?
I have pigtails like wow.
There is nothing. The order demanded. Run around with Purgatorium than ever was. The anti-healer. He has Martolo. It's too late for you. She is away. The city of woe. She is away. Return of me.
I asked their names, and the dark-haired boy sat up.
Coachella.
His expression lit up. Vacant eyes flickering to life.
We need to get to Coachella.
I need to find my ticket. The girl giggled into the floor. And we still haven't figured out where we're staying. That was all they said. The same thing over and over again. Coachella, ticket, hotel. So, that's what I named them. Coachella said he could do a cool trick, but Daddy dragged me away before I could see it. When Daddy's other friends came to see him, I was told to stay upstairs with Mommy. There are a lot of people in black suits. Women wearing pretty dresses.
Thanks for coming, everyone.
Daddy told his friends.
Let's start the auction.
Coachella stood. His eyes were empty. The strips of white around his head were now red. Red was everywhere, dripping from his face, slick between his fingers. Ticket and hotel were on their knees.
S3. Show them what you can do.
Coachella thrust 2 fingers into his right temple.
Starting bidding at $3 million, S3 is the very first psychokinetic.
Coachella met my gaze. his lips twitching. He was going to show me his magic trick.
That's 3.
Daddy's head exploded. A fountain of scarlet splashing onto the ground. Mommy pushed past me, grabbing the blood-slicked microphone. When Coachella tried to run, Mommy grabbed him by the hair, violently dragging him back, pinning his hands behind him. Coachella shrieked. She slammed her hand over his mouth, forcing the others to their feet.
Start bidding at $4 million!
She gasped out.
Going once!
Coachella muffled to me. Mommy kicked him in the face, forcing Coachella to the ground. When he jumped up, she pointed a gun at his face.
Go upstairs, Rosie!
Daddy is a bad man, but I think Mommy is worse.
Now that's what I call mind-blowing. If you can believe it, I've got one more item for you. A cardigan from an infamous private school called Monis Academy. Unspeakable tragedies take place there to this very day. It's time to enroll in. Students are dropping out of the sky at my school. I'm starting to understand why.
On my first day at Monis Academy, a girl dropped out of the sky. I don't remember screaming, only staring at streaks of scarlet spiderwebbing down the splintered glass. Her mangled body sprawled across the windscreen. She landed with a sickening crunch, her eyes still open, lips frozen in a grin. 2 men power washed her blood from the ground, carrying her body away. My roommate said the students were cursed with the devil among them. She shot me a sickly smile.
It starts as soon as you set foot in here,
she told me weakly, her eyes half-lidded, barely drinking me in.
like a virus.
Taya flopped under her bed on her stomach, groaning into a mountain of stuffed animals.
It makes us crave him.
Him. Nicholas Cross, the smartest boy in school who held the top spot. Taya was right. Once I saw him, I couldn't get him out of my head. Rich, brown curls, sculpted in the school's prestigious uniform. A mind that I was ravenous for. A hierarchy position I needed to take from him. Inside Monis Academy, reality became harder to find. My thoughts choked with fog. It was like a parasite bleeding into my blood. A sudden, overwhelming need to be better than him. I lost myself, sinking into a pit of envy that swallowed me up, polluting my thoughts with scenarios where I had the top spot. Losing time and finding it again and losing it again. I killed him 3 times. I drowned Nicholas in the indoor swimming pool, but he came to class the next morning with a smile. His hair still damp and stinking of chlorine. I suffocated him with Taya's pillow, only for him to return it a half hour later, apologizing for the blood stains. In a fit of rage, I stabbed him in the chest. He died in my arms laughing, only to hand me my knife back in English class, wearing a triumphant grin.
Is this yours?
Nicholas Cross was not dying. So, a shell of myself, zero thoughts except being better than him. I chopped him into pieces when he was curled up in his bed. His roommate watched me with a dazed smile. Then, panicking, I stuffed the severed pieces into my mouth, forcing them down. I waited for him to come back, to magically fucking appear. But he didn't. I took his spot, immediately cementing myself into the minds of my classmates. However, it didn't take long for them to crave me. I woke to the sound of the saw, my hands strapped down, but I could already feel him clawing his way back on my throat, expanding in my mouth, phantom fingers protruding from my gnawing lips.
Damn. So for 5 days, I've been completely off my fast. I've eaten every day, and I'm doing that same thing today. Why? I'm just going to call it rage binging. That's what I'm going to refer to it. I stepped outside, as you can see earlier in this YouTube live stream. And what did I see? Yes, more evidence of stalking, criminal trespassing, ADA violations, and people who decided, once again, to do what the FBI has prohibited them from doing since August, September, and October. That is to say, if you watch the YouTube live stream, there was a couple new pieces of paper just thrown on the ground, face down, outside of my living room window. And then the legal piece of paper that's been taped to my door since a few days after my final cease and desist letter of the last 14 months. And the 2 envelopes under my table that have been there for months. None of which are legally served. And all of which you will be going to prison for, including everyone upstairs who didn't come downstairs and tell people to get off the property. Oh, yeah. So just remember, everybody, my orders from the FBI are as follows for this month. Run the YouTube live stream. No one is legally getting in, no matter what bullshit they say outside of the door, and I'm not to respond to them, no matter what fraud they say outside of the door. And should they step into my home illegally, it will indeed be illegal, and I'm to aim the camera at them and wait for the sheriffs to come and throw their ass on the ground. Then I'm to lose weight because next month I'll no longer be legally detained or held hostage, as I like to put it. But as the FBI likes to put it, illegally detained, and every day is a separate count, which everyone upstairs will be charged with. For what? That's right. Witness tampering. They're at 98 separate counts each. Just on that alone. Asterisk. Whistleblowers excluded.
He laughed, and I laughed with him. And so did the girl who held the top spot before Nicholas. An endless echo of top students. I let.
Oh, and let me just rephrase that. My multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, who's also going to be charged with domestic terrorism because of the City of Everett employees, or rather, as he's called it, the Department of Fucked Best Friends he's had for years who've helped him. Yeah. Did you know that Department of Fucked? Yeah. For years, he's been bragging about his relationship with each and every one of you and how you were going to help him steal his kids and brainwash them. That's interesting. Is that a coincidence? No. There's one man who's probably upstairs right now who had deliberate plans to be a stalker on behalf of my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser before he ever stepped foot in Unit 207. Yeah, and that big boy hasn't blown the whistle because his fat girlfriend told him not to. He's going to prison. Anyway, other than those orders, because remember, there will be one final illegal entry attempt, I need only fast and hang tight and remind myself that for the first time in 16 years, according to the FBI, I'm going to have a good birthday and a very jolly Christmas. which is interesting because I'm a Jew, guys. I don't even celebrate Christmas. But the FBI has literally stated that I'm happier on Christmas than anyone else in this building. Let that sink in. Ho, 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 motherfuckers. I'm coming for ya.
Ripping our top spot from us. Because we were always going to come back.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however.
Oh, and the FBI did clarify the whole reason they wanted me to reach out to the courthouse and to send them an email was to make it so some of you would think that I was lying. And it worked. It worked. Yeah. It worked real good.
Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may.
But keep in mind, guys, I don't know all the details. I only get to know what they say I need to know. For instance, I was literally briefed on Monday with only the following sentence. Quote, "This is hilarious." What kind of fucking brief is that? That's the kind that I'm getting, most likely because of my big ass mouth. But still, I just have to play like charade / guess the missing puzzle piece.
Or may not occur while the object is in your possession.
And they did say that some federal felon thinks they want to parlay with me and that would be extremely stupid on their end. Perhaps that has something to do with the papers laid askew in front of my plants.
If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances. Maybe you'd be interested in dropping it and its story by the shop to share with other customers. Please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. A member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you.
But keep in mind, everybody, all the federal felons are really happy and they have such high hopes for a good week. For a good week. It's Wednesday. All the way through next Wednesday, guys. Expectations. They feel stellar. They're so confident next week. Let me tell you. Until Thursday or Friday. And then that balloon pops. Vamos! Finito. And then they get a little hopeful for a couple of days. Few more days. And then that balloon pops. Twice. And right around that time, it should be close to my birthday, shouldn't it? I mean, I'm bad at math. Where are we? Oh, no, I guess not. Yeah. It is what it is. Remember, guys, the soonest you'll be detained is the day after Thanksgiving, so make sure it's the best Thanksgiving of your lives. Because for over 50% of you, and then it became 40%, it'll be the last Thanksgiving you won't be spending in a federal penitentiary.
Our best customer. You have a good night now.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, Lot 039. Students are dropping out of the sky at my school. I'm starting to understand why. Written by Trash Tia. Narrated by Dee Quintero. Featuring Melanie Rose as Tia. Trevor Shand as Nicholas. Mommy and Daddy tell me to ignore the screams coming from the basement. Written by Trash Tia. Starring Jade Shand as Rosie. Allison Cossett as Mother. Conan Freeman as Daddy. Trevor Shand as Coachella, D. Quintero as Ticket. My wife forgot to delete her browser history. Written by genuinely grim.
And then remember,
Rahul Kohli as
I told you so
Jessica
hundreds
Roth
of times,
as Karen,
if not 1,000, guys.
featuring Stephen Knowles as the antique dealer. Engineering, production, and sound design by Trevor Shand. Theme music.
Certainly feels like over 1,000
Additional
times.
music by Coag, Bad Wabbits, and Filmstro. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor and Lauren Shand.
And then remember, whistleblowers. All of you who met that deadline, this does not apply to. You're in the clear. You're in the clear, and you're going to be compensated for your hostile working environment. Given immunity, you're going to keep your jobs. But everybody else, no bueno. Mm-mm. Nope. Hard no. Oh, and I can't comment on those of you who blew the whistle following the expiration. I can't say you're going to get immunity or going to get paid. But I can say that the FBI deeply desires a handful of the 27 named federal felons, and that double digits excuse themselves by blowing the whistle from everywhere that there could be whistleblowers from months before the expiration date. So chances are, if you blew the whistle late and you brought up the Marlins or the shark that the FBI wants the most, you're going to be in the clear. But I can't say that with certainty, as I can for everyone who met that 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Halloween deadline. You are all absolutely getting immunity. Congratulations.
Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at AntiquariumPod. Call the Antiquarium at 646-481-7197.
And you may be wondering, who are the Marlin and who's the shark? The shark,
Tired of
I'm willing to bet money, is one of two people. Either a commanding officer I reported 7 years ago for threatening every single crime you've perpetrated, minus my murder being deemed a suicide, and or my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, who's threatened to kill me and told me how he'd dispose of my body on more than one occasion. My money is on one of those two being the shark, and I'm inclined to say it's the commanding officer. That's my gut. And I know that the Marlins, according to the FBI, have provided some of your authorizations and some of the fraudulent court orders you've illegally and criminally executed for well over 14 months.
What if you could have spotless floors this holiday season without the effort? The new Roomba Combo 10 Max robot will clean up after you and itself.
And I know for damn sure that the Marlins also include anyone and everyone that instructed yourselves and Kelly and Andy to stalk me. Yeah. And record me. Yeah.
Our most advanced robot vacuum and mop.
So I said that because although I cannot tell you you've got immunity, as I can say to those who hit the deadline that they were advised of over 3 months ahead of time, I can say that it's more likely than not you'll be offered immunity if you blew the whistle the week after that, or even 8 or 9 days after that, and you happen to point out some Marlins giving you some orders and some authorizations. And then remember, I'm not an employee of the FBI. I've just been authorized to tell people aloud that I am an informant for half of a year next month.
Holiday deals are still there for you at iRobot.com.
Since the end of June, baby. It's just I was retarded and didn't realize that's what they were saying until the first week of July.
That's what I think it is. Here I thought you were trying
And I can use the word retarded. Because I'm autistic, everybody. I have Asperger's.
You know, you wouldn't get too far.
Just like Elon Musk and the lead singer of the Hives.
One and the same. Well, that's neither here nor there now, is it? What I am sure of is that I've got something really special set aside for you. A smartphone. And it looks like you are getting your first call.
And you may be wondering, how the fuck were you too retarded to realize that's what they were saying? Because it went something like this, guys. The North Everett precinct, and I'm like, what? You want me to fucking tell them? They already know. Per policy, they should have known all of this since September. Legally. Blah. Fast forward a week later. That's who's guilty. The precinct of fraudsters. There will be an exodus at the North Everett precinct.
Let that go to voicemail if I were you. Too many swindlers nowadays. You will notice that this phone comes with this app right here. And with that app comes a warning.
And it's largely because they couldn't control Unit 207, according to the FBI. That's largely why there will be an exodus at the North Everett precinct, because they couldn't control Unit 207 in France.
With that warning comes a story. Don't play the can you hide game if it appears on your phone. Before we begin, I want to point out some of the customers whose names have been etched in brass.
And then I want you all to reread the September 15th letter, which was also dictated by the FBI, and pay real close attention to the line where it says, anything and everything you're leaving outside my door, or not even bothering to provide, will be struck down because it's fraud. And it will be used to prosecute each and every one of you to the fullest extent of federal and state statutes. And then remember, you were looking at an average 35-plus page indictment the second to last week of August.
On this beautiful plaque I had laid above the front desk. These are some of the members of the inner circle of the antiquarium. We go by the Obsidian Covenant. Recent initiates include Andrew Taylor, Penguin, Jennifer, Cara, Esme, Cicely Smith.
And the FBI did go farther. You know, they told me with the final illegal entry attempt, even if a sheriff shows up and is the one saying the fraud, not to consent or respond or let anyone in, and to not be surprised if somebody opens the door and the sheriff suddenly throws them on my living room floor face down and arrests them. Just to be clear. So that final illegal entry attempt may include a double agent sheriff who's outside spouting off fraud that he knows is fraud and I know is fraud because we're both cooperating with the FBI. And then one of you idiots decides to open the door again. Don't be surprised.
Smith, Benjamin Membrano, Mr. James Keziah.
And if you missed it, guys, they've attempted illegal entry 31 plus times during the 98 days of holding me hostage, including numerous times with uniformed North Everett Police Precinct officers. Most notably, the guy I call Porky Pig because he looks just like him in the face, who the FBI has stated I will absolutely be seeing at his arraignment. And also, he said, the FBI agent, that the North Everett Police Precinct decided he was expendable. That's why he was sent here to perpetrate fraud. Because it was decided he was expendable. So that must make him feel really good. Dude's going to prison, and he was sent here by people who literally authorized him to be the one that no longer works at the precinct. Makes me feel bad for him. Makes me feel like I don't want to sue him. With friends like that, man, who needs enemies, right? Yeah. Oh, my friends care about me so much, I'm going to prison for them. And I gotta pay this girl all of my severance pay. And I'm never going to be an officer ever again. I won't even be able to get a job with Border Patrol.
You won't find it on Google Play or the App Store. There's nothing about the game on any public websites other than this cautionary post.
But hey, man, maybe the Everett Mall security will hire him.
It indiscriminately chooses targets.
I know they don't start out at six figures.
You can't avoid the game. Nobody can. You might hear a reverberating ding from your phone. A death toll from the depths of hell. An incongruous window might pop up.
Can you hide? Yes or no?
Make sure you select no. When the window first appeared on my phone screen, I was stunned. I always presumed smartphones to be safer from the threat of viruses than computers, especially a brand new iPhone. Isn't Apple supposed to be superior to Microsoft when it comes to security? Nice try, I said. But before I made a rash decision and ended up infecting my phone with something nasty, I decided to do some research. I'm not exactly computer savvy, but I didn't trust either the yes or no option. I didn't want to mess with the window in any way. There was nothing about the "Can you hide" pop-up online. I didn't even realize it was a game until a Reddit user who I won't name pointed me in the direction of a Discord server for discussing unearthly matters. There was an entire category dedicated to the bizarre new game that had been appearing on people's phones. Clicking yes.
Also, remember, guys, I told you all to vote for Bob Ferguson because that is who 40% of you will be writing and requesting pardons from. So, hopefully you did that at least.
Yes. Apparently, commences a hide-and-seek game.
Dear Bob Ferguson, I voted for you.
I scrolled
Please pardon me.
messages.
I'm one of the domestic terrorists of the dwindling Department of Fucked in the North Everett Police Precinct who terrorized Mystic Gwen for 14 to 20 months, then denied it, and then committed a shitload of felonies afterwards with no immunity to try and cover my ass because I was worried about my job and didn't want to pay her the money she's owed.
I selected no.
That'll be a no, by the way. That pardon is going to be a hard no.
I don't think it's in my head.
Just leave the pop-up window open, guys. You don't have to select anything.
What? For the rest of my life? Well, what if something accidentally knocks it? Destroy your phone. Like I said, works for me.
Until it pops up on your next phone.
What if I just turn off my phone?
And then remember what you've heard for, 8 weeks, guys. November 15th, Friday. You see the dorsal fin of the FBI. And the Friday after that, or the Thursday after that, you see a killer well from the FBI pod here at the Puget Sound breach itself in all of his glory and give you a little wink.
That seems a little less dramatic than destroying it. Your phone.
The more I read, the more anxious I felt. I had expected the pop-up window to be a virus.
And then also remember, guys, the FBI has stated on November 21st or 22nd, every single federal felon that's going to prison wants to hide under a rock and avoid me in every way.
But everybody was telling ghost stories. Stop being a superstitious baby, I told myself. That guy's disappearance had nothing to do with the game he was playing. Eventually, after a weekend of horrified contemplation, I opted for user 5's idea to turn off my phone. In fact, I took it a step further and reset my phone to its factory settings.
So let's do morning gratitude prayers. Dear Godzilla, today we give thanks that once again we're all alive so we can breathe, eat, taste, smell, masturbate, and orgasm. The women can have people to talk to. The men can have women to be confused by. And we give thanks for caffeinated beverages, from coffee and tea to energy drinks. I think all of us can agree we appreciate those a great deal. Also, legalized marijuana. I really appreciate that, Godzilla, as well as the numerous times my use has been adjudicated on at the Snohomish County Superior Courthouse. Also want to give thanks for some of my neighbors that aren't going to prison. Mm-hmm. As well as the Snohomish County sheriffs that continue to have to play along with these federal felons, some of whom were at one point actual friends of theirs. And every judge, commissioner, clerk, and court employee who isn't going to prison, yeah, but rather complying with the FBI's investigation. And sometimes that's under duress because they have to sit there and smile in the face of a certain woman that no one wants to see in the clerk's department. And yet she keeps coming. So, Godzilla, I'm so glad I'm a lowly, humble Jew. You've had illegally detained for 98 days while allowing these federal felons to perpetrate over 100 crimes against me, in most instances, including federal felonies that they perpetrated months and months after I reported them. We give thanks, Godzilla, for the fact that I'll be a millionaire. My sons may or may not choose to work in the future, and I will be deciding upon my own discretion whose condos I'm going to own, as well as which police officers are going to no longer be a part of the police precinct, based on the 4 people I'll be testifying against for the FBI. Amen.
I met my friends Corey and Tanya in a local park on Monday afternoon. I planned to tell them about my experience, but they beat me to the punch.
Why didn't you pick up your phone all weekend, Lee?
Corey asked me.
We were worried about you, man. We wanted to hang out on Sunday.
You want to know the truth? I didn't fancy third wheeling. Some of us have to go to work on Mondays.
Oh, and another thing, guys, the FBI still, remember, this hasn't happened yet, but the FBI has stated that there is a Saturday that the federal felons want to unpleasantly wake me up. Yeah, I thought it might be the final illegal entry attempt. The FBI has stated that no one will be entering, but they will indeed probably attempt to come here on a Saturday to catch me off of guard. And the FBI wants me to let everyone know that may or may not be involved in that you will have eyes on you, and if you touch my fucking door, you'll be detained in less than 3.5 minutes. So do you want Thanksgiving, or do you not?
Hey, I work.
From a bathroom in your bedroom.
You're both just envious that I can scroll through Reddit and play games away from the watchful eye of my employer. Speaking of games, Lee, have you played Can You Hide?
My heart plummeted, and I felt as if Corey's words.
And some of you may be thinking, well, she said they're 5 minutes away. How are they going to detain us in 3.5 minutes? I don't think that you guys get it. Every single thing that you've premeditated from above my home of 12 years for a year straight, including your brainstorming, has all been recorded, transcribed, submitted to numerous federal judges. Thousands, tens of thousands of transcriptions of all of you knuckleheads. And if you're just tuning in for the first time ever, let me go over the best quote ever from the FBI regarding Unit 207. Quote, "They are not nearly as smooth as they like to imagine."
Were cinder blocks dragging my body through the floorboards.
He's obsessed. He's been playing it every day since Tuesday.
Popped up on my phone, so I thought, why the fuck not? Tanya thought it must be a virus, but
The big mystery to me, the question I want answered the most, is why is it after you're all detained in what the FBI has referred to as a blitz sweep, are you all being transported to King County? Why is it necessary for you all to be in front of federal judges in King County? That's the biggest mystery to me.
It's just a cool augmented reality game. Corey thrust his phone down on the wooden picnic table. It was already open on the game window. A map.
I speculate it's because there's been so many people from North Seattle College that blew the whistle. And that the Marlins and the Shark include people like one of the women upstairs that's been stalking me from upstairs since the last week of March 2023, who was real disappointed and did everything in her power to try and facilitate $4,000 being stolen from me, preventing me from taking my autistic son on the prepaid vacation we had planned for a year. Wink, wink. Also, to that lady, bitch, the FBI said that I can take everything you have no matter what sneaky maneuvers you make, like trying to block me on your email.
Of our surrounding
And that is
area.
not the fat chick. And
A
no
small
offense to the
green
fat
marker
chick. I'm
indicating
fat too
Corey's
right now.
location in the park.
We can be fat
And there was
together.
a small red marker
That's to the petite
moving
chick
along nearby roads.
who thinks she's not only smarter than the FBI, but also smarter than me.
I have to hide. It tracks my location in the real world, so I have to keep moving. I wanted to delay coming to the park, but I don't think the red seeker will find me here. Besides, it's 10 to 4.
And she's not a blonde,
Here today.
guys. She's
What's
not a
the
blonde.
red marker that's searching for you? The boogeyman.
Do you know that kind of talk makes me freak out?
Corey shrugged, and the pair of them became absorbed in a different topic of conversation. They were tucking into their sandwiches, talking between mouthfuls, but I wasn't eating. I couldn't take my eyes off Corey's phone on the table. The red marker was circling the park, looking for him.
And here's a brief I got last week. You ready? I thought this was just pointless, though. What a stupid brief. That's what I thought. Quote, they are all going to be exposed. Here's why I thought that was stupid. I thought by telling you directly of what you were doing and how it was a crime for these last 14 months already exposed you. No. But about 2 weeks ago, the FBI stated that they are confident that you will all be exposed. And remember, the FBI has stated there is not a single allegation that I've made. There are only facts and charges coming your way.
I couldn't stop thinking about those people on the Discord server who had spoken so solemnly of the supposedly deadly game. Suddenly, the marker was in the park. Corey was wrong. They had found him. I prepared for some.
Oh, and I am curious about the dorsal fin on the 15th. I hope Unit 207 discusses that aloud. And I'm very curious about Thursday or Friday of next week when you somehow are without a doubt fully aware that you're going to prison thanks to the FBI. I'm curious, will it be a commissioner or a judge that orders something that just makes it 100% clear to you? Or will they literally approach you and flash their FBI badge and pull you into a conference room to see how full of shit you are? That's my speculation. I have no idea how it will manifest. But hopefully you'll discuss that too. Whatever it is, it's a whammy. It's a doozy. It's a doozy.
For something dreadful to happen, I prepared for my friend.
It's a doozy that makes my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser and my extortionist mother extremely angry. Yeah. It's a doozy.
To be caught. And that's a wrap, Corey said, scooping up his phone. 4 o'clock. Yet again, I bested the game. We got close this time, though. Damn. Just 100 yards away. On the game map, the park was a featureless green patch. I could see Corey's green marker, scarcely standing out from the grass. And I could see the red marker northeast of our location. The victory box red.
You avoided the Krieger by 121 yards. You can hide.
Tanya groaned and mumbled about Corey's game addiction, and the two of them resumed their conversation. I was about to dive back into reality, putting the silly game out of my head for good. But a sudden noise terrified me. A creak. My eyes shot up from the table. Neither Tanya nor Corey seemed to notice the eerie sound, and I can't explain it. As nearby as the sound seemed, my eyes were drawn to a solitary tree, a little over 100 yards away. Perhaps not exactly where the red marker had appeared on Corey's screen, but close enough. Peering around the bark was a frightful face. The thing looking at the three of us was not human. It was as short as a toddler. Its head, if it even had a head, was wearing a peach-colored rubber mask, almost the tone of human flesh, but not quite. And its sickly sweet smile seared through my eyes, into my very soul. With a second resounding creak, the nightmarish face snapped behind the bark, disappearing from view.
Ruth Talib. Hello, you look like you've seen a ghost.
I think somebody's actually seeking you, Corey, I whispered, pointing a shaky finger at the tree. I don't think you should play that game anymore, man.
Your phasmophobia really kills my buzz sometimes, Lee. There's no boogeyman following me.
I have a proclivity for trembling at everyday sights and sounds. In my mind, there's always a ghost or a ghoul around the corner. Ever since my parents died, I've been that way. But I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that I hadn't imagined what I saw behind the tree. Unfortunately, my phasmophobia, fear of ghosts and the supernatural, makes it very difficult for anybody to believe me when I've been startled by something. Corey and Tanya told me to take it easy, get home, and get lots of rest. The following day, the two of them pinged me incessantly on WhatsApp. I was still reeling from the terrifying thing I'd seen behind that tree. Transfixed by terrible thoughts, the workday flew by. I was starting to believe that maybe I'd become unwell. Perhaps I'd suffered some sort of psychotic break. Not so. Around 5:30 in the evening, on my drive home from work, Tanya called me. I answered via my car's dashboard. Hey, I'm driving right now, Tanya. What's going on?
It's in the house. The game started playing. It's later than usual.
Slow down. What's happening?
The game started at 6. I think you were right, Lee. I think someone's actually taking it. We saw a horrible face at the window, and then there were creaking sounds in the house. We're hiding in the attic. Boris pulled up the door, so we don't think.
Tanya, listen, call the fucking police.
They're on their way. 15 minutes, if we can. What? It's Lee. No, I feel safer with someone on the other end of the... Okay. Corey wants me to hang up. He wants us to be quiet.
I understand. Just make sure that... I didn't need to ask what had frightened her. I heard it too. A creak in the attic. It sounded so clear, and once again, so fucking near. So nightmarishly near that I snapped my neck around to make sure the rubber-faced demon wasn't in the backseat of my car.
So just to be clear, guys, it's not just the FBI that has a vested interest in some of you. At least one person is going to be court-martialed and handled in military court, which suggests to me that someone must be part of the National Guard. And it may be more than one. But some of you are going to be dealing with military court, which is not nearly as kind as federal court. Just be advised. And you may or may not be in the building, the people that pertains to. But the FBI has stated some will be court-martialed. And that means military court. A very scary place to be, I might add.
At that point, I decided not to go home. I diverted to Corey's house. An 8-minute journey, barely any quicker than the police.
I didn't even get in here.
John needs. He's just a child, and he needs to leave our house. Oh.
What the fuck is that?
Please,
Please. Please.
And I'm 100% speculating that means they're in the National Guard, because I don't know the nuances with that. If you can be court-martialed just because you're a veteran, I have no fucking idea. All I know is some will be court-martialed, and the rest will be handled in federal court in King County.
The screams of my two friends were deafening. I was so fixated on reaching the house that I didn't hang up the call. It was only as I tore on Corey's driveway and mere minutes before the police that I realized I'd been listening to
Oh, and it could have something to do with the Seattle Federal Marshals, since they have determined you are all threats to the judiciary.
I barged down the front door and ran up to the attic. I expected to find a sickening scene of mutilation, but the space was empty. Corey and Tanya were... Oh, they were gone. The police had questions for me, of course, but my alibi was airtight. The 911 call was made before I even left the office. And traffic camera footage corroborated the fact that I was on the road whilst the intruder terrorized Corey and Tanya. Missing persons. That's the verdict. I don't understand what the game wants. I don't know where the missing people go. All I know is that resetting my phone was not enough. On my drive home, after a long night of tears and police questioning, I could swear I caught a glimpse of a peach-colored mask peeking around a postbox. And then, as if to confirm that menacing thought, there was a notification on my phone. That unmistakable ding of hell.
Can you hide? Yes?
Oh, and
Message displayed.
please pass on the message, because she's too cowardly to be upstairs today. She wants to make an appearance when she feels she's accomplished something, but the FBI has said she'll accomplish nothing other than giving everybody else a headache. Something she's prone to do. Anyway, pass on the message that she had made a threat many months ago, before the actionable kidnappings, that if I prevented her from getting to my mother, I'd regret it. The FBI wants to be clear. She's going to prison for the rest of her life. And all of you that have followed her legal advice, you'll be right there with her.
I moaned in horror, and that was what damned me. See, my car uses voice recognition.
And also, as you may have surmised at this point, I don't give a damn if my mom goes to prison. I don't care. I feel bad for my kids, but I think they'll be all right, because I don't think John will be going to prison. John will probably finally get a nice wife, something he's never had.
And it somehow registered my terrified vocal reaction as a fucking answer.
You selected no.
Perhaps I've chosen the safer of the two options. I know many of the Discord users suggested no, but I can't stop thinking about what I read on that server.
I selected no, but I keep hearing creaks.
I haven't heard anything yet, and the game hasn't started playing. But Corey didn't seem to hear the creak when he was playing the game. Maybe like him, I've just been missing it. I'm terrified of the creaker. I'm terrified of where he might take me.
It appears that hell has raised its long-distance charges. What do you say I put you on hold for a moment, and I'll be right back with one more consignment. Don't worry. An operator is standing by.
I shouldn't say I don't give a damn if she goes to prison or not. I feel like if she spent even one night in jail, she would never do it again. That's what I feel like. And I feel like her reaction when she doesn't make a cool $500,000 off of this home I've bought over 5 times. And all of our relatives that I've been nice enough to not tell about her crime spree and have literally cut out of my life, simply so that she would still have friends for years. The embarrassment that she's going to experience makes my mom a risk. Yeah. I have never seen her not get money when she wants it. I've seen her throw under the bus her best friend who got cancer and died and refused to go and apologize and make amends. I've watched her manipulate her husband into clearing out somewhere between $400,000 and $600,000, the entirety of his 401k, to make him make a real estate purchase that was in no way profitable, only to then tell him she knew about the last time he cheated. And now that he'd done that, she would get half of it if they divorced. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And my stepdad, he is what I would call, he's a selective religious person. When he feels the scripture supports something he's doing, he'll quote it. But he has no idea when you quote scripture back to him that he doesn't like. It's like all of a sudden he's never read any books in the Bible. He doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I say that because he's big on saying that he'll never divorce his wife because the Bible says never to leave your wife. But I think if she's in prison, chances are she won't get half of everything. And then maybe he could have a nice, last couple of decades enjoying his money. But in the meantime, guys, you have to remember, he is her puppet, and we all would be. You have no idea. Anything and everything that comes out of his mouth regarding me is verbatim coming from my mother, and she is following him around and talking about it nonstop. No break. Needs money. Needs money. And I say that because even though it can be hard sometimes, you got to give the guy a break, man. You have no idea. We'd all be her Muppet if we were him.
Please do so with the tone and have a great day.
Good evening, shopkeeper. This is your sister store. It seems a package went for us was accidentally delivered to you. Now I know the rule.
But I said all of that because in the event that she doesn't go to prison right away, like in the event that the court order that the FBI thinks is so comical that apparently is incoming, that's going to order that the deed to the house that I've bought over 5 times actually be put in my name, whenever that's taking place, which the FBI has thought was fucking hilarious for 2 months. Whenever that occurs, if she's not been detained, I am telling you, I have no idea what she's going to do. She's going to be humiliated to a level she has never been humiliated before, and it will be regarding something she has routinely accused others of doing to her. Yeah. Even our own relatives. And in the event that her husband finds out that she's going to prison or whatever, I just feel like that's going to be a real risk right there. That's going to be ballistic. Now, I've never seen my mom shoot a gun. I got no idea if she can shoot. But that whole bitty bitty bum bum thing is right next to my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. And also, good game. Good game. What do you think of that, guys? You have your daughter pay for a house 5+ times over, and then you try and cash out some more because you'd like $500,000 for a $40,000 condo. Wow. Yeah, that's a smart investment, isn't it?
I'm already on my way. They don't have to know.
And then remember, guys, there are very few things in the Bible that are written verbatim and should be interpreted correctly, literally. But one of them is everything that the Bible says about extortionist landlords. As you will see.
No. Please leave the door locked for me, my brother. I will see you very, very shortly.
End of messages.
Ha! All that, and it was a wrong number. Something tells me they won't be making that mistake again. Here, come a little closer. Put this on. You look incredible. This yellow hat is a portal of darkness. What I do find rather odd is how it really brings out your eyes. Speaking of eyes, you sure can count on those with all the AI malarkey. They can make anyone do or say anything. Learn from me, if not by my precepts, at least by my example. How dangerous is the acquirement of knowledge, and how much happier that man is who believes his native town to be his world, than he who aspires.
Here, I'll Google it for you guys. Let's Google it together. Actually, let's not Google it. Let's use Gemini, which I'm so impressed with, guys. Gemini AI. I love it. I haven't used it for math problems. But it's fun to chat with, and it's fun for, like, everything else, for sure. Gemini AI. I don't know why Google got such bad shit for it. Literally, they have been told what a piece of shit garbage AI it is for so many years, and I like it better than Grok or Grok. And I like Elon. He's my favorite Japanese white guy. He's my amigo, my friend. Give me every Bible quote involving landlords who overcharge or extort their tenants. I've never used it to find Bible quotes, so let's see how well this goes. This might be bad. Oh, here we go. It's jumping right where I was going. Micah. Micah 6:8. He has shown you, O mortal, what is good and what does the Lord require of you? To act justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with your God. Proverbs 14:31. Whoever oppresses the poor shows contempt for their maker, but whoever is kind to the needy honors God. Leviticus 19:13. Do not defraud or rob your neighbor. Ding, 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 ding. Pay attention. Do not hold back the wages of a hired worker overnight. Proverbs 22:16. One who oppresses the poor to increase his wealth and one who gives the gifts to the rich, both come to poverty. Let's do that one again. Because keep in mind, it's the only reason I haven't made literally, let's see, according to the FBI, I could pull in 10 grand a month for 3 years. So let's say you hadn't illegally detained me for the last 3 months. I'd have 30 grand in my bank account from my 2-page knock-knock lawsuits. So let's go over this again. Proverbs 22:16. One who oppresses the poor to increase his wealth. That's your paychecks, guys. And one who gives gifts to the rich, complicity with extortion. Both come to poverty. One final time. Proverbs 22:16. One who oppresses the poor to increase his wealth, and one who gives gifts to the rich. Both come to poverty. Luke 3:11. John answered, anyone who has 2 shirts should share with the one who has none, and anyone who has food should do the same. So as far as biblical quotes, Gemini gets a hard C minus, guys. Hard C minus. Let's go to Google. I'm looking for direct quotes involving landlords overcharging tenants, and they're in the Bible, guys. They're in the King James Bible. Now keep in mind, I'm a Jew. But I'm a Jew because every time that I've died, I've gone to a place that could only be described as Sheol and in no way, shape, or form described as what you Christians imagine as heaven or the sanctuary. Mm-mm. That's why I'm a Jew. All right, let's try Bible Gateway. They usually do a good job when I'm looking for something. Oh, it's a whole parable. Let's do the whole parable, guys, from Matthew, my least favorite book, I might add, because that is the book where it literally tells you, God says that your children are going to hate you and you're going to hate your parents. And if that's what you're doing and feeling, then you are living your life the way God wanted you to live it. That's literally in the book of Matthew, guys. Sons will turn against their fathers and fathers will turn against their sons. Anyway, let's do the parable. And I'm not even familiar with this parable. Matthew 21, 33 through 46. The parable of the tenants in the vineyard. Listen to another parable, Jesus said. There was once a landowner who planned a vineyard, put a fence around it, dug a hole for the winepress, and built a watchtower. Then he rented the vineyard to tenants and left home on a trip. When the time came to gather the grapes, he sent his slaves to the tenants to receive his share of the harvest. The tenants grabbed his slaves, beat one, killed another, and stoned another. Again, the man sent other slaves, more than the first time, and the tenants treated them the same way. Last of all, he sent his son to them. Surely they will respect my son, he said. But when the tenants saw the son, they said to themselves, this is the owner's son. Come on, let's kill him, and we will get his property. So they grabbed him, threw him out of the vineyard, and killed him. Now when the owner of the vineyard comes, what will he do to those tenants? Jesus asked. He will certainly kill those evil men, they answered, and rent the vineyard out to other tenants who will give him his share of the harvest at the right time. Jesus said to them, haven't you ever read what the scriptures say? The stone which the builders rejected as worthless turned out to be the most important of all. This was done by the Lord. What a wonderful sight it is. And so I tell you, added Jesus, the kingdom of God will be taken away from you and given to a people who will produce the proper fruits. The chief priests and the Pharisees heard Jesus' parable and knew that he was talking about them. So they tried to arrest him, but they were afraid of the crowds who considered Jesus to be a prophet. Let's go on to another one. A lot of quotes here from Matthew, and that's just not what I'm looking for. Here we go. Open Bible table. I like this one. This one you can search for Bible quotes with keywords. So this just brought up keyword landlord. Timothy. You can always bank on Timothy. Timothy is great because Timothy, if you're not familiar with the Abrahamic religions, Timothy was a guy who was a super, super duper skeptic. Hardcore. I like to imagine him as a hot, in shape military guy in San Diego that likes to jet ski on the weekends. Hardcore skeptic. Long story short, he ends up being the most honest of God's books. And in my life experience, I have never met a Timothy I couldn't trust with my life. I think that's more than coincidental. I think it's biblical. So let's start with Timothy 6:9. But those who desire to be rich fall into temptation, into a snare, into many senseless and harmful desires that plunge people into ruin and destruction. Luke 16:1-31. He also said to the disciples, there was a rich man who had a manger, and charges were brought to him that this man was wasting his possessions. And he called him and said to him, what is this that I hear about you? Turn in the account of your management, for you can no longer be manager. And the manager said to himself, what shall I do, since my master is taking the management away from me? I am not strong enough to dig, and I am ashamed to beg. I have decided what to do. so that when I am removed from management, people may receive me into their houses. So summoning his master's debtors one by one, he said to the first, How much do you owe my master? Luke 12:48. But the one who did not know and did what deserved a beating will receive a light beating. Everyone to whom much was given, of him much will be required, and from him to whom they entrusted much, they will demand the more. Revelation 1:1. The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave him to show to his servants the things that must soon take place, he made it known by sending his angel to his servant, John. Proverbs 22:1. A good name is to be chosen rather than great riches, and favor is better than silver or gold. Matthew 25:14. For it will be like a man going on a journey who called his servants and entrusted to them his property. Genesis 18:25. Far be it from you to do such a thing, to put the righteous to death with the wicked, so that the righteous fare as the wicked. Far be that from you. Shall not the judge of all earth do what is just? Leviticus 19:13. You shall not oppress your neighbor or rob him. The wages of a hired worker shall not remain with you all night until the morning. If you missed it, I've had $21,000 stolen from me since February 2nd. Galatians 6:5. For each will have to bear his own load. 1 Corinthians 5:5. You are to deliver the man to Satan for the destruction of the flesh, so that his spirit may be saved in the day of the Lord. Romans 3:10-18. As it is written, none is righteous, no, not one. No one understands, no one seeks for God. All have turned aside. Together they have become worthless. No one does good, not even one. Their throat is an open grave. They use their tongues to deceive. The venom of asps is under their lips. Their mouth is full of curses and bitterness. Mark 13:34. It is like a man going on a journey when he leaves home and puts his servants in charge, each with his work, and commands the doorkeeper to stay awake. Matthew 10:28. And do not fear those who kill the body but cannot kill the soul. Rather fear him who can destroy both soul and body in hell. Let's do that one again. Matthew 10:28. And do not fear those who kill the body but cannot kill the soul. Rather fear him who can destroy both soul and body in hell. And then keep in mind, I'm a Jew, guys. There is no hell. Well, where I've gone every time I've been clinically dead, that I've said can only be described as Sheol, is very much where I believe we all end up, good or bad. Proverbs 15:27. Whoever is greedy for unjust gain troubles his own household, but he who hates bribes will live. That's a big one. Let's go over that again, because this is what Godzilla is allowing to happen before some of you get the biggest God smacks of your lives. Proverbs 15:27. Pay attention. Whoever is greedy for unjust gain troubles his own household, but he who hates bribes will live. Genesis 49:26. The blessings of your father are mighty beyond the blessings of my parents. Up to the bounties of the everlasting hills, may they be on the head of Joseph and on the brow of him who was set apart from his brothers. 1 Corinthians 3:12-15. Now if anyone builds on the foundation with gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, straw, each one's work will become manifest. For the day will disclose it, because it will be revealed by fire, and the fire will test what sort of work each one has done. If the work that anyone has built on the foundation survives, he will receive a reward. If anyone's work is burned up, he will suffer loss, though he himself will be saved, but only through fire. Matthew 25:30. And cast the worthless servant into the outer darkness. In that place there will be weeping and a gnashing of teeth. Romans 3:1-31. Then what advantage has the Jew, or what is the value of circumcision? Much in every way. To begin with, the Jews were entrusted with the oracles of God. What if some were unfaithful? Does their faithfulness nullify the faithfulness of God? By no means. Let God be true through everyone. May God be true, though everyone were a liar, as it is written, that you may be justified in your words and prevail when you are judged. But if our unrighteousness serves to show the righteousness of God, what shall we say? That God is unrighteous to inflict wrath on us? I speak in a human way. Romans 2:1-16. Therefore you have no excuse, O man, every one of you who judges. For in passing judgment on another you condemn yourself, because you, the judge, practice the very same things. We know that the judgment of God rightly falls on those who practice such things. Do you suppose, O man, you who judge those who practice such things and yet do them yourself, that you will escape the judgment of God? Or do you presume on the riches of his kindness and forbearance and patience, not knowing that God's kindness is meant to lead you to repentance? But because of your hard work and impenitent heart, you are strung up in wrath for yourself on the day of wrath, when God's righteous judgment will be revealed. Romans 1:1-32. Paul, a servant of Christ Jesus, called to be an apostle, set apart the gospel of God, which he promised beforehand through his prophets in the Holy Scriptures, concerning his Son, who was descended from David according to the flesh, and was declared to be the Son of God in power according to the Spirit of holiness by his resurrection from the dead. Jesus Christ our Lord, through whom we have received grace and apostleship to bring about the obedience of faith for the sake of his name among all the nations. Acts 4:12. And there is salvation in no one else, for there is no other name under heaven given among men by which we must be saved. Luke 21:1-4. Jesus looked up and saw the rich putting their gifts into the offering box, and he saw a poor widow put in 2 small copper coins. And he said, truly I tell you, this poor widow has put in more than all of them. For they all contributed out of their abundance, but she, out of her poverty, put in all she had to live on. Luke 14:28. For which of you, desiring to build a tower, does not first sit down and count the cost, whether he has enough to complete it? Luke 6:38. Give, and it will be given to you. Good measure, pressed down, shaken together, running over, will be put into your lap. For with the measure you use it, will be measured back to you. Mark 9:45-47. And if your foot causes you to sin, cut it off. It is better for you to enter lame than with 2 feet to be thrown into hell. And if your eyes causes you to sin, tear them out. It is better for you to enter the kingdom of God with 1 eye than with 2 eyes, and to be thrown into hell. Matthew 25:46. And these will go away into eternal punishment, but the righteous into eternal life. Matthew 22:13. Then the king said to the attendants, bind him hand and foot and cast him into the outer darkness. In that place there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Matthew 21:33. Hear another parable. There was a master of a house who planted a vineyard and put a fence around it and dug a winepress in it and built a tower and leased it to tenants and went into another country. Here's an important one. This is why I haven't sued you guys. Leviticus 19:18. You shall not take the vengeance or bear a grudge against the sons of your own people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. Let's hear it again. Leviticus 19:18. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against the sons of your own people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. One final time, guys. Leviticus, say it with me, 19:18. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against the sons of your own people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. Acts again, 17, 10 to 11. The brothers immediately sent Paul and Silas away by night. And when they arrived, they went into the Jewish synagogue. Now these Jews were more noble than those that you've heard of. They received the word with all eagerness, examining the scriptures daily to see if these things were so. Acts 3:21, whom heaven must receive until the time for restoring all the things about which God spoke by the mouth of his holy prophets long ago. Acts 3:21, whom heaven must receive until the time for restoring all the things about which God spoke by the mouth of his holy prophets long ago. John 6:27, do not work for the food that perishes, but for the food that endures to eternal life, which the Son of Man will give to you. For on him, God the Father has set his seal. Pay attention. You like Jungle Book? I know that lady in the living room likes the Jungle Book. You know, the old Disney classic. You know that song, Bare Necessities? Oh, bare necessities. And you know the story of John and the fishermen, right? Christians. There's a lot of Christians in the building. I'm talking to you. Oh, yes. And all of the fishermen quit their jobs to follow Jesus. Just a Jew, by the way. Jesus, no different than me or you. That's why I'm a Jew. But anyway, you know what that means? That means that Godzilla is the provider, not your career. For many of you, you've confused that with being your identity and your purpose, and that is why you will be destroyed. And not by me, by Godzilla. And remember, the primary purpose for your existence, although humans don't like to acknowledge it, is to remain alive until they go out through no fault of their own. That's how you get eternal life. Anyway, let's do this quote. John 6:27, do not work for the food that perishes, but for the food that endures to eternal life, which the Son of Man will give to you. For on him God the Father has set the seal. Let's do it a third time. John 6, verse 27. Do not work for the food that perishes, but for the food that endures to eternal life. What does that mean? That means that if you have even an iota of a guilty conscience, you're going to kill yourself and forfeit eternal life. Is that clear enough? It's going to become astoundingly clear to some of you, and it's unfortunate. Which the Son of Man will give to you, for on him God the Father has set his seal. That means that you are to have people around you telling you exactly what I keep saying, to remind you. So let's do it one more time. John chapter 6, verse 27. Do not work for the food that perishes, but for the food that endures to eternal life, which the Son of Man will give to you. For on him God the Father has set his seal. Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 14. Behold, to the Lord your God belong heaven and the heaven of heavens, the earth with all that is in it. Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 14. Behold, to the Lord your God belong heaven and the heaven of heavens, the earth with all that is in it. So now I'm going to use the same website and I'm going to look up extortion because I thought that it had the word landlord in it, but perhaps I've just been confusing that. So let's go over some extortion. We're going to start with Ezekiel. Great book. Excellent. Is it as good as Ecclesiastes? Not quite, but I like Ezekiel. Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 18. As for his father, because he practiced extortion, robbed his brother, and did what is not good among the people, behold, he shall die for his iniquity. Damn. Damn, Rudy. Damn. Some of you may hear that and think, oh, they're talking about like medieval Roman punishment. They're going to stone him to death or crucify him. No, no, no. It's to be interpreted that he will have guilt for that and he will commit suicide and forfeit his right to an eternal life. So let's do it again. Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 18. Again, an excellent book. As for his father, because he practiced extortion, robbed his brother, and did what is not good among the people, indeed, behold, he shall die for his iniquity. Another Ezekiel one. This is chapter 18, but it's a little bit ahead of what we just read. Verse 13. Lends at interest and takes profit. Shall he then live? He shall not live. He has done all of these abominations. He shall surely die. His blood shall be upon himself. Now, do you think that perhaps I was misinterpreting? No, you don't. Let's hear them both, guys. Ezekiel 18:18. As for his father, because he practiced extortion, robbed his brother, and did what is not good among the people, behold, he shall die for his iniquity. Ezekiel 18, verse 13. Lends at interest and takes profit. Shall he then live? He shall not live. He has done all of these abominations. He shall surely die. His blood shall be upon himself. Or herself, I might add. Let's go back to Timothy. I need a break for a moment here. Let's meditate for a bit on those two Ezekiel quotes. Damn, they're good, aren't they? Yeah. It's 11:41 a.m. PST, 11/13/2024. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Wind pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. You see, the problem with humans is that they all want to think they're special and they all want to compete and win and be sneaky and slimy for the mean green. And there are a lot of people here that humans interact with that appear to be humans that they're interacting with. But there are far, far, far fewer people that are actually here on Earth with us that, like us who are alive, have chosen eternal life. That is to say, there is a part of the Bible that discusses how every human being has no idea they're surrounded by tens of thousands of demons. Am I saying people are demons? No. But I do think our Creator intentionally surrounds us by a litany of people whose consciousness are not actually in our world, most likely because they did bad things and didn't achieve eternal life, which is only acquired by those who have no guilt. That's the only way you can escape suicide. Anyway, like I said, I need a break for a minute, but I am going to get back to this. Just give me a minute or two, or maybe 5. I don't know. We'll see. Some of you think I'm trying to scare you, and I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just saying the same things I've already said to you before, but I'm doing it using the Bible. You have to remember that I have a vested interest in as many human beings as possible not killing themselves. Because I'm a big fan of humans, although it makes no logical sense as to why I should be. Okay. We're going to carry on where we were, but I am going to go back and read those too, but I'll do it without the emphasis, okay? But we're going to hear them once more before I continue on. And I recommend the book of Ezekiel. For those of you that are like, maybe I'll pick up the Bible, let me tell you. Start with the book of Job. Then go to Ecclesiastes. Then perhaps Ezekiel. Or any of the books of Timothy. Those are my recommendations. To pull you in. To pull you into the books. You think of the Bible and people don't realize that, each book is an actual book. And then you have to keep in mind that the Vatican has over 22 that they've removed and have at the Vatican. And you only get to look at if you're a cardinal or have top security clearance. And one of those books is about how Jesus murdered his brother by pushing him off a cliff as a child. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah. And another one is about how Jesus was pulled down from the cross by his fellow Jews. And he healed up and got married and had children, and that is how he was crucified. Nothing that I've just said is untrue. It is 100% true. And it's another reason, on top of my numerous times of being clinically dead, and where I've gone in my near-death experiences, that I am a Jew. But I am a Jew that's also a legally ordained minister, and I believe every religion, including the Big Bang Theory, guys, which is absolutely a religion. Mm-hmm. And I believe every single religion, including science, that our Creator engineered everyone to prefer is exactly what they prefer. And I do think, I like to think, that when everybody dies, they get to go to wherever it is that they imagine they're going to. But let me tell you, every time I've been clinically dead, it is the most amazing, incredible experience that there are no words to articulate, because you feel senses that don't even exist. You feel like right now you have multiple senses. Imagine that times a gazillion. And then imagine all of those new gazillion senses are all very, very happy. That gives you an idea of the dying experience. But I have never seen a white light. And I've jokingly said, maybe that's because those are the people going to hell. Maybe that white light, guys, is a burning pit. And I'm only partly joking, because it could be, dude. It could very well be. I've never seen a white light. I've never seen an old guy with a beard and a staff. Never seen a person, I might add. No. I've gone through the amazing dying experience to then suddenly feel like my entire consciousness and entire body has suddenly turned into a two-dimensional puzzle piece, stuck in between billions and billions of other puzzle pieces, and each one of us is somebody's soul, basically, their entire consciousness, and we have no way of interacting with one another at all. And then an ominous voice saying, "This is the sanctuary." And then me going, "No!" And then me coming back to life and being like, "Oh shit, I feel fucking nauseous." And then getting hit with vertigo and falling sideways. I don't know why every single time I have been clinically dead, as soon as I stand up, I fall straight sideways. Like a fucking plank. Anyway, when you look at religions, including shamanism, from all around the world, there is only one that even sounds slightly close to what I've experienced, and that is Judaism in Shul. And having been there a few times, I promise you, I would rather be the most miserable living human being than be stuck there. And I have zero doubt in my mind that anyone who kills themselves does get stuck there. Anyway, I'm almost done with my little break. I just had to go on that little tangent and kind of explain, because some people, it's hard for them to wrap their minds around, well, how can you be a Jew and also a legally ordained minister? And it's like, well, hold up. I was a legally ordained minister before I died 3 more times. Okay? Not having a heartbeat or oxygen in the brain for over 8 minutes in one instance. I think it's perfectly normal to come out of that and be like, all right, this shit right here, this is what I experienced. Sure. But I do love the idea of like all the little grannies that imagine, you know, they're on a cloud with some fucking harp playing fat little cherub baby. I wish that for them. I hope that is what happens for them. Not my experience though, guys. Not my experience. Okay. Let's do these 2 again, and I'm not going to pause on them. I'll roll right into the third, but I do want to read them aloud again, because unfortunately they are so true. They are so true, and it's sad. And if you want to think about it this way, imagine this, guys. I don't want to blow your mind, but I will need your attention. Are you ready? Imagine that there is no history and no future, and that Godzilla has created you and is keeping you in a snow globe, if you will. You believe that there's a history. You've seen artifacts. You've learned. You've been places. There's carbon dating. Imagine it's all bullshit, and that Godzilla made it for you as a super interesting experience that you would not have otherwise. Just like it made your body so you could have senses. Are you following me? So that would mean the Holocaust didn't actually occur, okay? Because nobody here is old enough that's listening to me right now to have been there. And I'm not a Holocaust denier. We're playing a hypothetical. And imagine that the Bible, seemingly ancient and archaic, were actually written with some verses like Easter eggs that are indicative of modern day society. And I want you to think about that, because the second Bible quote from Ezekiel about blood being on himself, as somebody who's had numerous people, including my best friend in the whole wide world, blow their heads off, I think perfectly describes what happens when somebody feels guilty for awful things they've done and then blows their head off. And my hope, and truly the only reason that I can think that Godzilla keeps bringing me back after sending me to that awful fucking place, is so that I can encourage as many idiots, i.e., humans, as possible to not do anything to add to a guilty conscience and to stay alive. So let's go over those two quotes again, and then we'll roll into the third. Ezekiel 18:18. As for his father, because he practiced extortion, robbed his brother, and did what is not good among his people, behold, he shall die for his iniquity. Ezekiel 18:13. Lends at interest and takes profit. Shall he then live? He shall not live. He has done all these abominations. He shall surely die. His blood shall be upon himself. First Timothy chapter 6, verse 10. For the love of money is a root of all kinds of evils. It is through this craving that some have wandered away from the faith and pierced themselves with many pangs. Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 4. Behold, all souls are mine. The soul of the Father as well as the soul of the Son is mine. The soul who sins shall die. Now, don't think of sins as being Moses and the Ten Commandments, guys. I know it's easy to go right to that. The Ten Commandments is an outline, but you all know what's a sin, because when you are sinning, you have guilt. That is God. You don't need a tablet or words. So let's do that one again. Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 4. Behold, all souls are God's. The soul of the Father, as well as the soul of the Son, is God's. The soul who sins shall die. 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9. Or do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, nor adulterers, nor men who practice homosexuality. Well, that is a complete bullshit. So let's address that, guys. Godzilla has made everything about you. That includes your sexual orientation. A lot of people say that the Bible says it's a crime, a sin to be gay. No. Godzilla chose for you to be gay if you're gay. 100%. 100%. And also, usually when people reference that and say that homosexuality is a sin, they quote a part of Leviticus about man not lying with another man. Right above that, it says if you eat crab or cut your sidewalks, you're going to hell. Some things in the Bible aren't from God, and you know which ones are from God and which ones were an edit, whether or not it resonates. If it resonates, then you know you got the right message. Matthew chapter 23, verse 25. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you clean the outside of the cup and the plate, but inside they are full of greed and self-indulgence. Ezekiel 18:17. Withholds his hand from iniquity, takes no interest or profit, obeys my rules, and walks in my statutes. He shall not die for his father's iniquity. He shall surely live. That's an important one, guys, because it tells you something I've been saying all along, that it is, quote, never too late to do the right thing. So let's hear it again. Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 17. Withholds his hand from iniquity, does not follow the crowd, takes no interest or profit, doesn't want blood money, obeys my rules, and walks in my statutes, doesn't do anything to give himself guilt, he shall not die for his father's iniquity. You got a piece of shit dad? Doesn't matter. He shall surely live. One more time without my little interprets. Ezekiel 18:17 withholds his hand from iniquity, takes no interest or profit, obeys my rules, and walks in my statutes. He shall not die for his father's iniquity. He shall surely live. Second book of Corinthians, chapter 8, verse 9. For you know the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, that though he was rich, yet for your sake he became poor, so that you by his poverty might become rich. Now I'm a Jew, and Jesus is literally a normal guy. You all know a John. There's a John in the building. Fuck. Jesus was a John. That's another reason I'm Jewish. Jesus' life sounds incredible to some people, but I say that only sounds incredible to people that haven't lived. You've witnessed miracles, correct? Oh, yes. It's rhetorical. And that's another reason that I am a Jew. And God, no matter what you hear or you think you know, God never lets anyone die rich, guys. They might become billionaires the day after they die. So we'll do that one again. For you know the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, that though he was rich, yet for your sake he became poor, so that you by his poverty might become rich. What that is saying is that Jesus always had enough, was always taken care of, and that by your trust in Godzilla and your understanding that you're exactly like Jesus, that you too will be taken care of, financially and in every way. That's what it means by you being rich because of his poverty. It means you understand that no matter what you do, Godzilla is going to provide you with exactly what Godzilla feels is necessary. Next, Ezekiel chapter 16, verse 49. Behold, this was the guilt of your sister Sodom. She and her daughters had pride, excess of food, and prosperous ease, but did not aid the poor and needy. Ephesians chapter 4, verse 28. Let the thief no longer steal, but rather let him labor, doing honest work with his own hands, so that he may have something to share with anyone in need. Exodus chapter 22, verse 25. If you lend money to any of my people with you who is poor, you shall not be like a moneylender to him, and you shall not exact interest from him. Isaiah chapter 3, verse 11. Woe to the wicked! It shall be ill with him, for what his hands have dealt out shall be done to him. Isaiah chapter 3, verse 11. That's a big one, guys. Woe to the wicked! It shall be ill with him, for what his hands have dealt out shall be done to him. Second book of Timothy, chapter 3, verses 16 and 17. All scripture is breathed out by God and profitable for teaching, for reproof, for correction, and for training in righteousness, that the man of God may be complete, equipped for every good work. Let's hear that again. And remember, who was Timothy in the Bible? That's right. The hot surfer, military, skeptic guy turned most honest prophet in the Bible. All scripture is breathed out by God and profitable for teaching, for reproof, for correction, and for training in righteousness, that the man of God may be complete, equipped for every good work. Luke chapter 16, verses 19 to 21. There was a rich man who was clothed in purple and fine linen, and who feasted sumptuously every day. And at his gate was laid a poor man named Lazarus, covered with sores, who desired to be fed with what fell from the rich man's table. Moreover, even the dogs came and licked his sores. The poor man died and was carried by the angels to Abraham's side. The rich man also died and was buried, and in Hades, being in torment, he lifted up his eyes and saw Abraham far off and Lazarus at his side. Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 26. When a righteous person turns away from his righteousness and does injustice, he shall die for it. For the injustice that he has done, he shall die. I know you guys are thinking, what the fuck, man? Ezekiel hits hard and she's telling us to read this shit. Let me assure you guys, it is Godzilla who decided for me to be reading this to you. That's another thing humans don't like to accept. The lack of free will and whatnot. Especially because then you're like, well, that brings up the question, how can we feel guilty and choose to sin if we have no free will? I can only speculate on that, guys. I can tell you every time I come back from the dead, I become increasingly less superficial and vain and increasingly less sexually attracted to anyone. Because I imagine that I am fucking God's baby. Literally. So I speculate that none of us have any free will at all, and that there are some people that our Creator has simply decided are going to be extinct. There are some people He is going to choose to kill themselves because of the guilty causing decisions that they made. But I could also be wrong there, because here's the deal. 3 clinical deaths ago, I came back and I literally decided I'm not going to do anything that makes me feel guilty ever again, and I haven't. And that was years ago. I've not done a single thing. There have been times where my kids have given me a guilt trip because they wanted something or whatever, and then I've been like, oh, I feel guilty now. But that's it. Nothing that is actual guilt. And I know what actual guilt is. I was a very, 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 very much a man-eater from the age of 17 to roughly 23. And I mean that in the sense that I would let men fall in love with me and just give me all of their money. All the time. So, I know what guilt is. So let's do that one again. And then, yeah, you should read Ezekiel, guys. I might read it again. I might read Ezekiel again. But I'm going to pause again. I'm going to take another break at 12:07 p.m. PST. Also, I'm going to recommend that some of you federal felons come on downstairs and clear up these papers that prove people are going to prison. That would be nice. Huh? How about that? It's all right. It's unnecessary. But you just have to remember that the reason why I'm reading this is because of Godzilla's decision. And then you have to remember that if someone who is listening right now shoots themselves in the head in February, that Godzilla is trying to tell those of you who didn't do that something. Some people ask me, what is the duties of your job? What does it entail? My job entails not being the only living person 10,000 years from now because all of my friends killed themselves in the head because they couldn't control themselves and simply be good. You'd actually find that I have the most important job in the world. If you had the bandwidth to understand that. Also, you see, some of the things which you used as an excuse at the beginning of your crime spree, federal felons, was that you wanted me to testify against Erica Owens before you committed so many crimes you realized you could lose your jobs and I could make lots of money. And then you just began putting yourselves in prison for longer and longer and longer. The reason why I refused to go to court anymore in 2019 was after one of those dying experiences. And it's also why I'm a doormat. But you'll find it's also why I become a millionaire, I own this house, my sons come home, and everyone involved goes to prison. Or worse, they kill themselves right before their sentencing because they mistakenly thought that their career mattered more than their soul. And again, I'm not trying to scare anyone. I just have a duty to inform you. And so we're doing it with Bible quotes. And me continually recommending the book of Ezekiel. And guess what, guys? More than one of you is going to be reading Ezekiel in the next 24 hours. I bet you money. All right. Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 26 again. When a righteous person turns away from his righteousness and does injustice, he shall die for it. For the injustice that he has done, he shall die. Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 24. But when a righteous person turns away from his righteousness and does injustice, and does the same abominations that the wicked person does, shall he live? None of the righteous deeds that he has done shall be remembered. For the treachery of which he is guilty, and the sin he has committed, for them he shall die. Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 20. The soul who sins shall die, The Son shall not suffer for the iniquity of the Father, nor the Father suffer for the iniquity of the Son. The righteousness of the righteous shall be upon himself, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon himself. Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 19. Yet you say, why should not the Son suffer for the iniquity of the Father, when the Son has done what is just and right, and has been careful to observe all my statutes? He shall surely live. Ezekiel chapter 17, verses 1 to 24. The word of the Lord came to me. Son of man, propound a riddle and speak a parable to the house of Israel. Say, thus says the Lord God, a great eagle with great wings and long pinions, rich in plumage of many colors, came to Lebanon and took the top of the cedar. He broke off the topmost of its young twigs and carried it to a land of trade and set it to a city of merchants. Then he took the seed of the land and planted it in fertile soil. He placed it beside abundant waters. He set it like a willow twig. That's a riddle. What does it mean to you? Next, Isaiah chapter 1, verse 17. Learn to do good, seek justice, correct oppression, bring justice to the fatherless, plead the widow's cause. Proverbs chapter 11, verse 1. A false balance is an abomination to the Lord, but a just weight is his delight. Let's do that one again. Proverbs chapter 11, verse 1. Learn to do good. Seek justice. Correct oppression. Bring justice to the fatherless. Plead the widow's cause. Proverbs chapter 11, verse 1. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 36. Take no interest from him or profit, but fear your God, that your brother may live beside you. Leviticus chapter 18, verse 6. None of you shall approach any one of his close relatives to uncover nakedness. I am the Lord. Leviticus chapter 18, verses 1 to 30. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the people of Israel and say to them, I am the Lord your God. You shall not do as they do in the land of Egypt, where you lived, and you shall not do as they do in the land of Canaan, to which I am bringing you. You shall not walk in their statutes. You shall follow my rules and keep my statutes and walk in them. I am the Lord your God. You shall therefore keep my statutes and my rules. If a person does them, he shall live by them. I am the Lord. First John chapter 1, verse 9. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. Like I've been saying, guys, it's never too late to do the right thing. First Peter chapter 2, verse 9. But you are a chosen race, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people for his own possession, that you may proclaim the excellences of him who called you out of darkness and into his marvelous light. To me, that means you are here Because Godzilla pulled you out of the place I call Sheol, and you're too stupid to know how fucking lucky you are. First Corinthians chapter 6, verse 11. And such were some of you, but you were washed, you were sanctified, you were justified in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ and by the Spirit of our God. Romans 1, verse 29. They were filled with all manner of unrighteousness, evil, covetousness, malice. They are full of envy, murder, strife, deceit, maliciousness. They are gossips. I'd repeat that, but I don't want to make some of you feel awkward. Romans chapter 1, verses 26 and 27. For this reason, God gave them up to dishonorable passions. For their women exchanged natural relations for those that are contrary to nature, and the men likewise gave up natural relations with women and were consumed with passion for one another, men committing shameless acts with men and receiving in themselves the due penalty for their error. Let's talk about that for a minute. Primarily because everybody's under this huge misconception that being gay means you're going to hell, and that's totally wrong. Wrong. But what this is saying is, whatever you think is disgusting, God will make you enjoy and suddenly become if you choose to go against his statutes. That's what it's saying. And for a lot of guys, that means fucking other guys. Luke chapter 3, verse 11. And he answered them, whoever has 2 tunics is to share with him who has none, and whoever has food is to do likewise. Ezekiel chapter 19, verses 1 to 14. Oh, I felt that sigh. Fuck. More Ezekiel. What is this shit? What's going on? I'm freaking out, man. Have you prayed today? Hey, have you prayed today? Don't worry, I'll have you doing that in no time if you haven't. And you take up a lamentation for the princes of Israel and say, what was your mother, a lioness? Among lions she crouched, in the midst of young lions she reared her cubs, and she brought up one of her cubs. He became a young lion, and he learned to catch prey, and he devoured men. The nations heard about him. He was caught in their pit, and they brought him with his hooks to the land of Egypt. When she saw that, she waited in vain, that her hopes were lost. She took another of her cubs and made him a young lion. Do you know what that means, guys? That means anyone and everyone that you love, that God feels you love too much, more than him, her, it. It will be taken away from you. They'll be taken away from you. And then someone else will come along for you to love. That's what that means. That's also why I do frequently advise people to never get married. Because if you really love the person you're marrying, it is far more likely to end in divorce and with your heart ripped out than if you don't. The Buddhist and other Eastern religions, even Confucius, people who practice Confucianism, they call this denying your will. It's also a big reason so many monks are celibate. If you deny romantic relationships, love, sexual relationships, you can't be hurt in that way. You can be hurt in other ways, and you will be, but you can't be hurt in that way. So that's what that's telling me. Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 12. oppress the poor and needy, commits robbery, does not restore the pledge, lifts up his eyes to the idols, commits abomination. Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 8, does not lend at interest or take any profit, withholds his hand from injustice, executes true justice between man and man. Ezekiel chapter 18, verses 1 to 32. The word of the Lord came to me. What do you mean by repeating this proverb concerning the land of Israel? The fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge. As I live, declares the Lord God, this proverb shall no more be used by you in Israel. Behold, all the souls are mine. The soul of the Father as well as the soul of the Son is mine. The soul who sins shall die. If a man is righteous and does what is just and right, then he shall surely live. Ezekiel chapter 16, verses 48 to 49. As I live, declares the Lord God, your sister Sodom and her daughters have not done as you and your daughters have done. Behold, this was the guilt of your sister Sodom. She and her daughters had pride, excess of food, and prosperous ease, but did not aid the poor and needy. Ezekiel chapter 14, verse 6. Therefore say to the house of Israel, thus says the Lord God, repent and turn away from your idols and turn away your faces from all of your abominations. Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 17. But you have eyes and heart only for your dishonest gain, for shedding innocent blood, and for practicing oppression and violence. Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 3. Thus says the Lord, do justice and righteousness, and deliver from the hand of the oppressor him who has been robbed. And do no wrong or violence in the resident alien, the fatherless, and the widow, nor shed innocent blood in this place. Yeah, I'll do that one again. And you may be wondering, oh, does alien mean foreigner or does it mean ET? And I can just tell you this, it probably means both, guys. Godzilla's pretty crazy, man. He invented punk rock, scat, and leprosy, dude. That's some crazy shit. Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 3. Thus says the Lord, do justice and righteousness, and deliver from the hand of the oppressor him who has been robbed. Is that clear? Really? You guys want clarification? Come on, give me a fucking break. And do no wrong or violence to the resident alien. Nanu, nanu. The fatherless, the widow, nor shed innocent blood in this place. Okay, one final time without my quite adorable commentary, I feel. Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 3. Thus says the Lord, do justice and righteousness, and deliver from the hand of the oppressor him who has been robbed. And do no wrong or violence to the resident alien, the fatherless, and the widow, nor shed innocent blood in this place. Isaiah chapter 58, verse 10. If you pour yourself out for the hungry and satisfy the desire of the afflicted, then shall your light rise in the darkness and your gloom be as the noonday. What that means, guys, is if you feel guilty, Godzilla is saying all you need to do is confess and stop doing that. And you'll feel better. Instantaneously. Literally. Let's hear it again. Isaiah chapter 58, verse 10. If you pour yourself out for the hungry and satisfy the desire of the afflicted, then shall your light rise in the darkness and your gloom be as the noonday. Isaiah chapter 43, verse 25. I am he who blots out your transgressions for my own sake, and I will not remember your sins. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 16. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean. Remove the evil of your deeds from before my eyes. Cease, to do evil. I've been saying that every day for well over 98, guys. Let me read it again. Isaiah chapter 43, verse 25. I am he who blots out your transgressions for my own sake, and I will not remember your sins. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 16. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean. Remove the evil of your deeds from before my eyes. Cease to do evil. Ecclesiastes chapter 1, verses 4 to 5. A generation goes and a generation comes, but the earth remains forever. The sun rises and the sun goes down and hastens to the place where it rises. That's Godzilla letting us all know that humans may go extinct, but Godzilla is going to keep this very, very, very lovely little terrarium, Earth. That's why I don't worry about climate change either, I might add. Earth will be here forever. Humans, we're on a downward trajectory, to say the least. Have you looked around? I'm surrounded by federal felons. Give me a fucking break, man. Anyway, next one. Proverbs chapter 23, verses 4 to 5. Do not toil to acquire wealth. Be discerning enough to desist. When your eyes light on it, it is gone, for suddenly it sprouts wings, flying like an eagle toward heaven. Proverbs chapter 8, verse 36. But he who fails to find me injures himself. All who hate me love death. And that's very true. Let's do that one again. Proverbs chapter 8, verse 36. But he who fails to find me injures himself. All who hate me love death. Proverbs chapter 8, verse 36, final time. But he who fails to find me injures himself. All who hate me love death. Psalm chapter 93, verses 1 to 5. The Lord reigns. He is robed in majesty. The Lord is robed. He has put on strength as his belt. Yes, the world is established. It shall never be moved. Your throne is established from of old. You are from everlasting. The floods have lifted up. O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice. The floods lift up their roaring. Mightier than the thunders of many waters. Mightier than the waves of the sea. The Lord on high is mighty. Your decrees are very trustworthy. Holiness befits your house, O Lord, forevermore. What this verse is telling us is that those of you who are actually alive are alive because in the past you've made the decision to stay alive. And in many instances, if not all of our instances, one of the ways that we managed to stay alive, guys, was a great flood. Maybe you've heard of it. Next. Psalm 41, verse 1. To the choir master, a psalm of David. Blessed is the one who considers the poor. In the day of trouble, the Lord delivers him. Guys, do you know what that means? It's talking about when you're all swept up in that blitz sweep. Just joking. Just joking. What could the day of trouble be, though, huh? Let's hear it again. Psalm chapter 41, verse 1. To the choir master, a psalm of David. Blessed is the one who considers the poor. In the day of trouble, the Lord delivers him. Joshua chapter 10, verse 13. And the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, until the nation took vengeance on their enemies. Is this not written in the book? The sun stopped in the midst of heaven and did not hurry to set for about a whole day. Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 16. Fathers shall not be put to death because of their children, nor shall children be put to death because of their fathers. Each one shall be put to death for his own sin. Those of you who don't do anything that makes you feel guilty, you won't have any sin, and you won't die. Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 13. If any man takes a wife and goes into her and then hates her, it cuts off there. But basically it says he's damned. Leviticus chapter 19, verse 13. You shall not oppress your neighbors or rob him. The wages of a hired worker shall not remain with you all night until the morning. Guys, February 2nd. Genesis chapter 1, chapter 1 and 2, verse 2 to 25. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was over the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw that the light was good. And God separated the light from the darkness, and God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning the first day. I want you all to think of Godzilla as being the best software engineer in existence. And then I want you to think that you're on your last life, and you have to make damn sure you don't lose it. Because if everyone loses it, well, the earth will remain. But Godzilla might go back to dinosaurs or something, guys. Anyway, that was enough Bible time with the legally ordained minister, Mystic Gwen, / freelance author who provides confidential advice. Ezekiel. More than one of you will be reading that in the next 24 hours. And those would be, I surmise, those of you with half a brain. Just saying. Just saying.
Aspires to become greater than his nature will allow. Mary Shelley, Frankenstein, and a very wise 19 years old. I do believe, my good friend, that Frankenstein's monster has entered our village.
Oh, and also, I believe the point of that was just to put a final note on, are you choosing death? It appears so. It certainly appears that way.
Gather round the torches, for I asked an AI image generator to show me how I was going to die.
I asked him.
You walk in Godzilla's statutes and you are delivered. You don't. You die.
AI generator to show me how I was going to die. The trouble started a week ago when I started playing around with one of those AI image generators that's been floating around on the internet. Normally I would stay away from such things because I have a deep resentment towards anything to do with AI or deepfakes and the like. I find it all repulsive. Once, while scrolling through Instagram, I saw a Tom Cruise impressionist who had put a deepfake of the actor's face onto his own. It was startling and disturbing. It wasn't how much he looked like the real Tom Cruise that bothered me. It was how much he didn't look like the real thing. He looked like some thing wearing another man's face. But people in the comment sections were eating it up, and some even believed he was Tom Cruise. A lot of them believed it. Couldn't they see how fake it all was? And how wrong it was for that impressionist to put another person's face over his own?
Oh, one more thing. I should have probably begun with this disclaimer. I'm not your shaman, I'm not your savior, I'm not your guru. I'm a Jew, and yes, you will be paying me lots and lots and lots of money. But just think of me as being a Bluetooth speaker. That's what you should consider me to be.
I can't help but think something bad is going to come of all this one day for our society. Not that it matters.
A Bluetooth speaker who has a vested interest as a green-eyed lady who's a child of nature and a friend of man, for Godzilla not to get rid of all of the humans.
Matters much for me. I'm probably going to be dead soon. Not probably, I'm sure of it. I can hear him outside. The AI image generator hooked me. It was simple. You give it a prompt, and it will produce an image of that prompt. I had seen similar AI generators in the past, but what astounded me about this one is how specific the prompt could be, how the AI could produce almost anything you thought of in great detail. The images.
And then I just want it to also to be clear and on the record for a final time. I don't believe I'll be dead and actually gone until I'm 43. But Godzilla's a son of a bitch. In the event I'm shot and killed in this alleyway, you all have a responsibility to make sure all the money that I've got coming my way goes into 2 trust funds for my kids with all the stipulations I've outlined more than once. That money only goes to my kids. It doesn't go to any other relative. Those boys never have anyone appointed power of attorney no matter what. If someone's appointed power of attorney, make it the attorney that will be in charge of their trust funds and releasing $25,000 to them every year from their 18th birthday onward. If one dies, then all of the money goes to the other kid. If they both die, all of the money gets split 50% to domestic violence services of Snohomish County, 50% to the Ronald McDonald House that is located in Northern California. No exceptions. And also be aware, guys, although I don't want to ever fucking stay in that awful place, dying is a beautiful experience. And I have no fear of it.
Images I saw floating around online made me laugh, so I decided to bite the bullet. Sure, the Tom Cruise thing was creepy, as was the potential for that kind of technology in the wrong hands. But this was harmless fun, right? Not even remotely the same sort of thing. A stupid generator making stupid images for you. When I brought up the site, I sat long and hard thinking about the first prompt I wanted to give the generator. And I remembered a story my father told me once about how when he was in college, he visited Karachi, Pakistan with his world-class studies. He told me that one night when he and his classmates were walking around the city, they came across a man who was playing chess with a dog. Not pretending to play, but really playing with him. And my father told me that when they walked past the man again an hour later, that the man was shaking his head, that he looked beyond frustrated, defeated, but that the dog looked happy, grinning even. The dog had apparently won. I typed dog playing chess into the generator and hit enter. It started loading, and after a few minutes, the generator produced an image. It was an image of a dog playing chess. It even had a stupid smile on his face. I laughed. A stupid generator making stupid images. I told myself I would only spend a few more minutes playing, but those minutes quickly turned into an hour. And when I next looked at the clock, I realized I had spent almost 2.5 hours playing around with the generator. I won't waste your time by showing you all the images I created. They're as banal and dumb as you'd expect. I was about to close the tab when another prompt came into my head. If I told you this prompt came out of nowhere, that would be a lie. I know exactly where it came from. It came from the fact that about 3 months ago, one of my coworkers had died. His name was Jeremy. He was a good guy, and had even managed to get promoted in my office despite only working there for a couple of months at that point. Jeremy was what you would call a real go-getter, the kind of guy who gave it 110% in all phases in his life. He had big aspirations to go along with the big cup of coffee he drank every morning, a cup that had "World's Best Jeremy" written on it. And all that was wiped out when he forgot to look both ways while crossing the road. He got taken out by a semi-truck. Jeremy's death struck me hard, not because it was the death of a fellow co-worker, but because it made me realize how fragile life is. If a guy like Jeremy could get taken out, what did that mean for someone like me? How much borrowed time was a schmuck like me really on? If Jeremy had only looked both ways, or if he had somehow known what was going to happen before it happened. I typed, "How am I going to die?" into the generator and hit enter. The generator started loading and kept loading and loading. It was taking a very long time, much longer than all the other prompts. I began to feel foolish, thinking I had finally managed to give it a broken prompt. I mean, of course I did. It had been a profoundly stupid prompt. There was no way the generator could know how. It produced an image. It was an image of an old man in a yellow hat. I laughed when I saw it, though it wasn't the same kind of laughter that the other generated images had gotten out of me. It was nervous laughter, scared laughter. Maybe you laughed too when you looked at the image, right? Be honest, it's okay. Just a stupid generator producing stupid images after all, right? Still, the image did bother me. The old man's frown, those sunken eyes, and that pale complexion. In the back of my head, I thought of that creepy Tom Cruise deepfake. How the comments were convinced of its legitimacy. I decided I had had enough and closed the tab. My prompt had simply confused the generator, and it had produced a random, incoherent image. That's all.
Green-eyed lady, Sugarloaf. Green-eyed lady, Sugarloaf. Setting suns and lonely lovers free.
What happens when neuropathy takes over and your feet start to feel numb, tingly, or burn? You're dealing with serious nerve damage, and if left untreated, it could lead to the loss of a limb.
I'm not feeling so smooth, guys. What sucks, guys, is one thing I've noticed is you always really like yourself before you die. All the times I've been clinically dead And I hate to say it, but I'm feeling like I like myself, which makes me nervous. Makes me nervous.
Green-eyed lady, lovely lady, strolling slowly towards the sun. Green-eyed lady, ocean lady, soothing every raging wave that comes. Green-eyed lady, passion's lady, dressed in black, she lives for life to be. Green-eyed lady feels like I never see. Setting suns and lonely lovers free. Green-eyed lady, windswept lady, the night, the waves, the sand. Green-eyed lady, ocean lady, child of nature, friend of man. Green-eyed lady, passion lady, dressed in black, she lives for life to be. Green-eyed lady feels life I never see. Setting suns and lonely lovers free.
I told you I'm an old ass honky. Old. What do you think resident alien meant in that Bible quote, guys? Green-eyed lady, child of nature, friend of mine. Humans really do remind me of fleas, though, guys. That's what humans do remind me of. Bloodsuckers. It was that basic. Yeah. And then I just want to remind everybody, this is the song that you're going to be playing when you're getting drunk after I've died. Everybody that's watching this, okay? Ready? Wham! Wake me up before you go. No joke, man. I'd say play it at my funeral, but at this point, I'm not expecting anybody will be taking care of that shit. So, play it when you're getting drunk and thinking about how incredibly awesome I am.
Okay, oh, that's it.
Wake me up before you go, because I'm not planning on going solo. Yes, it is the best song to play at a funeral. Thank you. Thank you. Here we go. Wake me up before you go. Take me dancing tonight. I want to hit that high. Wake me up before you go.
Stupid for me to even ask the damn question in the first place. What did I expect? An actual answer. Obviously, an AI generator had no idea how I was going to die. I saw the old man the very next day. This was 6 days ago. I had been running errands downtown and had quickly forgotten about the image from the night before. It had faded away from my memory like a bad dream. It was an overcast day and it looked like a really big storm was coming. I could see huge purple clouds in the distance. As I was walking my car, I got this uncomfortable feeling that someone was watching me. When I looked back, I saw the old man in the yellow hat. It was unmistakably him. He had the same bright yellow hat, the same deep frown, the pale skin, and those horrible sunken eyes. He was across the street, and he was staring at me. No, that's not it. He was glaring at me. I mean, really glaring at me. And his hands were opening and closing in a slow, violent motion. He began to walk towards me. He walked in a strange manner, like someone who had never walked before and was only just learning how. Like something that was only pretending to be human, pretending to wear an old man's face. And I spotted a funny thing. No one else seemed to notice him. People walked past him without giving him a second glance. As he crossed the road, I thought for sure he was going to get hit by a car, but he weaved through traffic like some grotesque version of Frogger, and no driver paid him any mind. Not even a single honk. Notably, I thought of Jeremy getting hit by that semi. There was one other person that noticed him. It was a little girl who looked right at the old man and then began crying. The little girl's mom looked up to see if she could spot what had caused her daughter to become so distraught, but not once did her eyes land on the old man. He walked past her like a ghost, and as he got closer to me, that deep frown began to turn upwards into a horrible grin. I dropped my groceries, got my car, and drove straight home. On the way, I told myself I had only been seeing things. I had been seeing things. When I got home, I immediately locked all the doors and bolted for my room. I brought up the AI generator and again asked it, how am I going to die? I needed the generator to produce a new image. I needed it to show me that the image of the old man had just been a random image it had conjured, and that now it would do that again. It would create something completely random because it didn't understand my question. Couldn't have possibly understood my question. Couldn't have possibly shown me anything real. And certainly couldn't have shown me how I was going to die. It produced the same image of the old man. I asked it again. Same image. I asked it about 50 times more. And every time, it was the same image of the old man in the yellow hat. Stupid generator making stupid images, right? Only that thing that had been walking towards me hadn't been stupid. That thing looked very real and very terrifying. I haven't left my house since that day. 2 nights ago, I saw the old man outside my bedroom window, glaring at me. Last night, I heard him try the front door, then walk around back and try the back door. Today I brought up the generator and typed, how do I stop the old man in the yellow hat? It started loading, and then immediately replied, too much traffic. Try again later.
What the fuck?
But I know if I try again, I'll just get the same response.
This is an interesting story. I like the guy's voice that's doing the voice.
I am paralyzed by fear. Paralyzed by those sunken eyes and ghostly complexion. I can hear him outside right now as I type. He's been here the entire time.
Oh no.
He's walking around the back of the house. There. Just tried the back door again.
Oh no.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history.
What a suspenseful ending. Excellent voice acting, followed by, I guess it sounded like a window breaking and then him throwing ping pong balls around.
No exchanges.
What was that?
Be held liable for anything that may or may not occur.
It sounded like he was
while the
playing beer
object is
pong all of a
in
sudden.
your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances.
Next episode. And again, this is the Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings. Don't listen to the pilot episode, it sucks. Start with episode 2. Some are good, some are duds.
Just who I've been before. You see, something arrived for you in the mailbox today. Yes, it's a menacing-looking letter, isn't it? A rather foreboding black envelope. No return address. Nothing on it at all except this broken wax seal. One wouldn't even know who it was meant for if it weren't for the specific instructions from the purveyors of the Never Was to hand it directly to you at this very moment, on this very day. There's something inside just for you, in fact. It's time to summon its secrets in. Whatever you do, don't read this. Before we begin, I want to point out some of the customers whose names have been etched in brass on this beautiful plaque I had laid above the front desk. These are some of the members of the inner circle of the Antiquarium. We go by the Obsidian Covenant. Recent initiates include Max, Nathaniel Sherrick, Jordan Nelson, Victoria Owen, Easy Peasy, and Antonia Brown. We are ever appreciative of your devotion to the Order. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com to receive the sacrament. Now, where were we? Oh yes. Welcome to the Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings and Odd Goings On.
Somebody cast his throat with.
Yes.
Whatever you do, don't read this. Just delete your dating apps ASAP. The first time I saw those words, my day started off like any other. I went to work in my monotonously, mind-numbingly boring desk job, Clacked on the keyboard for 8 hours and then the same bland ham and cheese sandwich for lunch I always do. As I sat in the break room, halfway through my sandwich, I opened the dating app I downloaded only recently. I was a fairly good-looking guy, if I do say so myself. So I'd gotten plenty of matches and been on countless dates, but none of the women were really what I was searching for. Somewhere between shoving the last piece of my sandwich into my mouth and deciding whether or not to delete the stupid app, my phone pinged with a match. Huh. Guinevere Motley. Oh, hello, Guinevere. Curiosity got the best of me as I clicked on the notification and read her message.
Whatever you do, don't read this.
Wow, that was a strange way to get my attention. Usually they send a pickup line or something funny. Tapping on her picture, first of all I noticed that there was only one. But, wow, is she stunning. Long brunette curls cascaded over her shoulders and toppled down her back, and thick, dark lashes adorned seafoam green irises. My eyes trailed down the picture as I took in mile-long legs and tasteful curves. The little white sundress she was wearing looked like it was made just for her. Heck, this woman was a bombshell. When I went back to the message, though, I realized it had been deleted. Looking up at the clock, I noticed that I had about 5 minutes till my lunch break was over. With one more glance at her profile, I shrugged and deleted the app. She's probably a bot or a scammer anyway, it's too good to be true. That night, I did the usual. Ran to the gym and worked out for about an hour and a half, picked up some tacos from my favorite food truck, and sat down to watch an episode of Black Mirror. Everything was normal. That was until about a couple of months later. By that time, I'd forgotten all about Guinevere's cryptic message. Let me start off by saying that my morning did play out as it normally would have. I slept in until 10 a.m. and then I spent the next hour in the front yard, mowing the lawn. It was a particularly hot day. My plain white t-shirt soaked through with sweat. Tugging it off, I set it on the front porch before edging the lawn. By the time I got done, my hair was drenched and my shoulders were burned red. When everything was put back in my shed, though, I couldn't help but feel a bit accomplished. Besides Mr. Calvin's house next door, I gotta say, I had one of the nicest yards on the block. It was then that I noticed the door of my mailbox hanging open. I trudged over there to check the mail before shutting it closed. On the way up my driveway, I flicked through the envelopes with uninterested fingers. Water bill, phone bill, bank statement, junk mail, advertisement, Arby's coupons, and then I paused. My fingers quickly came to a standstill when they landed on a plain, black envelope. Turning it over, I saw that it was sealed with crimson-colored wax. Now I was really invested. Who even sends letters like this anymore? I slid my thumb under the seal, ripped open the envelope without a second thought, and tugged out the note inside. Thick, dark ink was scrawled across it, and I took no time in reading it.
Let me guess. Despite my warning, you've decided to read this. I told you not to, but now it's too late. By the time you've made it to this point, there's little chance of turning back. The second your eyes landed on these words, you just couldn't help yourself. I guess I shouldn't blame you. I couldn't stop myself either. The curiosity was simply too much to handle. So let me at least tell you what you're in for. I'm gonna warn you right now. It's not going to be pleasant. You did this to yourself. Remember that.
Pausing for a moment, confusion bubbled from within me at the words. What warning? Flipping the paper.
Crackpot bitch!
Seeing the writing on the other side.
For
That
life.
was until I glanced at the
For
back
life.
of the envelope. I could have sworn that this writing wasn't here before. Surely I would have noticed it. In huge red letters, the words.
For real though, guys, a lot of people felt like the microwave was the shit when it came out. No, man. A crock pot is the only thing that you need. For real. Way better than the microwave.
My interest only grew when I realized that there was no return address. Heck, my name or address wasn't written on the envelope either. Perhaps this was meant for someone else. Surely if it was for me, they would have addressed it to me, right? Brushing it off, I ripped it to shreds and tossed it in the garbage. Right about that time, I noticed Miss Brookfield on her front porch looking over. A smile stretched across her face as she raised her hand to wave at me. Offering a wave of my own, I suddenly got an idea. You see, she was a nosy old bat, and she always seemed to sit out on her porch on mowing days. But in this instance, it might prove to be helpful. Maybe she had seen who delivered the strange letter. Sauntering across the street, I walked up the steps to her front porch and offered her a smile. Hey, Miss Brookfield, how you doing? A shiver raced over me as I watched her pale blue eyes slide up and down my shirtless chest before speaking, a mischievous smile tugging at her lips.
A lot better since you got here.
A vulgar little chuckle escaped her brightly painted lips as she finally met my eyes.
I've got the most beautiful breasts.
It's 1:14 p.m. PST, 11/13/2024. I am going to be ending this live stream and initiating another in the next 60 seconds. If there's any delay, it's not my fault. I'll be following the same instructions I've relayed repeatedly here since October. In the event that that final illegal entry attempt occurs, I'll be silent and filming it, even without an internet connection.